तो लाइक अभी मेरा फर्स्ट ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट है एज एन आईजीएल। तो लाइक मैं कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ क्योंकि अभी मैं एक रिसेंट इवेंट खेल के आया हूँ, मेजर इवेंट था और उसमें मतलब एवरेज परफॉर्मेंस बोलूँगा, वो बहुत अच्छा भी नहीं खेले, अच्छा खेलते तो जीत जाते। तो लाइक ऐसे है कि स्विच किया रोल तो मेरे को पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस था अपने में कि मैं अच्छा ही करूँगा। और जब मैंने गेम स्टार्ट किया था खेलना तब मैं एक आईजीएल ही था।
ओके
तो वही है कि स्टार्टिंग से आईजीएल था तो मेरे को आइडिया है आईजीएलिंग का। सो लाइक एज एन आईजीएल तो मेरे को यही है कि टीम वाले एक साथ आउट ऑफ द गेम भी सिनर्जी रहनी चाहिए प्लेयर्स की, सिर्फ इन गेम रह के कुछ वो नहीं होता। तो मेन यही है कि जो गलतियाँ हम करते हैं और जो सीखते हैं वो सब एक साथ बैठ के मीटिंग में बात होती है। हमारे कोच साहब जो आयोगी भाई हैं वो भी हमें सिखाते हैं, भाई जैसे हैं सब। तो वही है, क्योंकि मेरे ख्याल से हमारा जो इंडिविजुअल गेम है सभी प्लेयर्स का वो बहुत ही अच्छा है। और मेरे ख्याल से जो हमारे कोच हैं और मतलब मैं जैसे एज एन आईजीएल जब स्टडी करता हूँ मैप फीड वगैरह, तो मैं बहुत रोटेशंस वगैरह स्टडी करता हूँ, तो मेरे हिसाब से इतना मुश्किल नहीं है। और मैं कॉन्फिडेंट फील करता हूँ जब मैं रोटेशन वगैरह भी करवाता हूँ या मतलब मैच के अंदर कोई भी फाइट लेते हैं तो मैं कॉन्फिडेंट रहता हूँ और हम फाइट निकालते भी हैं। इवेंट तो ऑब्वियसली बहुत बड़ा है और लाइक वेन्यू भी अच्छा है, स्टेज भी अच्छा है। अब स्टेज का तो क्या ही बोलूँ यार, स्टेज पे जाके इतना अच्छा फील होता है कि इतनी मतलब ऑडियंस सामने बैठी है, चीयर कर रही है, तो मतलब मज़ा आता है। और इसमें तो इंटरनेशनल स्लॉट है ही इवेंट में। बाकी तो फॉर्मेट एक्चुअली में सभी के लिए अच्छा है, क्योंकि अगर मान लो कोई अनफॉर्चुनेट मैचेस जाते हैं किसी टीम्स के और वो बाहर हो जाते तो उनको एक और चांस मिल रहा है आगे के लिए, तो मेरे ख्याल से सही चीज़ है। सो लाइक हमारी टीम के लिए फॉर्मेट इसलिए ईजी है क्योंकि हम थोड़ा फिनिशेस बेस्ड खेलेंगे, मतलब कि फिनिशेस के लिए जाएंगे जोन ना लेके, तो मेरे ख्याल से इसलिए इजी है क्वालिफिकेशन। टॉप 12 आना है अभी तो, और नेक्स्ट में टॉप 8 आना है सेमीज में। सही है। ये इंटरनेशनल लॉबी और इंडियन लॉबी में बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंस है, और यहाँ जब मतलब इंडिया वाले इंटरनेशनल खेलने जाते हैं तो मेरे ख्याल से वो कॉन्फिडेंस काफ़ी लैक करते हैं, क्योंकि मतलब उनको ऐसा लगता है कि ये इंटरनेशनल वाले ऐसे मार देंगे वैसे मार देंगे, तो वो कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं रहते वहाँ जाके मेरे ख्याल से। तो बस यही मेरे को लगता है कि इंडियन टीम्स का वीक पॉइंट है। और बाकी स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट मैं बोलूँगा कि उनके लिए जो इंटरनेशनल वाली टीम्स हैं उनके लिए हमारी टीम अनएक्सपेक्टेड होगी कि वो कैसा खेलेंगे मेरे ख्याल से, तो ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है। लाइक इंटरनेशनल स्लॉट का सोच के तो बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि मतलब जब गेम स्टार्ट किया था हमने और अब हमें चांस मिल रहा है कि ये इवेंट जीत के हम इंटरनेशनल जा सकते हैं, तो मतलब बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है और कॉन्फिडेंट भी हो रहा है कि मतलब जीत के जाएंगे ही जाएंगे हम। काफ़ी फाइट्स देखे हैं इंटरनेशनल में जो टूर्नामेंट्स वगैरह होते हैं, तो मेरे ख्याल से वो अपना मतलब जो फाइट का एक दूसरे का प्लेयर्स का एंगल होता है ना, वो मेरे ख्याल से अच्छा एक दूसरे के एडीएस पे खेलते हैं और बढ़िया फाइट्स लेते हैं, उनको फाइटिंग एंगल अच्छे पता है। और मेरे ख्याल से वहाँ की टीम सिर्फ जोन के सेंटर वेंटर में नहीं भागती रहती, तो एजिस पे फाइट अच्छे से लेती हैं। तो लाइक अभी रिसेंट टूर्नामेंट में आपने देखा ही होगा कि लेजिट ने इतना अच्छा खेला, लाइक ही इज़ अ स्टार प्लेयर, और मेरे ख्याल से अभी लेजिट बेस्ट प्लेयर है इंडिया का। और गोबलिन आपको पता है ये बेस्ट एंट्री फ्रैगर है, और जोकर हमारा बेस्ट सपोर्ट प्लेयर। मैंने उसके जैसा प्लेयर मिड रेंज में तो नहीं देखा, मतलब उसका मिड रेंज बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है। सो लाइक थंडर का एडिशन तो ऐसा है कि मतलब लेजिट के साथ खेला है वो पहले, तो उसका पुराना टीममेट ही है थंडर, एंड लेजिट को भी पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस था और हमें भी था कि थंडर अच्छा ही करेगा, तो उसका रोल भी असोल्टर का है। और आई गेस वो वैसे सारे रोल कर लेगा, बट मेन उसका असोल्टर का रोल है। जो मेरी टीम के प्लेयर्स है वो सारे रोल्स अपने मतलब बेस्ट दे रहे हैं, अपने रोल पे बेस्ट खेल रहे हैं, तो मेरे ख्याल से हमारी टीम बहुत अच्छी है अभी।
तो गाइस मेरे दिन की शुरुआत ऐसे हुई है और अभी मैं बाथरूम जाने वाला हूँ क्योंकि मुझे बहुत तेज़ से कुछ आ रहा है।
What?
बाकी हम लोग का दिन ज़्यादा कुछ हम करते नहीं हैं क्योंकि एज एन स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट कॉल टाइम पे कभी भी टाइम पे जाना ये कभी भी नहीं होता। अगर टाइम 11:30 है कॉल टाइम का तो हमेशा 12:30 जाना है, 1 बजाना है ताकि मैच लेट स्टार्ट हो और हमें ज़्यादा टाइम मिले खेलने का।
चीटिंग करता है तू।
और कभी भी हम जो टीगो बोलता है वो टाइम पे नहीं करते हैं क्योंकि अगर हम टाइम पे करने लगेंगे तो हम बड़े प्लेयर नहीं हैं।
One eternity later. Run.
तो गाइस अभी हम लोग बाहर खड़े हैं हर्ष के रूम के, जली भाई मंदिर गए हैं क्योंकि अच्छा गाइस जली की उम्र बहुत लंबी है, जली आ गया देखो।
वाओ नाइस।
तो जली मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट की दिनचर्या उसकी लाइफ में क्या बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है?
इम्पोर्टेंट ये है देखो कि सुबह सुबह ना उठ के ब्रेकफास्ट पे जाना चाहिए उसको।
अच्छा।
इस कॉन्वर्सेशन को होल्ड करना चाहूंगा। मैं अभी पिछले ही महीने एक 30 दिन के लैंड पे गया था भाई, सिर्फ आखिरी दिन पे आया जिस दिन इवेंट खत्म हो गया था, फ्लाइट की सुबह इसलिए उठ के आया।
इसलिए दोस्तों मेरी तरह नहीं बनना है, तुमको ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट की तरह बनना है।
गाइस
प्रॉपर ई स्पोर्ट्स।
गाइस देखिए स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट में भी नेता होते हैं जिनके बातें कभी पूरे नहीं होते, जली उनमें से एक है। सो गाइस अभी मैं तैयार होने जा रहा हूँ और ये जो बाबा जैसी दाढ़ी है मेरी पुष्पा जैसी, इसको मेरे को बांधना पड़ेगा ताकि थोड़ा प्रोफेशनल लुक आ जाए क्योंकि लाइन पे मैं ऐसे बन के नहीं जा सकता। सो मेरा ट्रांजिशन देख लो।
जादू।
गाइस मेरे मोटापे की वजह से मैं बहुत अच्छे से घूम नहीं पा रहा हूँ और आई होप मैं इंडिया के आर से पहले अपना वेट, वैसे वादा ये पूरा नहीं होने वाला, एटलीस्ट साल के एंड तक मेरा वेट कम नहीं होने वाला। तो मैं फिलहाल के लिए हम तैयार हो चुके हैं गाइस और हम लोग नीचे जाने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। देखिए अभी टाइम है नीचे जाने को तो अभी थोड़ा सा चिल करेंगे कैमरामैन के साथ, बट ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, मिलते हैं। सो गाइस ये जो हाइजीन है ये मर्दों में एक मिथ है मेरे हिसाब से। सब प्रिटेंड करते हैं कि वो डेली नहाते हैं, कोई डेली नहीं नहाता। तो जब अगर आप जैसे डेली नहीं नहाते हैं तो आपको एक फुसफुस लेना है, फुसफुस स्प्रे नहीं, फुसफुस ऐसा वाला ये लेना है आपको स्ट्रॉन्ग, और आपको ऐसे खुद पे लगा लेना है तो किसी को पता नहीं चलेगा कि आप बहुत टाइम से नहीं नहाए हैं।
ये बड़ी अच्छी बात कही आप।
देखो मैं तो ऐसे बोलूँगा एटलीस्ट 2 दिन की लिमिट रखो, उसके ऊपर जाकर नहा लो बिकॉज फिर लड़कियाँ पास नहीं आएंगी तुम्हारे, और मर्जी है तुम्हारी। देखो मैं कुछ ज़्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहूँगा इसके ऊपर। सो गाइस अभी वार्निंग नहीं आई है ग्रुप पे कि 10 मिनट के अंदर नीचे आ जाओ वरना तुम्हारे पैसे कटेंगे प्राइस पूल में से। सो मेरे हिसाब से मुझे अभी सो लेना चाहिए। जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं मेरे टीममेट को, अनबॉदर्ड इन हिज लेन इन हिज लाइफ, सो रहा है वो कब से, उठा ही नहीं, इतना शोर मचा है रूम के अंदर, बट ब्रो डजंट गिव्स अ। वो सोना चाहता है लाइफ के अंदर, उसे पता है कि जब तक प्राइस पूल कटने का मैसेज नहीं आ रहा है तब तक हम सो सकते हैं। तो मैं भी उसी रूल का पालन करूँगा और टेसरेट की मैनेजमेंट से ये दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि आधे घंटे बाद मैसेज करें, मैं सोने जा रहा हूँ। गुड नाइट। अब मैंने 3XL नहीं 2XL कराई भाई, उसके बाजू बड़े हो गए यार। यहाँ आ रहे बाजू। क्या बड़े हो गए? बाजू शोल्डर्स भाई, शोल्डर।
हमें लगा कुछ और बड़े।
आप मेरे को यार मोटापे को लेके बहुत बुली करने लग गई हो।
मैंने बुली नहीं किया, मैंने क्या बोला, जर्सी साइज जो हो हुडी साइज उसके बाद
उसके बाद मैंने कहा
जर्सी साइज डबल एक्स
नहीं, मैंने
हुडी साइज ट्रिपल एक्सएल होता है।
मैंने कहा तो ये बुली करना नहीं हुआ।
अरे बुली
मैंने ये बोला था कि मेरा बढ़ता घटता रहता है।
तो घटता तो नहीं,
आपने बोला घटापा तो नहीं हो रहा है।
हाँ बढ़ापा ही है।
तो कहाँ भाई?
ठीक है।
अच्छा ओएस भाई, अगर मैं अगले साल पतला होके आया, ठीक है, लाइन पे,
तो जब आएगा तब बात करते हैं।
तो नहीं आप पार्टी दोगे ना मेरे को पतला होने की? ठीक है बस आरटीसी में। देख भाई अगर कोई उंगली पकड़ा है तो उसका हाथ नहीं पकड़ते ऐसे करके।
दोनों की हुडी लेके ना मेरे घर पे टेंट लग जाएगा गली में।
शादी हो रही है हुडी के नीचे, टेंट के नीचे शादी हो रही है। तो अपन दोनों 5th आए थे भाई, 5th बीएस में।
4th क्यों नहीं भाई? 4th, 2nd, 3rd ऐसे 1st क्यों नहीं भाई?
बट भाई साथ में अच्छी आदत तो होती है ना, आदमी शेयर करता है। बट ये देखो पर्सनल क्रेडिट रख के बैठा, मैंने क्या नहीं किया दिन से तेरे लिए। मैंने
वुडके में इसको मैगी पका के हम खिलाता था।
बहुत बेकार मैगी थी, उल्टी ऐसी मैगी बनाता था, उल्टी ऐसी मैगी बनाता था। बहुत गंदी मैगी बनाता था, बट कोई बात नहीं। निंजा मेरा जिगर का टुकड़ा है, मेरा एक और जिगर का टुकड़ा है, बट वो लाइन पे है नहीं, बट कोई बात नहीं। निंजा अभी विक्टोरिया समर्स में आपको कैसा लग रहा है आके?
अभी तो खेलने नहीं मिला फिलहाल, और 2 दिन खेलने नहीं मिलेगा, दुख है।
बट कोई बात नहीं, आगे तो मिलेगा। कोई बात नहीं, दुख दर्द पीड़ा है, सब जिंदगी का पार्ट है। बट आपको कैसा लग रहा है, लाइक अभी जब खेलने मिलेगा तब फाड़ेगा?
हाँ
वो तो पता है, प्लेयर तो फाड़ू है ये, तो मुझे
पारेगा,
कोई शक
किसी का जर्सी भी पारेगा हम क्या?
नहीं।
ए ट्राइसेप
ट्राइसेप चेक, एब्स चेक करो।
तो हेलो, मेरा नाम आरू है एंड मैं ओजी का आईजीएन हूँ। एंड मेरे पास हमारा जो रोस्टर है वो 4 मैन रोस्टर है, जिसमें मेरे साथ में आतंकी, विस्गॉड और AQP है। एंड पहले एक प्लेयर था वेरॉन, जो अभी हमारे लाइनअप में नहीं है क्योंकि वो काफ़ी टाइम से हमने उसको 5th पे रखा था। एंड अभी अपॉर्चुनिटी उसको भी नहीं मिल पा रही थी, तो इसलिए हम लोगों ने सोचा था कि उसको भी कहीं और पे, मतलब ऑब्वियसली उसको प्लेइंग 4 में अगर चांस मिल रहा है तो उसकी करियर के लिए बेटर है। तो अभी BMSD में जस्ट आने से पहले हम लोग एक अनऑफिशियल इवेंट खेले थे, जिसमें हम लोगों को कुछ दिन पे 2 मैचेस खेलने मिलते थे, कुछ दिन पे 4 मैचेस खेलने मिलते थे। तो वो उससे अगर कंपेयर करें तो BMSD काफ़ी ज़्यादा डेफिनेटली अच्छा है, क्योंकि हमको कुछ दिनों पे 6 मैचेस खेलने के लिए मिलते हैं। एंड फॉर्मेट भी एकदम फास्ट है, टीम्स एलिमिनेट हो रही हैं। एंड मुझे तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा ऑनेस्टली पसंद आया फॉर्मेट, क्योंकि काफ़ी पनिशिंग भी है और काफ़ी ऐसा है कि अगर आप मिस्टेक्स भी करते हो तब भी ऐसा नहीं कि थोड़ी बहुत मिस्टेक्स करके ही आप बाहर हो जाओगे, आपको काफ़ी सारे मैचेस मिलते हैं। तो आई गेस वो काफ़ी अच्छी चीज़ लगी मुझे, क्योंकि ये जो इवेंट है इसके लिए पूरी कम्युनिटी काफ़ी सालों से वेट करी थी। बिकॉज जो शोडाउन है वो, जैसे आपने बोला, कि काफ़ी टाइम बाद में आया है। एंड ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी देता है इंडियन टीम्स को फाइनली बाहर की टीम्स के साथ में कम्पीट करने के लिए। तो आई डोंट थिंक कि इंडियन टीम्स कहीं पर भी लैग करती हैं, बट हाँ एक चीज़ है कि जो इंडियन टीम्स की इंटेग्रिटी है वो अभी भी मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ी वीक है एंड और बेटर हो सकती है। बट वो चीज़ अब टीम्स के अंदर से और प्लेयर्स के अंदर से आए तो ज़्यादा बेटर है, क्योंकि कोई भी अगर बाहर की बॉडी आकर के वो रिजिडनेस लाए तो फिर उतना पॉसिबल हो नहीं पाता। क्योंकि जैसे अपन देखते हैं कि इंडियन रीजन में हर एक टूर्नामेंट के बाद में इतने सारे रोस्टर शफल्स होते हैं कि पूरी कम्युनिटी इधर से उधर के प्लेयर्स इधर, एंड कोचिंग का भी सीन बीच में होता है। तो आई गेस वो सारी चीज़ें जो है वो बस हमको एक स्टेप पीछे ले जाते हैं बाहर की टीम से, क्योंकि बाहर की टीम्स में भी होती हैं ऐसी चीज़ें, लेकिन वो लोग इंटेग्रिटी समझते हैं कि एक ही रोस्टर के अंदर प्लेयर्स का उतना ज़्यादा शफलिंग कितना ज़्यादा हार्म कर रही थी एक टीम की परफॉर्मेंस को, इंटरनली भी और एक्सटर्नली भी। लोअर ब्रैकेट, या फिर हैविंग सेड दैट नॉट जस्ट लोअर ब्रैकेट बट अपर ब्रैकेट भी, क्वार्टर फाइनल, सेमीफाइनल, ये सारे स्टेजेस की परफॉर्मेंस देखे मैं किसी टीम को जज नहीं करता हूँ, क्योंकि लॉबी की अनसर्टेनिटी भी बहुत होती है। कुछ चीज़ें किसी टीम के लिए स्पेसिफिक राउंड्स में वर्क कर जाती हैं, तो ऐसा नहीं, कुछ टीम्स डेफिनेटली अच्छा खेली एंड कुछ ख़राब भी खेली। बट अभी आई थिंक सही टाइम नहीं है किसी भी टीम को जज करने का या फिर ये बोलने का कि वो रेडी नहीं है या फिर वो रेडी हैं। मेरी टीम की जो प्ले स्टाइल वो हाइब्रिड है, मैं सारी टीम से सीखता हूँ। एंड हमारा गेम कॉपी करना या फिर रीड करना ही बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल है, क्योंकि हम लोग काफ़ी वर्सेटाइल हैं एंड जो प्ले स्टाइल भी हमारी वो भी हम लोग काफ़ी चेंज करते रहते हैं, जो कि एक क्रूशियल फैक्टर प्ले करता है बाहर खेलने के लिए। एंड एक और चीज़ है जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मुझे लगती है, जो हमारी टीम को बाकी टीम्स के ऊपर एक एज देती है, वो ये है कि हमारी टीम का जो इंटेंट है, हम लोग फाइट्स लेने से बिल्कुल नहीं डरते। हमारी टीम की जो अप्रोच रहती है वो हमेशा एग्रेसिव रहती है, एंड एग्रेशन के नाम पे हम लोग कुछ भी नहीं कर देते, कहीं भी घुस गए या फिर एग्रेसिव है घुस के मार दो, ऐसा कुछ भी। हम लोग प्रॉपर स्ट्रैटेजीज़ बनाते हैं एंड गुड फाइट्स और बैड फाइट्स के बीच का डिफरेंस बहुत अच्छे से समझते हैं। हमको एक ही चीज़ पे वर्क करने की ज़रूरत है, वो है हमारी कंसिस्टेंसी, क्योंकि जब हम लोग अच्छा खेलते हैं तो हम लोग बहुत ही ज़्यादा अच्छा खेलते हैं, लेकिन जब हम लोग ख़राब खेलते हैं तो हम लोग ख़राब भी खेलते हैं। तो आई गेस वो एक बैलेंस ढूंढना अभी भी थोड़ा सा बाकी है हमारी टीम में। जो पूरा एक हाइप और जो कोर जूस होता है ना एक किसी भी स्पोर्ट का, किसी भी आर्ट का, वो वापस आ जाएगा जैसे ही इंटरनेशनल स्लॉट के लिए टीम्स कम्पीट करती हैं, जो शोडाउन में ऑलरेडी आ चुका है। तो आई गेस वो बहुत ज़्यादा हर एक तरीके से ग्रो हेल्प करने वाला है, हर एक पूरी कम्युनिटी को ग्रो करने के लिए हर एक लेवल पे, चाहे वो ग्रास रूट लेवल से हो या फिर वो टॉप तक हो। क्योंकि जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उनको एक रीज़न मिलता है कि क्यों वो इन्वेस्ट करें प्लेयर्स में, प्लेयर्स को एक रीज़न मिलता है कि हमारे लिए एक पोटेंशियली करियर ऑप्शन है अच्छा, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल हम लोग रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। प्लस वो जो हाइप है वो क्रिएट करता है, वो व्यूअरशिप बहुत ज़्यादा जनरेट करता है। उस वजह से जो स्पॉन्सर्स हैं वो इवेंट्स को भी मिलते हैं, टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को भी मिलते हैं, टीम्स को भी मिलते हैं, प्लेयर्स को भी मिलते हैं। एंड ये जो पूरा एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड इकोसिस्टम बन जाता है, वो पूरा स्ट्रक्चर देख करके जो ग्रास रूट लेवल पे प्लेयर्स होते हैं जिनको खेलना होता है बट ये नहीं समझ में आता कि क्या ये हमारे लिए एक वाइबल करियर ऑप्शन है, तो आई गेस वो लोग आइडियलाइज़ कर सकते हैं हमको कि हाँ अब इतना स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे में जब सारी चीज़ें हो रही हैं तो डेफिनेटली हमारे लिए है। एंड वो लोग भी अपने पेरेंट्स को दिखा सकते हैं देखो ऐसा ऐसा होता है, एंड वो समझा सकते हैं। तो आई गेस ये जो पूरा ई स्पोर्ट्स का नैरेटिव है वो एंटरटेनमेंट कैटेगरी से हट के शायद अब स्पोर्ट्स कैटेगरी में आ सकता है, ये इंटरनेशनल स्लॉट की वजह से।
Well, it's the start of a new day, and of course, with that, a new stage in our journey of the BGMI Showdown 2025. After the completion of the quarterfinals, we are finally here, the semi-finals, and finally get to witness again the teams that directly qualified for the semis from the upper bracket round one. My name is Super Johnny, and of course, joining us along with the teams, it's going to be Fixes back on the panel with Necro alongside with me. Fixes, how have you been? What are your thoughts on the showdown so far?
Oh God, how have I missed you all, to be honest. And, you know, watching from the sidelines on my PC, I was watching all the games. Yeah. And yes, it was a surprising affair. We saw some big names crashing out, whilst some lesser-known pro teams make it so far into the semi. So it's going to be a very exciting affair.
It has been exciting. And Necro, as Fixes mentioned, a few big names have already bid us adieu in quarterfinals itself.
I know, right? And to put it to numbers, we've only seen 3 teams make a comeback from the entire quarterfinals, which is absolutely insane if you think about it. And yeah, of course, from the upper brackets, we directly saw a few teams take that lead as well.
Exactly. And as we are discussing the formats, let's have a look at where we are and where we are headed towards, ladies and gentlemen. So we are right now in the semi-finals. Of course, there's going to be 3 groups. Top 8 teams after 4 days of competition directly qualify for the grand finals. The 16 teams that are left behind will be playing a survival stage. It's going to be 2 days of intense matches where only 8 spots are left for the grand finals.
The crazy part is no one gets eliminated from the semifinals, and that's probably something a lot of these teams will try to abuse. And at the end of the day, as you mentioned, top 8 from the survival stage directly head on towards the grand finals. And at the end of the day, we'll have our 16 teams in the grand finals waiting to duke it out against each other for the span of 3 days. 18 matches will be played, and after those 18 matches, we'll have that one champion who will be crowned, of course, and there will also be a slot towards the global championship.
Exactly. It's the PMGC spot that everyone is eyeing towards, but that global championship, as soon as we reach there, there's going to be a few interesting things happening. We have been talking about the level of competition that teams are going to face, but along with that, there's going to be new introductions. We'll come back to that in a bit. So far, let's have a look at the prize pool, which is going to be 1 crore rupees, 30 lakhs for the champions, the second place walking away with 15 lakhs, the third position walking away with 10 lakh rupees. But along with that, there are going to be those teams that make it to the grand finals, but won't really be able to walk away with the lion's share of the prize money.
Yeah, it's fine. What really matters is you have to win it all, right? Be the crown jewel of this country, represent our nation abroad, and bring laurels. But then again, the top 8 we also know will also advance, so that will be there. But when you talk about the prize pool, we have it all, right? We have something for the best IGL, best clutch, the MVP finals, the MVP of the tournament. This is very interesting. 2 lakhs on the line.
Yeah, I mean, individual accolades, always interesting to see which players are going to walk away with these titles for BGMI Showdown 2025. Let's have a look at the points as well, because now, I mean, the point structure, it has sort of solidified itself where you finish a game with a chicken dinner, you get 10 points. You finish second, you get 6 points. 1 point per finish. Necro, let's bring a conversation towards this, because I want to talk about something.
Yeah.
We have heard word going around that there are practices happening on a very specific map.
I know, right? And that's going to be super interesting.
Yeah.
Is Ronda going to be seen in the future? That's another question we all are wondering. And maybe you guys will find that out in the future itself. Back towards the main topic, right? Yeah, elimination points are extremely important, and we have seen a lot of these teams being rewarded just because of their aggression. I guess one of the prime example has to be Infinix Esports from the quarterfinals. They showcase so much aggression. Another team is going to be Genesis Esports as well from the upper brackets, directly headed on towards the semifinals. And so many teams, the only reason why they got eliminated from the tournament, it's because of the passive nature.
Exactly. It was not enough points because they were passive, as you mentioned. But let's have a look at the groups as well. Starting off with Group A, we have Phoenix, Nebula, Godlike, Blitz, Soul, 8-Bit, Cincinnati Kids, and TrueRippers part of Group A. Are we deeming this the group of death now?
I mean, they have been touted as the group of death, but I really feel like, these are things of the past, because considering the fact that you have to represent your country, so you have to be prepared for every single adversity that comes your way. But yes, eyes will be on Team Soul. They've been going through that honeymoon period. They've been playing so very well. But as we charter through Group B, does bring in some very interesting prospects, especially Autobotz. You guys have been talking a lot about them. And White Walkers, they have certainly been a revelation in the making, because just recently, I went for a tournament to cast in Bihar, which is, of course, supported by the government, and these boys had won it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of incredible names, as you mentioned. Autobotz from Group B, White Walkers, Necro, Madkings.
I know, right? This is one of those teams that we definitely need to talk about. Shadow and Clutch God come into the picture, and we have seen a lot of improvements on the journey itself. But we've also got another group flashing upon the screen. God's Reign, Mysterious 4, Vasista Esports, NINZA, Likitha Esports, Los Hermanos. This is another one of those teams that has definitely surprised us quite a bit.
This is a group that is, it seems to me at least, that it's filled with a lot of dark horses. And I had a question for you. Did you get a chance to talk to your brother, Dragon OP, and figure out what's wrong with Meta Ninja right now?
I did have a talk with Dragon OP, and he was speaking of something about the circles. He was saying that in the past, the circles are forming on the top left, but now the circles are forming on the southern side, so now they're trying to prioritize the circle. And yeah, once again, their strategy has been about survival. He's going to try to focus on the survival aspect once again. But to be honest, you guys know I'm not a big fan of that. I want to see aggression.
Yeah, we want to see aggression, especially from a team like Meta Ninja, where we know there's a lot of firepower to go for those 4v4s and secure a lot of elimination points very early in the game. But today, considering it's the semi-finals kicking off, there's going to be pressure on everyone. Everyone wants to put their best foot forward, and that includes us as well, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to continue our discussion, but before that, let's kick things off on the stage and begin semi-finals day 1.
बड़े बुजुर्ग कह के गए हैं कि हर एक चीज की जो शुरुआत होती है ना, वो शून्य से होती है और अंत में सब कुछ जाके शून्य में ही सम्मिलित हो जाता है। पर आज के दिन से कहानी रहेगी शून्य से शिखर तक पहुंचने की, और ऐसे में 24 टीम्स जो एक दूसरे से फिर से भिड़ने वाली है इस सेमीफाइनल्स की रणभूमि के अंदर। पर कौन होंगी वो 8 जो जाएंगी सीधे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर, और कौन सी वो 16 होंगी जिनको एक और पड़ाव को पार करना पड़ेगा। आज के दिन से जो चीज है वो बहुत ज्यादा सीरियस रहने वाली है, और मैं हूं आपका होस्ट अंकित पांडे कीबोर्ड, और मैं आपका स्वागत करता हूं बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया शोडाउन 2025 में, जहां हम आ चुके हैं अब सेमीफाइनल्स पे। तो देर किस बात की दोस्तों, चलते हैं सीधे हमारे एनालिस्ट की तरफ।
mean, an amazing setup over there by our host for the day, Anki the bot. And of course, I do agree with a few things. As he said, everyone's going to be starting from zero, but who will be able to reach that summit? Because semi-finals day one, you guys have had an opportunity to talk to the teams. How are the boys looking?
Well, it's been a long vacay, especially for the teams that have made it directly through the uppers. Now playing into the semi-finals, what it is, 8 days of gap. So it's absolutely going to change everything. Fresh new start from zero, like you suggested. And I'm pretty sure even the zones are going to be changing. So for Meta Ninjas, I feel like maybe this is their time.
Could it be their time, Necro? I mean, you were laughing when you mentioned Meta Ninjas.
I just really hope it's going to be their time, right? But hey, we've got a few highlights on the screen as well. And I guess one of the most important team to talk about is also going to be White Walkers. This team always knows how to survive and push themselves just at the last nick of time. When the sword is on top of their neck, when you know they're almost on the verge of being eliminated, White Walkers just gets that one massive game and they instantly pull themselves back in the race.
So they are the only ones, man. We got to talk about Godlike as well. First of all, who expected this team to drop out the way that they did in upper bracket round one? But the bounce back, it has been incredible. Now the question is simple. Can they hold on to the momentum?
But you know, Lobster has been quite impressive. But for Hero Xtreme Godlike, there's a whole different story. And we'll definitely get to that because for Hero Xtreme Godlike, I did have a chat with their coach. And he was of the opinion, sure, we did qualify top 3 from the quarters. It's fine. But nobody is talking about our flaws. There were so many games that we could have converted, at least gotten so much more points. They missed out severely on. The players are grinding day in, day out now. They've got all their heads into one place. And the confirmation has also been made that Simp, he is going to be the part of their roster in the playing for the remainder of the tournament.
Finally, right?
And once again, elaborating a little bit more about Godlike, right? I still believe this lineup is not stable. Yeah, I do understand in the final few days of the quarterfinals, Godlike did find that form. But let's be honest, in the first few days, what was happening to Godlike? And what are the odds and what are the chances that it's not going to happen once again? I do believe the fact that once the mental pressure is extremely high, Godlike can definitely crack. There's a big possibility of that. And we all know what happens when Godlike cracks. We've seen those little bit of problems, heated arguments as well between the teammates.
We have seen them crack upper bracket round one, and they almost cracked again in the quarterfinals themselves. But talking about the quarterfinals so much, let's have a look at the overall leaderboard at the end of the matches of quarterfinals. I think from here, Nebula Esports, they did extremely well for themselves. Infinix Esports, again, all about that aggression, were able to keep themselves on the podium along with Godlike. Then you had Autobotz Esports. Now, Fixes, you just mentioned Lobster. Yes, he has been impressive, but that's not the only man Autobotz has. I mean, Toxic is a good player. Areeb has been incredible, but for some reason, the team has decided to swap places. Areeb sent to the back, Toxic playing up front with Lobster.
Yeah, it's fine. But you know what? When you talk about Autobots as a whole, they were sort of the pioneers of getting into the zone, something what Meta Ninjas have been doing. They have been the one crafting it. That's what I got to know from the Whispers. But around, as we move on ahead, now, these bottom 4 teams, really some big names, right? Revenant X Park, we've got the likes of Wildfangs, even 40R, and Cinevi had my hopes up considering their recent performance in one of the recent health events. But Victorious Sumus. Now, Necro has always been a big critique of Victorious Sumus. They've scraped their way through. But I still feel like they're yet to be tested.
But Necro, I mean, he mentioned you are a critique for Victorious Sumus. I wanted to know, because everyone at the start of the quarterfinals expected that Wildfangs and Revenant X-Park are going to be 2 names that will qualify. Who do you think replaced them, according to you?
Look, to be honest, till the end, we all thought that even Revenant X-Park is going to move up, right? It was not even a question. The cutoff goes so high, none of us saw that coming, and I guess even Revenant X-Park got completely surprised with the fact that the cutoff was 100+, and that's why they pretty much choked up in the final few moments. And of course, we've also got the formula and also the tournament MVP so far. WizGod is the man to pretty much top the charts.
Yeah, WizGod doing extremely well with an MVP rating of 1.04. Then on the second, you have Kratos from Nebula Esports, a young athlete, doing extremely well with his new team. 0.96 is his rating. Then you have Legit from Seoul, TraceGod from Revenant X Park. Unfortunately, he's not going to be with us anymore with the team being eliminated. So I think I know we are going to see him drop. But again, as I said, if Revenant X-Park and Wildfangs didn't make it into the top 12, 2 names that you think are surprising entries, especially from the quarterfinals?
I would say that's really a tough question to answer, in my opinion, because I wouldn't exactly say someone has replaced them, but maybe you can say it's all about making those last-moment comebacks, right? And I guess Blitz Esports has to be one of those teams that shocked all of us by making that major comeback.
And I would say I'd add the second name as Meta Ninja, because with how their journey was going, I did not believe that they would still be here playing the semi-finals. But hey, here they are, and I can't wait to witness them in action again. We have the schedule for the day on our screens. We kick off on Erangel, followed by Miramar, then Sanok. First 3 games being played by groups A and B, and then the next 3, Sanok, Miramar, and Erangel, are going to be between groups B and C. Day 1, Group B, 6 matches. Are we hopeful from the teams of Group B?
I mean, at this point, I really want to skip to the games of Sanok because we've got so many drop collisions happening. Even we've heard that in Miramar, certain places will be up for grabs. There are certain drop collisions that will happen between the teams. But from Group A, we will be severely eyeing out on 8-bit. Another big name. They really need to step up and perform accordingly.
Necro, there's another name that's your favorite name these days. Cincinnati Kids and Juicy in Group A.
Oh, yeah.
He's coming after you. What do you have to say, man?
Look, to be honest, Juicy also mentioned one thing. Thank you for motivating us. Because let's be honest, right? CK, in the first 2 days of the upper brackets, the performance was not there.
Yeah.
And then after that, we saw a complete flip in the switch. And the moment Skip started performing, that's when the entirety of CK pretty much came back to life. I think it's all about that one major game where the entirety of the morale just goes high up. And that's what happened to CK. That one massive game just lifted their morals.
Yeah, actually, I mean, after that, we saw them get very aggressive.
Yeah, but I really feel like Cincinnati Kids, they've, especially Juicy's, been making some really big claims. He was of the opinion that, yes, finally I have a roster with which I can win a championship. Just recently, absolutely threw it away. This time, again, you know, they're somehow just there through the edges, crawling, fighting. But, you know, that decisive performance, that has been missing from CK.
I mean,
and reliance on one player only. That's not a good sign.
That's the problem. They have 2 players they can rely on. Some is also there.
Yeah, he's there, but he's not popping. You know, we've seen Skips doing so very well. Some has been playing well, but not to his standards. He can certainly do much better.
All right, so we also have our predictions on our screens. We'll come back to you in a few seconds, Necro. First of all, can you explain K9 Esports for the day? Are you sure, buddy?
Of course, man. Look, I do understand. K9 Esports on day 1s, even I had a conversation with the boys, and they were saying, yeah, on day 1s, we're just testing the lobbies, and even the lobbies testing us, so we don't exactly know how we're going to perform. And that's what the best thing about K9 Esports is, right? Because at the end of the day, K9 Esports knows that they will qualify. They will move on to the next stage no matter what happens. And that's one of the main reasons why I went with K9 Esports. It's not about the day 1, it's about the trust that I have in the boys.
I mean, I saw them practicing for a change early in the morning, which is a very rare sight. Omega just grinding it out before the games. So I think there's going to be hope for K9 Esports, but TrueRippers, are you still trying to make things up with Jelly?
You know, why not TrueRippers? I think goes without any doubt to say that currently one of the top 3 teams in the scene right now with how they've been performing in even third-party tournaments, the officials. I think this version of TrueRippers has me believing, especially Jelly. You look at his mentality, his body language, it's strong. The boys, Kyolamau, Hydro, they've all been putting their hearts in. And I won't be surprised if Jelly finally manages to break the curse. I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like he's beyond that now.
It can happen.
I guess in this tournament, the best performance has to be from TrueRippers, OG, and K9 Esports so far. These 3 teams, I feel like they're pretty much like the burning torch of consistency and also good performance. And even Soul, that's a good pick from you. But I still do believe the fact that inside of the upper brackets, Soul showed us a lot from them. But I do believe that Knuckles, since he's quite new to the IGLing aspect as well, things might just get a little bit problematic in the future. That's what I personally believe. It's about endurance. It's about the long stamina that you've got. And I think there's a big chance Soul might just crack in the future.
No, adding on to it, of course, like I mentioned, right, Soul has been going through their honeymoon period. Everything seems to be going right. Their salters, they're hitting the right spots. They have been doing it all. Knuckle has been good with his call-outs as well. They did manage to secure the highest amount of finishes, but now we are also talking about 8 days of long break. Players have been going for a vacation. They've been coming back and now suddenly getting to play. What happens if there's a creak in their armor? Something goes wrong and you never know. I feel like this is a test. This is the stage where Team Soul truly gets tested, but the one good leeway is nobody's going home from here.
Exactly. No elimination. So at least they can survive. But I'm surprised with one thing. Neither of you mentioned Autobotz or Nebula Esports. Even though Autobotz, every single stage, they have finished in the top 5. Nebula Esports, along with TrueRippers, I think have most number of chicken dinners secured in 16 matches.
I was personally speaking about the teams coming in from the upper brackets, right? The most reliable teams. And speaking of the lower brackets, I guess Infinix Esports and Nebula Esports, they're the one to pretty much steal all the limelight away from the lower brackets, and including Autobotz Esports as well. Of course, that man Lobster, he put up an immaculate performance performances on the board, and that's one of the main reasons why Autobotz Esports is there on top of what happens if Lofter does not perform.
But then again, we also have to talk about other factors also, Johnny, because when you talk about Autobots, they haven't faced the heat of this lobby. Certain teams coming from directly from the uppers, now playing into the semis, and that completely changes the dynamics. And this is what I was talking about, right? TrueRippers, they have been so much in groove, right? Look at their body language, their synergy has been all on point. Their salters are hitting. Jelly's been making the right calls. He's been amassing a lot of finishes himself. So I'm really hopeful of TrueRippers, to be honest.
Just one last thing, I have a question for you, because you are very close with both Ash and Jelly.
Yeah.
Both the teams share a similar dynamic where you're going to see goofiness coming from Shiraj and Veyron over in Infinix Esports, and then there's iQOO and Hydro sitting together for TrueRippers. How do these IGLs manage, man?
Look, before we head on towards the game, I just want to put one thing out there. I think Team AX as well can be a dark horse. I think they've got something cooking up.
Hey, time to find out how things are going to go for all of these names as we kick things off in semifinals day 1. Here we go towards Orangutan.
This guys this time for the first time in the semifinals, starting all the way from Godlike towards Norrupnoi. This plane flat path heavily tilted down south. If the teams do want to move in towards the Asnepoliana or even Severny, now that's going to be a tough stretch. That means for K9 Esports, oh, good luck, my friends.
That's going to be interesting because for K9, I really feel like they would be opting for the places somewhere around Pochinki, just a certain side garage, and we might anticipate maybe a drop collision. We've seen that happen a lot of times. And for K9, you know, Necro, you've been talking about the fact that, yes, the boys are on high spirits. They're playing really well. So who knows that they tend to drop down, win that early drop collision, and garner those 4 early points.
That's the whole point, right? K9 Esports is looking extremely stable and consistent, and that's something that's been working with K9 Esports now for a long time. Even in the recent third-party tournaments, being crowned as the champion, that's just lifted their morals and mentality by quite a bit. But once again, it goes both ways. It takes one game for you to recover. It takes one game for your mentality to instantly take a dip.
Yeah, it does, right? And for the likes of K9, you know, they've always been loose cannons. And having 8-bit dropping around you, even Team Soul around you, does not make things any easier, right? But for Team AX, interesting choice of drops. We see some traffic happening around Norrupnoi. TrueRippers, AX right next to each other. We also have Hero Xtreme Godlike heading towards maybe Milta or maybe even a further stretch up north a little bit, but the cluster building up around that certain side, that's looking quite interesting. But the zone seemingly having formed around the eastern areas. So we've seen circles like this before. I just want to see how the hardships occur.
A lot of teams dropping around that Pochinki side as well. You've got K9 Esports, 8-bit, and even Seoul right next to him. So that's an interesting drop spot coming in from Seoul. And you can see that massive split between Knuckle and Legit too. Legit's all the way towards Farm. I'm not exactly sure what sort of game plan Seoul's cooking up, but there's definitely a big chance these loose stragglers can be caught off guard by teams like Genesis Esports and 8-bit. And for K9 Esports, at this point in time, they just want to get their hands on the vehicles and probably find a decent drop spot to probably head on and get their loot up. At this point in time, we had a conversation about Team X as well. Now they're headed on towards Milta Power. And yeah, this is what I was talking about. Godlike, unfortunately, losing out on that early, man. That's going to be a major stinger.
Yeah, of course, you can see that because Milta being up for grabs, considering RNTX early departure from the event, and things haven't really kicked off for Hero Xtreme Godlike. But Nebula, they're going to be pretty pleased with what they have accomplished, an early finish. But Autobotz engaging against Team Blitz, where Arib, he gets the first knock, and there you go. Chandan, he's done for.
Unfortunate start even for the Blitz. But to be honest, looking at Blitz's performance, they always like to perform in the final few games. They usually bomb the day 1, day 2s, day 3s, and it's the day 4 where you will see that major leap in the overall standings from Blitz. But I would love to see a little bit more stability. Why rely on just one day and why rely on just 4 games when you can have 6 games and maybe make that major bounce back in the overall standings? So Blitz Esports, I do believe they do pack a lot of punch. They just need to learn to utilize it a little bit early. And right now for K9 Esports, they found that loose straggler. One man from the side of Blitz. They do want to make that pounce and go on. The man's on the run. He wants to save his life no matter what, but unfortunately the vehicle's out of commission, and now the man's out in the open. And just like that, saw him. The man goes down, and Blitz, they're off to a bad start.
Yeah, and K9 off to their notorious ways once again. dropping down way far from Siverny, having to search for vehicles, did find an extra additional finish on Team Blitz. And honestly, Necro, right now Team Blitz seems to be like they're bleeding profusely as K9 Esports, they decide to charge in. And this is the K9 I think you've been yearning to see for a long time.
I love this K9 Esports. The raw aggression once again coming back to life. This seems like the global esports days. But as of now, Reap, the man gets caught off guard and instantly eliminated from the game. But just like that, Autobotz Esports down 2 men. The main playmakers not there in the game anymore for Autobotz Esports. And now Blitz, they want to be the one to partake inside of the fight. Get a bit of that revenge. But no, my friends, it's K9 Esports against you. And K9, they haven't even taken a single bit of damage in these fights.
And look at Autobotz. I mean, given the fact that they were the ones who came down hunting, had the pleasure of getting that early finish, but eventually two of their players in trouble. But K9, they're showing mercy to none. As Sarvit, he could be the next getting taken down as he steps out of his vehicle.
What?
Beast is switching his seats, getting down, getting that smack there. But Levi, that quick response coming in from his side. And now K9 suddenly a little bit more vulnerable, but K9 still deciding to fight back. Slug gets those two good knocks, but now it is all down to GodX.
There's also a chance that Autobotz Esports might just third-party this for K9 Esports. Things not looking too fluid, but GodX, he finds another strike against K9. Even from the hilltop, it's the players of Autobotz Esports taking those shots. And there we go, K9 Esports down and dusted from the game with just 3 finish points acquired. But now Autobotz Esports, for them, they just want some sort of recovery. And this Uzi, it's going to hand them that. Lobster, once again, proves out to be the bigger guy in the roster, as he's the one to bring in the points.
By the skin of their teeth, Autobotz Esports, this could have been an early elimination, but somehow they turned this disaster into an opportunity, secured 4 finishes out of this one, especially Lobster. This is what we've been talking about, right? Lobster delivering for his team, and now moving on ahead, we already have FS and K9 taking those early exits. And this is what we were talking about, Necro. Because K9, they have been loose cannons, they get off to those good starts, but instantly drop the ball.
But I love this from K9 Esports. They got 5 points in the first game. I think they should be satisfied.
No,
5 points in the first game is not bad.
2-3 more, maybe.
Look, Fixes, they're playing all 6 games today.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, in the first game itself, they got 5 points for the semifinals. It's not a bad start.
It indeed does. Now, we need to talk about another fight as Team Aryan, they have been pushed in on. And Genesis, they decide to press on the matters, but have to deal with some troubles themselves. But Viper, he decides to retaliate back as Aryan, he's gone falling down. Hunters and Yash, both of them on their knees as Team AX yet decide to attack. And again, Viper, he has to be playing such a crucial role in this one. Same goes for Gravity. Somehow needs to find an avenue to secure a knock on Cyrex. Does he do that? That's the big ask.
What a fiery start to the game. And Team X is also taking a fight against the players of Infinix Esports at the same time. Genesis Esports, yes, of course, facing the brunt, but for Team AX, this is one of those teams that you never know. Out of nowhere, they can pop out and surprise all of us. I do believe this team has a lot of potential. They've been practicing, grinding it out as well. They can definitely be the dark horses. That can surprise all of us. And let's not forget, the Vault's got a lot of experience.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a different pattern over here. Teams are really vying for some early control around the central locations, and hence we see so many fights breaking out. This one in particular, the one we saw just a couple of moments ago, was contention for a good spot. The previous one, of course, was just K9 going all out. But for Team AX, still in troubled waters, Devotee and Henry, they have to carry on the mantle for their team. 3 finishes. Pretty sure they need a couple more, maybe 3-4 more should suffice. But as things are, Team AX would want to slow down. Even same goes for the likes of Team Phoenix, because this is a team that really likes to take their time and you know, they need to build up. Haven't really gotten on the boards yet, but once they do, they ain't stopping, man.
A lot of fights happen. It's because the plane flat path itself. Especially for K9 Esports, they were the one to start the major chaos. K9 Esports could not really head on towards their main drop location, which is Siverny, and a few compounds around it. And that's why K9 Esports knew. They're already off to a bad start. You know what? Let's just go all guns blazing, and let's try to get a few elimination points. And what was started by K9 Esports was continued later on by even the players of Autobotz Esports. And then in the center, we saw Team X fighting for some control. Yeah, it's a whole different story. Team X were not able to get their hands on that better spot. But at least as of now, Team AX, they found a bit of that safety shoe underneath Lipovka, so they can stay there.
Yeah, they're going to be hunkered down for quite some time unless and until the zone really shifts away from them. But I have this bad feeling that the circle might take a hard shift down to the certain side. Hero Xtreme Godlike could benefit if they take control over the shoreline areas. Now, this is one of those games where Orangutan would have really felt at home, and even the likes of Revenant X-Pac, had they been still alive in this tournament. But 8-Bit, they've been making some major moves, already securing the central position. Same goes with Madkings. Don't you think, Necro, with time passing by, we've seen that a little bit of maturity really set in and pros entry into the roster. I think Madkings are looking like a solid roster.
Of course they do. As I mentioned a while ago too, right? Recently we have seen a major improvement from Madkings. The graph is now going up, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Apollo Pro, these two guys are quite the heavy hitters. And that's of course helping out the players of Madkings as well, gain those elimination points in those certain scenarios and turn the tides. But as of now, Shadow taking a few shots against the players of Seoul. Legit's out in the open. It's not a good spot to be in. I'm not exactly sure how they can get the man out of that spot. A lot of shots taken even from Knuckle. And speaking of Seoul specifically, we know the main playmakers are Legit and Joker. These two guys always bring in a plethora of elimination points. And because of that, Seoul has always been in a good mindset.
And let's not also rule out Goblin's contribution lately.
Yeah.
Because he's starting to feel himself, and Legit and Goblin duo is certainly starting to become a thing now. But again, as discussed, this is going to be such an interesting time for Team Seoul. Now, if they want to make it directly to the Grand Finals, they've got a golden opportunity. They just need one good game. And so far, how things have gotten, they haven't secured a finish yet, but still, they've got a decent footing, they're in the right position. But for Hero Xtreme Godlike, that early loss in Sim, that's going to hurt them, especially whilst they force fights. Now, that is going to be really interesting to see how they are going to deal with such a situation where Simp is not there for those revives.
I know, right? Starting things off at a disadvantage, which means these fights are just going to be even more tough to convert. Which means Godlike cannot be the alphas anymore inside of the lobby. They need to adjust to whatever's popping up on the screen and whatever compound's available. Of course, they can try and force a few fights, but we already know they're going to be starting things off on the disadvantage, which is not going to be working out too well. Autobotz Esports making that rotation towards Lipovka. And for Autobotz Esports, soon they might just meet against a few players, which is going to be in the name of Infinix Esports. And look at Veron. He's just waiting for the man to pop up once again. Shots taken from Veron, and that's going to be a knock. Infinix Esports, they were just waiting patiently for someone to walk in the crosshairs. And Autobotz Esports, they messed up big. And now Toxic is the only man standing.
Yeah, and that's not good news for Autobots, especially after that disastrous start where they somehow managed to mitigate that situation. But Lobster, having secured 3 early finishes and now being taken down, yeah, Autobots, they will have to rely on those position points. But the Circle, again, taking that certain shift as anticipated. Look at Hero Xtreme Godlike. They find themselves centered just around those Lumberjack Hills, Team AX. They would have been delighted had they had a few extra numbers to work with. But TrueRippers, that's such a nice entry inside that circle. They've got a really good vantage point. And I feel like if they play by the book, this is their game to lose.
Once again, though, for TrueRippers, there's going to be another threat. And that's going to be White Walkers in the back lines. White Walkers can definitely be one of those teams that can strike it out of nowhere. And if TrueRippers caught off guard, problems can definitely rely on them. But as of now, looking at the elimination feed, Team AX taking those shots against Genesis Esports. The fight continues once again. AX, they just want to somehow find a way to stop the players of Genesis, and Gravity's knocked out.
Oh.
Confirmation, though, stolen away by Jonathan, so that's going to be 1 free point for Godlike. But still, Wipers alive from Genesis Esports. As long as that man's alive, maybe he can't squeeze in a few points. But let's be honest, it's still too early inside of the game.
That's still going to be quite stinging for the players of Genesis, given the fact that they're already down to their final man. And yeah, this is one of those fights, and even a game where they could have amassed a lot of points if they had avoided that early collision, somehow managed to keep their players afloat. But like you said, Hero Xtreme Godlike will take that early finish any day. Now, having this point around, they still do not have anybody which could be an immediate threat. Yes, Victoria Sumus, they're closing in. It seems like Jonathan, He's caught a whiff.
As of now, though, Nebula Esports, the boys seem extremely stable. They've got the compound to play with, and having a look at the replay of that fight between K9 Esports and FS, we also did see that third party coming through from Autobotz Esports. And Autobotz Esports, they were definitely not happy with the fact that K9 Esports just completely pumped on top of them. And at least Autobotz Esports got a chance to have a bit of that recovery inside of the game. And just look at Roman. He's unhappy with what happened to his team.
Yeah, it was a mad kerfuffle there. You know, you had so many teams, everybody just going up for each other's bodies. Interestingly enough, as Madkings decide to rotate in, venture further deep into the circle from the northern side, trying to just play around the shorelines, no extra movements. They've been alive so far, and we'll have a smooth rotation also inside this new circle, which is again a concentric shift, still centered around Team AX. But TrueRippers, I must still say, they've got a very good control of the southern region. White Walkers, they're going to have so much trouble trying to get in. But this team in front of us, Cincinnati kids, they've been such an interesting prospect. But they've got a long way to go inside the circle, and with Team Soul keeping close watch on them, it's going to be oh so hard for them.
For CK, once again, they're having quite a slow and a passive approach. Playing from edge, not really taking any sort of fights. Or at least that's what the game one seems like. They want to have that passive approach. They want to have that safe approach. But to be honest, that is something that was really costing CK a lot of points in the first 2 days, even in the upper brackets. The moment CK switched that flip, the moment we saw CK go aggressive in the game, that's where CK was rewarded. But as of now for Nebula Esports, spotting that one man from Madkings, that's definitely fiddling with their mind. It's now bringing in that paranoia. You never know, you might just be struck from the backlines. And Madkings, just like their name, we have seen them go absolutely mad sometimes, but hold on to that thought. Legit, he finds that first knock in the confirmation to get CK, and this is what I'm talking about. When you're too away from the fights, when you're too away from the circles, you just never know what exactly is going on in there. And the moment CK try to make that pounce inside of the circle, now they're getting absolutely shredded.
No, Zaref was just holding the back lines, and Team Soul really spotted that down, isolating him, took him, and Goblin, he gets another. There you have it, Juicy being dealt with. Now Cincinnati kids, the numbers again dwindling down, now reduced down to just 2. As Team Soul, around those certain sides, they've got the lower grounds to play with. And Victorious Sumus, I'm pretty sure they've heard all that commotion, but seems like their hands are full right now.
Skips is down to Salme, now the only man standing. Skips was supposed to be the main playmaker. He's the one to save the day for them, but he's not doing the game anymore. But even Soul, they're not done with just the plans of CK. They also make a pounce against another team, and they already do find the advantage. It's the plans of Victorious Sumus now, not feeling too good about themselves. As Soul has already made that pounce. And even looking at the cover that Soul's found, it's not looking too good either. Victorious Sumus, they just want to thread the needle. They just want to find that one nade. That's being tossed inside of that tower. And the moment that happens, that's going to be free knock. But instead, it's Soul that finds a knock against another man of Victorious Sumus. Things not looking good for Victorious Sumus as even Mafia falls down. Now down to just a 2-man squad, and now Victorious Sumus, they know they need to play it a little bit more passive. Knuckle with another well-placed nade's also going to find the confirmation.
I'm loving what Team Soul are doing, how beautifully they're crafting those smokes, dropping it down, hindering visions of their opponents, and again, isolating players and picking them off. I'm pretty sure they're going to go after Victorious Sumus, but this is what we wanted. A beautiful grenade comes in, Knuckle goes tumbling down, even legit. He's on his knees, so Goblin, eyes will be on him once again as White Walkers, they decide to push in from the sidelines. Flash already brought down too low. Cheyenne, well aware of that threat, has been exterminated. Flash is going to go falling down as Goblin. Another grenade tossed over, Joker already out of commission, but Legit and Knuckle, can the revivals be given? That's the big question, Necro.
Now it can be. Both the players just crawling up top. And now for Goblin, all he needs to do is just stick that revival. For a moment, I thought even White Walkers can be a part of this fight. They can also be the one to third party and disrupt the flow, but that was not the case. White Walkers just not finding the right time to do so. Victorious Sumus as well, constantly being a threat up top. They were just not able to thread that needle. But as of now, for CK, they've still got that one survival in between all of these teams. And the moment that man's snuffed out, for CK, the first game is bad.
All right, Goblin, let him cook. Smoke drop down. He's going to try and engine a little closer, but he's done his job. He's gotten legit, and Knuckle back into play. Knuckle is driving around, trying to draw some attention, but Victoria Sumus, they're not going to be falling for that trap. And for Victoria Sumus, they have to be extra cautious because, of course, now Hero Xtreme Godlike, they finally are above them. And Cincinnati kids having been dealt with now outside of the lobby. But for Victoria Sumus, it feels like it's a trial by fire for them.
That's going to be a rough game for CK. But yeah, for Victoria Sumus, I'm pretty sure Soul does want to eliminate the remnants of that team. 8-Bit tossing out the constant utilities on top of the players of Blitz, and even Sarvar doing the same thing. There's that one man from Blitz right on top, but 8-Bit, they're able to find that crucial knock. The big man gets knocked out. Blitz, they're also under heavy fire from the side of Godlike. Where can Blitz go? That's my question. 8-Bit, now they're going to make that pounce. And Samraj knows there's one man from Blitz right on top. Pre-firing around the corner as well. And 8-Bit, now they're desperate to find that elimination point, and they do so as well with ease.
I love this. I love this confidence coming in from 8-Bit, especially even after losing out on S-Power and Aquinox and Somraj to step it up. You've also got the likes of Raiden. He's been the backbone for the team for quite some time. He's also made some contribution there, not in terms of finishes, but definitely those revivals quite crucial. As Madkings, they decide to launch an assault on the players of 8-Bit as they look forward in claiming this territory. This visitor, one of them, Clutch God, does take some nice amount of damage on the players of 8-Bit. Of course, Aquinox being taken down. It is a fight from the sidelines. Hero Xtreme Godlike finding quick success, and Aquinox also being thrown out of commission. And Punk, he's gotten the better of Goblin. So Hero Xtreme Godlike really utilizing that high ground advantage to their favor.
Godlike's found a lot of advantage. And also, they're able to chip away a lot of those elimination points, which is a good thing. From up top, just stealing away the eliminations, finding those loose stragglers. And that's helping him secure the elimination points. Godlike. Personally, the way things started off, I generally thought this might just be it for Godlike. It was a bad start. But now look at them. The way they converted that, and even the circle sort of forming on top of them, has helped Godlike quite a bit. But still, there's 10 teams alive. And as long as we don't really see the placement points rolling in for Godlike, it's still tough to say anything.
Yeah, they've been hardened so far. Nice conditioning. They've got their players alive, of course, even after losing out on Sim. That's been such a recovery in half. And look at that split that Punk is on. Admino, Jonathan playing together, and now the circle even favoring them. But for TrueRippers, they have to pick a fight against Phoenix. That's a bone. They've got a claim for themselves, but Genesis survived with just Viper. Even Toxic is still alive. The last player surviving for his team. He's doing the bidding. Even for the likes of Madkings, they want to get inside the circle. You've got one player of Nebula who might pose a threat, but for as things they stand, Hydro, he's been taken down. Shiraj is going to try and drop another grenade. And for Phoenix, they've been good so far.
Madkings as well to kick things off against the players of Nebula Esports. And that's going to be confirmed elimination too. Infinix Esports against the players of TrueRippers, and so far able to rip them through. TrueRippers down 2 players, now just Keo and Hirsch alive. It's going to be a tough fight. They all, of course, do want to get the revival back up on towards the knocked player. But it's going to be extremely tough. TrueRippers been put in such an awkward spot. Constantly being watched out by the players of Infinix Esports. And then Infinix Esports, they also need to take care of the players of Madkings. A lot of these teams now starting to layer up. There we go, Veron out in the open. Shots were taken, that should have been a confirmed knock. But a lot of those shots were whiffed. Veron still safe though. Now needs to utilize a few more utilities to get himself out of that tricky spot. Smokes are definitely going to help him.
And the problems for Phoenix just keep on increasing, right? Lower ground, they have to get inside the circle, and this knock on pro has to be quite paramount at this point. Somebody needs to thread the needle, somebody needs to get that opener, otherwise it is Phoenix maybe taking their final breath in this map as Apollo hooks up another grenade, tosses it over, but I feel like it's going to be a little far-fetched. It's not really going to connect, but Shiraj, Veron still shrouded inside that smoke. They're trying to traverse their way. They're trying to go for that climb. But it is so difficult at this point, and now they've lost it. They decide to charge in, and this is really nice, looking quite promising as Apollo. He gets picked off. Ash is going to get the deed done, and suddenly, Madkings, it is a mad frenzy going on around here.
Madkings from top, they're just raining down death and destruction. Even the utilities chipping away a lot of damage. And Infinix Esports still underneath the players of Madkings. They can't even breathe freely. At this point in time for Godlike, they just want to extend a bit more. You can see Punk quite separated from the pack. And it's unusual to see a guy like Punk to be the one to be in the front lines. Punk is the one to initiate the initial fights. He's the one to get the engagement. And at this point, for Madkings, yeah, they've just found themselves in the prime spot, just pulling the players of Infinix Esports, but somehow, Shiraj, he breaks through the deadlock. That is insane from Shiraj. For a moment, I thought that Madkings will overrule the players of Infinix Esports. It seemed like Madkings were the one to bully Infinix Esports, but Shiraj out of nowhere, he breaks through that deadlock. But the fight's not done yet. There's also TrueRippers lying around them, and even Autobotz Esports is toxic in the close proximity. Infinix, they want to get the revival back up, but unfortunately, Shiraj, he gets caught off guard by the players of TrueRippers.
This is actually quite interesting because for a moment I really felt like adrenaline was coursing through his veins, but TrueRippers, especially Harsh, to have stepped up and found that nice corner and get that finish. And TrueRippers off to a really good start, 4 finishes already and inside the top 4. But Hero Xtreme, Godlike, what a game have they been having, especially after one of their players being the first one to get eliminated. And even the likes of Toxic from Autobotz. I mean, this is survival at its very peak.
A lot of people were still doubting Godlike. Are they going to do good in the semifinals? Yes, they somehow made it to the semifinals, but will we see the same performance replicate in the semifinals? And yes, we are seeing the same performance. Godlike playing for control and absolutely dominating the zone as well. Yeah, it's a different fact that the circle has been forming right on top of them constantly, but still the way they're holding the position down, it's disgusting.
Yeah, absolute discipline being exercised by the players. Not seeing them overextend even a bit. Yeah, they've taken their risks, but now it is time that they get the rewards also for themselves, as Jonathan still over the rooftop over there and wanting to maybe find a finish or two. And he's off to a really great start. But as things are, TrueRippers, Wild Walkers, both beside each other with Toxic, could certainly be one of those buggers who could really mess things up for maybe TrueRippers or even for White Walkers. And this is where you stand corrected. White Walkers, they're quite resilient from a point where the entry inside the circle was so difficult. Having been made it up inside the top 3, I feel like this could also be their game.
For some reason, White Walkers are always astonishing. They're always a major surprise. Whenever you think the White Walkers are done for, whenever you count them out, that's the moment when they bounce back. And once again, inside of the game, we all thought making the rotation through the players of TrueRippers, it's going to be tough. But White Walkers still, they creeped and crawled through the edge. And now they found themselves in the final few. Autobotz Esports is toxic as well. The man's still alive in the top 4, which is insane if you think about it. K9 Esports, before getting taken out themselves, they spoiled the game for 3 teams. Blitz, FS, and Autobotz Esports was one of them. But Autobotz Esports still made the most out of it.
Yeah, that is what I was talking about, right? Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Autobotz, 2 teams had those early eliminations, and despite that, having made it inside the top 4, especially with Hero Xtreme, Godlike, like you said, Circle did favor them, but it was Punk's call, right? They changed their drop, they made those movements, risk taken, reward earned, but still, task far from being over. They need to be off to a really good start. A chicken dinner will certainly instill a lot of confidence, but for now, Lamau just trying to slither his way, maybe find an angle on the players of White Walkers. But the big question, are the teams aware of Toxic's position? Because nobody seems to be dealing with it, and I feel like this could really hurt them towards the end.
If you think about it, it's a solid game even for TrueRippers. And as of now, that TrueRippers, they're able to find the opening against the players of White Walkers. There's a big chance they might just start to spread the wings now. For TrueRippers, the main problem is they've only got 2 men standing. And for White Walkers as well, with these 2 players, they're definitely going to try to make that mad dash against Godlike. A big pill to swallow for Godlike. Someone is closed in. And this is going to be a tough fight now. But still, TrueRippers from the back lines, they might just be the saving grace for Godlike sometime in the future. As of now, though, Admina, he's on the job. that he at least needs to find that one knockout. Utilities tossed from TrueRippers. Now they know exactly where that man from Autobotz Esports is. These utilities, they overshoot. Not cooked to perfection, and Toxic still somehow alive in that area.
And look at Godlike, this being so defensive right now. They're not venturing it out. They're not taking any unwanted risks over here. Toxic, still one with the nature, and TrueRippers feel quite safe. They feel like they've checked that angle, but little do they know. Toxic still alive, breathing at Minnow. He gets his chance on his former IGL and the team. Hero Xtreme Godlike as of now. They want to take down the players of TrueRippers, but Toxic, this is where he decides to strike. A grenade flung over, misses, and this time TrueRippers well aware, harsh of the intervention, but eventually Toxic falls down to the play zone now. Down to the top three, White Walkers, Hero Xtreme Godlike, and TrueRippers.
It seems like a well-calculated game from the side of Godlike. But right now, they need to deal with the Blitz White Walkers. That's the only team creating some sort of problems. Urgent's out in the open, behind a tree, does not even have a proper cover to play with.
No nades.
But now he's still taking those shots, even against the Blitz of Godlike, but eventually gets eliminated. And that's going to be it from White Walkers in the game. But as we've got TrueRippers now making the pounce against Godlike, they can feel this win. 3-on-2, man advantage with the Blitz of Godlike. And now Punk just driving that buggy to gather some sort of attention and to have a proper knowledge of the player's positioning.
And TrueRippers so far have been their kryptonite, haven't they? Every single time, Jelly, when time comes in, it goes after Hero Xtreme Godlike. But this time, it's all on Kyolamau and Harsh. And Punk just trying to draw some attention, maybe hoping that Jonathan, he finds a body, finds a man, takes him down. Kyolamau, he is just going to come out in the open. Not yet. Really out of utility, just two smokes to play around with for Jonathan. Blocking his view, isolating his opponent, and seems like they know exactly where Harsh is. Punk is going to drive around. Kyolamau, he goes falling down as Hero Xtreme Godlike get down with the pleasantries and have the first winner. Chicken dinner in the bag.
What a solid start from Godlike that was, and even in the final few moments, the circle was just closing in constantly, so TrueRippers had no option then to move out in the open. They were being forced out of their comfort zones, and of course that was one of the main reasons why TrueRippers pretty much collapsed. But still, it was a solid game nonetheless from the side of Autobotz Esports and TrueRippers, and for Godlike, this is pretty much a message from them to the fans that you can have trust in us.
I mean, we spoke about this team at the start of the day before we went to the game as well, that aggression needs to be brought on the board, and well, game number one was all about that, because let's go at the very start. FS, K9, Autobotz, that three-way clash. Oh, it was epic.
That's the funny part about the game, right? K9 Esports knew they're messed up anyways because the planned fly path was away from their drop location. So K9 Esports was like, you know what? Yeah, we're messed up anyways. Let's mess up a few more teams this game. So they ended up messing up 3 teams' game, which was FS Esports, Blitz as well in the way, and even Autobotz Esports. But luckily enough, Toxic, he clutched it out in the final few moments.
Exactly. Toxic surviving till the top 4 is quite a big deal for Autobotz, because we know this team likes to go frag heavy, but in matches where you're not getting those finishes, it's important to walk away with at least a few placement points.
I mean, disaster mitigated is what I can say for Autobotz. I think good combination of nice position points along with those finishes. I think around 8 or 9 points accumulated so far. But when you take a look at the final blow, I think it was pretty much all set up for Hero Xtreme Godlike. This one compound favoring them right from the second stage of the game till the 9th. Punk, you know, he did all the heavy lifting. He took that risk. Of course, they had that man numbers. But guys, let's not jump the gun. This has been one of the cases where Godlike starts heavy during those semi-finals, and at one point, I think it's still lingering in our hearts.
To be honest, that was my whole point too. You did not even see Godlike go for a proper close-range fight even once in that game. We did not even see the shotguns being utilized, by the way, from Godlike even once in that game. And the only reason was because the circle was forming constantly on top of them, and Godlike was playing for control, and there was just constantly third-partying the fights and collecting those scrappy points.
Hey, it's simple, right? If it's not broken, don't fix it. If the circle is on top of you, do not have to take those close-range battles. You are not required to push on anyone, and that patience on display during the mid-game, I think, is one reason why they have 10 eliminations as well. Although, things could have gone wrong, or they can still go wrong. That was just game 1, as Fixes said. We do not know what's going to happen in the upcoming matches, but our journey continues to find out exactly that, and it's going to go on after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
back after that short break, and once again, now it's Fixus and IC with me on the panel. And IC, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at that game too. For Godlike, of course, graced by the zone, and even the controlling play they showcased, it was insane. But what are your thoughts about K9 Esports and their early menace that they just showcased?
See, I wanted to bring up that point as well. That fiasco between K9, Autobotz, and then everything just went to complete disasters for those three teams here. Props towards Toxic to make it top 4 here, because it reminded me of a match that looks like Rondo. Because if you think about it here, aggression, respawn, and then just keep on fighting on non-stop. It really felt like as if they were playing Rondo, but unfortunately, well, it wasn't Rondo. It was Erangel. They were taken out rather early.
But hey, the MVP of the previous game, it's going to be Admina from Godlike. With 4 finishes racked up, of course, Admina was doing a solid job. But Siraj from Infinix Esports, we all saw that deadlock being broken from Siraj, and that was one of the main reasons why Infinix Esports was alive for a few more seconds.
You know, he did Genesis so dirty there. I mean, the way he just stepped out of his vehicle, switching seats, those smacks with those shotguns, loved it. But Godlike will certainly be enjoying themselves. 20 points right from the get-go. Getting a chicken dinner, having secured it with 3 players is going to instill that little bit of momentum for TrueRippers. Again, another great start. But White Walkers, still one of those teams that has really been growing up on me, especially like we were discussing, Necro.
Yeah.
I don't think White Walkers could have made it, but they still did.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. Like, White Walkers is like doing fantastically well. They have had this trend since in the past before they were White Walkers as Volcano Esports as well. They somehow find a way to qualify. And here in the semifinals, great start for them here. But for all things considered, I feel like Godlike is the biggest, hottest topic right now to talk about, just because of the fact that, hey, what happened to this team from BGIS? Went to BMBS, played absolutely terrible. Now they look like they have a little bit of resemblance on where they were in BGIS, and now they were kicked down towards the quarterfinals, and now they're back in semifinals, and right from the get-go, day 1, game 1, on top. And I was like, okay, all right, I'm pretty happy.
Of course, the performance from Godlike does make them seem a little bit stable, but I do believe the fact that it's just the day 1. And a lot of these teams are not even able to showcase their true semblance of what they're exactly capable of. We're not even seeing the true strategies out yet from a lot of these banners. And I guess the prime example has to be the teams on the latter half of the board, right? And a lot of these teams weren't even fighting for big games. You guys clearly saw the point distribution in that first game. A lot of teams had 5 to 6 points, even on the latter half of the board.
Yeah, of course, and that really did come down to that circle being formed around the eastern side, where teams were indulging in a lot of those early fights, which rather also led to the fact that the mid-game was pretty much slow. But, you know, guys, we've been talking about Hero Xtreme, Godlike, we've been talking about others, but I really feel we need to bring in Team AX and FS into the conversation. In the recently held officials, we saw they played extremely well, and so far, their journey has been a rocky road.
To be honest, for AX, the fact that they directly qualified from the upper brackets, and even the same thing can be said for FS Esports, they directly qualified from the upper brackets, I would not exactly like to say that.
No, I mean, I would still want to dive in and say the fact that AX and that FS Esports, the commitment we saw from them, and the moment they stepped up has not been showcased.
For all things considered, AX and FS, they were taking a kind of a long break coming to semifinals here. Because if you compare to the teams that were coming from quarterfinals, they have been playing non-stop. In particular, I want to talk about is definitely going to be Godlike. 100%. Why? They played upper brackets for 4 days. After that, they continue on to play another 4 days from the quarterfinals. They take a little bit shorter break, but they're still pretty warmed up. So I would say here in the semifinals in day 1, things are a little bit different. Because why? The complete reshuffle has happened. Groups are different. We've saw a couple of drop clashes here and there. Day 1 is all about adapting. So I would say whoever gets enough or decent amount of lead in day 1 is great, because day 2 is where everybody starts to get used to their drop spawns, drop clashes, and etc. And then you see a lot of strategies being implemented as well in day 2.
So I guess TrueRippers are a completely different breed then, because even inside the game 1, TrueRippers were able to bring in that consistency, and they were in the top 2 of that previous game. And even for Infinix Esports, coming in through the quarterfinals, it seems like the momentum is still with them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you talk about TrueRippers, you can see that cohesion in the players. Now heading on, Miramar is going to be so exciting as well.
It's definitely going to be interesting, since it's also going to be the second game of the semifinals. And without wasting any more time, let's just head on towards the deserty lands.
Chartering through the desert is going to be such an interesting scenario over here, given once we take a look at the flight path trajectory all the way from Impala towards Valdemar, heavily skewed towards the southern side, again throwing a lot of these teams up for a toss.
Well, this is going to be a very tricky one here, considering the fact that the circles are not shown yet, but if the circle skews back down south, teams heading to the north side here is going to have a very, very difficult time rotating back in towards the zone itself. In particular, we've seen one Los Leones circle endgame for this entire BMSD, and it was so difficult, and that was actually won by God's Reign. So I would say teams that prioritize on positions a lot will have a significant advantage here if the circle actually shifts down south. So however, because this is going to be the first time after the shuffles coming back in the semifinals, every single team is going to be grouped up here as well. We are going to be expecting a potential drop clashes here in day number 1, just because of the fact that people have not accustomed to the drop spots or the usual habits of whatever we've seen here. It was a great example from game 1. We saw how K9, we saw how FS, we saw how Autobotz had a little bit of run in here. It all comes down to how well you adapt. So, of course, first time they're going to be playing together in a long time. We are going to be expecting a little bit of shifts here. But I have... Okay.
All right.
I was expecting the circle to shift down towards Los Leones. It's still in play, but this is going to be a very difficult one for teams heading down north. So that means utilities, loots, whatever ammunition is going to be very, very scarce to teams in the north. But if they were to try and loot up a little bit longer, they will make it in the zone by probably circle 3, circle 4. But again, by the time, recon, intel, very, very minimal.
You know, I'm really hoping that White Walkers walk away with a victory in this one.
Oh yeah, this is
especially
their
how
circle.
they're positioned. But, you know, I see coming back to the conversation so far, 2 games we've seen, it's all been about the circle dictating the tempo of the games, right? We've seen those really eastern skewed circle in the first one, the southern one this time, those extremities testing these players. So Blitz, as of now, they currently are at the center of the circle. Now, they will be truly tested because they are surrounded by foes from every possible direction. You've got Genesis, you've got Cincinnati kids closing in. You never know K9 what they're up to. For Autobotz, they would also have a nice good start. But talking about the teams that have ventured really far, El Azahar. Now this is looking quite interesting because Victoria Sumus and Phoenix right next to each other.
Well, that's going to be a little bit of a potential clash later on here, but there are a few points I actually want to bring up based on this circle. So it comes down to the possible strategies that you can actually pull up based on this zone as well, right? So I would say teams that have a little bit of placement issue, I would say like good placement positioning is going to take advantage of this here. And in particular, like you said, we saw how White Walkers was in Puerto Paraíso. The chances of them getting collided by teams coming in from the Eastern Highway is going to be very minimal, but they can set up roadblocks that can potentially mess up all these teams. But the teams that do thrive on this playstyle in particular, I want to talk about is actually Nebula Esports. So this is going to be something that I'm looking forward to see whether or not Kratos is going to be the major facting player when it comes to Nebula to shut down all these teams rotating in mid-rotation. And again, a lot of highways, a lot of rocky mountains, which again, Nebula is going to be looking to capitalize on those rocky terrains to try and set up a couple of ambushes.
You did mention Nebula, right? And Kratos instantly pops up because currently he's sitting second at the overall finish leaders. Now, when you talk about a player like Kratos, a lot of you might be quite unfamiliar with him, but he's been in the scene. He's also been a part of some big orgs like Revenant X Spark. He's been there. He's been hustling it out. Finally, getting his recognition, which was long overdue. And when you also look at the Finnish leaders, so many new names are popping off, right? You're not seeing those usual suspects. You do not find S-Power anymore. So that is going to be a big reason for concern. The likes of 8-Bit, because even in the previous game, we saw 8-Bit had such a good position. They lost out on his power, but during those fights, certainly, they felt like, they could have used him better.
Now, well, speaking of using them better here, White Walkers hasn't exactly made a move yet. It's been 4 minutes of looting. They're still stocking up as well, considering they know for a fact that everybody else is going to be late to the zone. They're not in a rush yet, so they are definitely going to be stocking up a couple of decent loots as well. And Vegito finding a level 3 helmet, that's very, very lucky though. But all things considered, I think as of yet, my biggest question is how will Seoul actually take an advantage of this situation? Because this is a Seoul map. Like, once upon a time, different rosters, Seoul dominated, set the record in Miramar. And guess what? In BMSD, currently the most amount of finishers and points gain in a single match is also held by Seoul, which is 22 finishes and a chicken dinner. So that means in this map, this should be a Seoul map, but the circle doesn't seem to be favoring them. So I'm curious to see what kind of rotations they are going to be looking to try and set themselves up for that potential play coming in. Or are we going to see a little bit of aggression and tussle? So that's going to be a completely separate matter here. But for now, on screen, K9, rough game 1. This time, they are making a very early rotation to the western side. And this is what I'm talking about as well. If you are a team that's going to be hitting outside the zone, you decide to come in early, your loots are going to be so minimal. You can see every single player from K9, very minimal meds, very minimal nades, even smokes as well. They're so scarce right now.
It's fine considering how their approach to fights have been, but you know, given the conversation around Team Seoul, of course they feel home in Miramar. We've seen them make some really big games out of nothing, really. Joker just traversing around, and I feel like they're free-flowing at this moment. Even the previous game, yeah, did not amass a lot of points, but I loved how they initiated those fights. Those thoughts of the early jitters, you know, playing after a long break, I think they've been put to rest. The players are looking so well-oiled. The previous game, what happened to them was quite unfortunate. They were surrounded, completely out of options. They made the best out of that situation, but this one, you know, something special surely in the making for them, but for Autobotz. They've got some enemies around them. Somebody closing in really fast. It's the players of Team Phoenix. And I want to see if Autobotz are really prepared for this. Previous game I see, we saw Lobster. He did really well, 3 finishes, I think, which was a very done scene for them. They somehow converted that, made that happen. But they need to be consistent. They need to hit this one as well.
Hey, Lobster is Mr. Reliable for this kind of cases, right? Like, he was able to shut things down K9 in the previous game. But this game, they are taking a little bit later approach here. But Cincinnati kids, they are going to be gatekeeping from the home side. They are coming from Los Hermanos. They are taking those mountain terrains. It seems like they are going to be able to spot out Madkings here. And unfortunately for Madkings, they are caught in a very awkward valley. And they are attracting a couple of attentions here. Obviously, Cincinnati kids is going to be the main contact, but Skips, the MVP, is all by himself, and he is getting pushed here as ClutchGuard goes up for the pick. The shotgun comes through, but ClutchGuard baits him, kicks him out. Return fire comes through for Cincinnati kids, but no trade-off. That is going to be putting Cincinnati Kid at a defensive position right now.
It certainly will be, and ClutchGuard, I'm loving how individually he's also improved and evolved with passing time. This time, winning those duels, and it's not easy against a player like Skips, who's been firing on all cylinder. Another nade lobbed, massive amount of damage done, but no knock secured out of that one. Some ensuring that first he needs to patch himself up, and then needs to get that revive. But Juicy, he's got to make some quick movements, especially given how the circumstances are, I see, with Madkings having that lovely high ground advantage to themselves. And now they've got so much options with one of the players of the opposing team being knocked out. Now they can venture out, and that is exactly what Shadow is also doing, right? And given the fact that Shadow has been taking the responsibility of being an IGL, gives that leeway to ClutchGuard to improve and further get better at assaulting, which he certainly has done.
Oh my goodness, Madkings,
Look at the zone.
They're so hesitant in committing to this fight, but as soon as the zone shifts down south, well, it looks like they are going to disengage from this fight to reposition for position here. Meanwhile, White Walker's center of control, and so how are you inside the zone so quickly? Because they came all the way from outside, and for some reason, now they've got center control. White Walker's got first dip. Second is going to be Soul. Genesis is going to be next, and Autobotz as well. And guess what? This is Circle 2, ladies and gentlemen. Circle 2, and half of it is in the water. So this is not a Circle 2 zone, ladies and gentlemen. This is potentially a Circle 3.5 to Circle 4 space. So that means we are going to be seeing a lot of midway contact. And Madkings right now, they have no choice but to commit to this fight. They know for a fact they are late, and they have to force Cincinnati Kid to be messed up. Sprays are getting shot as well. Cincinnati Kid is looking to try and disengage from this fight, force the pick to pick a pit stop onto his Los Leonas, but the UAZ is pop tires. They're running, but no connection from Pro at all. But the damage has been done though.
Yeah, damage has been done, but still somehow Madkings, they surely should have made more out of that situation as Nebula Esports again find themselves in troubled waters as Adi, he's going to bite the dust. Genesis will get him out of commission there as Genesis hunkered around, do have that higher ground advantage, have all the intel on the players of Nebula Esports. White Walkers right next to the players of Genesis. Previous game, we saw They did not really have a great time in that one, but certainly looking for a decent recovery in this one at least. Having the luxury of the zone as K9. Troubles increasing for them, and Shiraj, he continues on with his onslaught, again securing one knock there. To convert that into a finish as Team Autobotz still around those open warehouses, still waiting for the circle again to take that shift. But majority of the team somehow have found safe haven, if you may ask. But for K9, out in the open, and FS Esports, they're not going to show any sort of mercy on them.
Oh no, K9, they're done for. They're pretty much caught out in the open, and this is what I'm talking about as well. If you do not set up proper ambushes, you are going to be picked off from afar. And FS Esports is able to find an opener to push in from the west side, but the journey is not over yet because the circle seems to be shimmering, favoring maybe on towards the shorelines, on towards Puerto Paraiso. So that means even more, I would say, no cover whatsoever. But on the finish feed as well, you see you get the confirmation coming from Roman. That's 2 finishers in the back, and that's the opener that K9 is looking forward to push through as well. Or in this case, they are going to be looking to disengage because FS is coming to partay. As Ninja Boy says, you know what, let's just hunker down those compounds and just set our foots down and lay low. Just because they have lost the manpower, there's no reason to fight this, and even Godlike is going to be taking the mountain terrains, and it seems like it does shifts on towards Nebula. Nebula's got center control right at the shorelines, and this is Circle 3, guys. And guess what? This is not Circle 3. This is Circle 5 now, just because of the fact that almost 70% is in the water.
And what's even more baffling is nobody has really taken that water out. The only reason that I can contemplate is everybody around the shorelines, they've got enough men intact. Maybe if Nebula lose out on one of the player, they might instantly call Mayday and take that leap, that swan dive. But for now, as things stand, TrueRippers inching in quite close. They know where the players of Nebula are.
I think K9 might consider that route, just because they have 2 men down and there's no
it's
way
K9.
in.
It's K9.
Like, I think K9 might just go. Well,
they want to fight it out. Come on.
Fair enough.
We know
fair
that,
enough.
right?
Fair enough. It's 2 players though.
And it's still 2 players of K9 that we're talking about. And we know, given any day, given any situation, if one of them really pops off, every single individual carries that potential to wipe out a solo squad. But for Omega, quite oblivious of Harsh's position, still traversing around Omega. He's been rattled down with a lot of bullets. Even Jelly steps out of cover, way out in the open, quite vulnerable. But Omega, somehow still alive, still breathing. But can he make it alive? No, is going to be the answer as Viper from the far-off fray does get a dig on him. And now K9, they really need to look into their contingency plan as Genesis. They are really putting the pedal to the metal as now they also are starting to find and rack up finishes to their teams.
Yeah, Genesis has got a perfect line of sight to gatekeep everyone from the west side, but it's taking a little bit too long here. Gunshots has been heard, and White Walkers is looking to try and third-party this as well. But as you can see on the minimap as well, White Walkers are just waiting for a potential knock on Genesis before they make the move. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what's happening on the west side, because Cincinnati kids, they out-rotated Madkings. They went for a hard swing down west, and now they are going to be engaging on FS now. Roman in the front lines, but what a shot! GodX got taken down by Zaref here. What a shot from Zaref.
Yeah, he was on the sidelines, and Zaref really did thread the needle. So Cincinnati kids, they've got some room to breathe, but for FS, no time to remorse. Need to get those revives ASAP, and now also move their way inside the circle. And for now, Juicy, he's walking into trouble. He's got the players of 8-bit right in front of him. Raiden, all prepared. S-Power trying to find a different angle, and now even Juicy knows he's got foes in front of him. He's got that grenade pinned in already. All he needs to do is make a right throw, and seems like both those grenades way far off from where they were destined to be landing. And now Juicy, he decides to back off, but can he make it out alive? Even with Some barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. And for Juicy, this is certainly something coming out of a movie, no caps.
Oh no, they're just running here. There's no space. Left, there's enemy. Right, there's enemy. They're just zipping past every single thing. And look at Juicy. Finally goes for a hard clash, finds a compound, and finally he gets the reset there. But he's not over yet. Blitz saw him crashing all by himself, and they are surrounding him, and they want to flush him out. That's just a complete chaos coming in from the northwest side. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see a major clash coming from Aryan versus Phoenix down towards the far northeast side. And it seems like Phoenix, they are trapped in the warehouses, are in down 2 players. And here comes the wraparound. Phantom is going to be looking for a couple of stragglers outside the zone, but unfortunately does not scout them out. Aryan, they're crumbling, and there's 1 player left, and that's going to be Henry all by himself, down to his last first aid kit. He's going to be playing from the containers area, but he's not exactly in zone, and he is all by himself. He is probably done for, and his only alternative full placement points is probably take a nosedive into the ocean.
Yeah, that's all he's got left with him, right? Even Ninja Boy has done the same. So it's time to hit waterways and really get inside and maybe survive, get those precious position points. Now, for what things are right now, 8-bit and Hero Xtreme Godlike right in front of each other. That was a nutty spray, but still not getting enough out of that as Hero Xtreme Godlike. They've also got to deal with the likes of FS. They've already done massive amount of damage there, but Codex could prove fatal for them. Hero Xtreme Godlike have to be quite wary of their surroundings. Simp, this time around, still alive, still kicking. Jonathan, he's got his power right in front of him, but still does not have his number yet.
This is absolute pandemonium here. Everyone is just colliding on the northwest side here. And meanwhile, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they are able to find control on the west side, but let's take a look at the replay on what happens as well. Juicy, last player from Cincinnati Kids, was flushed out. Blitz was surrounding that earlier on just now, and they get those confirmations. So that's some juicy points in the hands of Blitz for now. Meanwhile, Godlike, this is going to be a huge morale booster here because they've got 4 players alive. So that means they are going to be able to get some sort of control. But Ninja Boy finally have no choice but to play the ocean terrain. They should have done it right from the get-go. But they had to sacrifice 1 player to finally say, you know what, the game's lost. This is only so much we can do. Hopefully nobody looks to the ocean. And fortunately for him, nobody is going to be looking at the ocean just because of the fact there is still 44 players alive in this game. This is stage 4 with very, very minimal spaces. And you can see just absolute, I would say, overpopulation in this zone.
Yeah, I mean, somehow it feels like everybody has been accommodated for. You don't feel like teams are really struggling, but for Victorious Sumus, they have pressed on matters. It is against Phoenix. They decided to share a drop, but now eventually their paths meet once again. Veron trying to maybe find an opener on towards Oasis, but maybe this time he was a little unlucky as he had his attention diverted elsewhere as Victorious Sumus quite comfortably dealt with the likes of Phoenix, and seems like one after the other the players are starting to fall down. Just the last man alive. But for Victorious Sumus, 2 finishes already secured. Ash on his knees. Nothing there really to get him back alive. But for White Walkers, I see they've been enjoying their moments.
Yeah.
You know, this is pretty much their game where they will have to get that conversion. But let's not also rule out the fact that Madkings, Team Soul, 8-bit, everybody is going to inch in from that northern side.
Yeah, fortunately for them, the zone is going to be shifting back north here. So it's not going to be hitting the shorelines where Autobotz and White Walker is. But Ninja Boy now, he's got a big problem for himself, and that is to figure out how to survive through the shorelines without being spotted out. So it's going to be a very difficult task.
And tank the damage of the blue.
Oh, yeah,
He's
probably.
got to swim, right?
It's like a 2-kilometer swim right there. But all things considered here, let's take a look on what's happening on the northwest corner. We've got Madkings, we've got Soul also gatekeeping them party. Meanwhile, Victorious Summers, they had to have that engagement against Phoenix because Phoenix had to push out. And right now, odds are stacked against them. Meanwhile, they're still inside zone. They've got decent amount of cover. Autobotz is able to keep them at bay from repositioning. So that means Autobotz is going to be taking the compound on the southern side, and Victorious Summer is going to be taking those compounds on the east side of this zone. But for now, they will be keeping each other in check. Meanwhile, Northwest, this is where things get extremely tough because Seoul, they are the biggest menace right now for every single team from the west side. Madkings is stalking them, but Madkings is not looking to commit just because 8-bit is right behind them, Blitz is down south of them, and there's also Hero Xtreme Godlike. They may look to third party this.
Oh no.
But a perfect line of Psychology God goes for the spray, gets the knock through, no confirmation. But unfortunately for Madkings, will they be able to get this commitment is going to be the question. They're kind of spread out, but seems like they've made the call to go in for the rush, and Pro is going to go in, and here comes the flush.
He certainly does, and this is something that Team Soul were really not prepared for. And now Knuckle, he's got the world against him as Apollo decides to charge in. At this point, does take those trades, and eventually Knuckle thrives, not one but two, but from the far off fray, it is going to be Clutch God who clutches it out for his team as Team Soul again bite the dust. This time, however, not with a lot of points.
Huge fight here coming from Madkings here. Gets the initial knock, instantly makes the call to flush through. They've lost a Polo, but on the right side, they are still able to hold on. 8-Bit was able to hear those commotions, take some space inside the zone, but 8-Bit not committing means that Madkings gets the reset here. Meanwhile, White Walkers center control for the longest of time. Genesis Gold comes crashing in. Arjun is down. Vegito pretty much the last man standing, so it might be a 1 versus 1 for Genesis, and they have to wrap things up because Hero Extreme Godlike is looking to third party, and yes, they do get the confirmation on Gravity, so that means they are going to be able to save White Walkers for now, but for how long is going to be the question here. Vegito is down, even Arthur is down. They're looking for those resets here. They managed to pick up Arjun, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they're coming. They're going for the flush. But look at this, Vegito completely abandoning his compadre here. They reposition, they know Godlike is coming. They are going to be fine. They are going to be able to sacrifice one player instead to keep the entire team alive here. Arjun still in the front lines, but he cannot get out in time.
You could see White Walkers, they're feeling the nerves there. They're backing off,
Arjun.
they're giving Hero Extreme Godlike a lot of space, but Arjun,
he can't make a move. Like the moment
he's
he makes the move, he's done.
Yeah, he's got to stay still. He's got to let the players of Hero Extreme Godlike make a mistake. A blessing in disguise. These two little smokes that have been popped off, right? Hero Extreme Godlike still oblivious of where Arjun is, and they're not really committing for him because the moment they come out in the open, you've got Vegito, Flash, and Arthur, everybody having their ADS up there. Arjun, in the previous rounds, we've seen he's throwing a lot of eyeballs towards him, and this could be one of the biggest fights if he manages to take down the likes of Godlike.
The only thing White Walker can do right now is hope that Arjun sets up a play for them. Sacrificing Arjun to get 2 players off Godlike is the best you can ask for coming from them. Meanwhile, Ninja Boy, he managed to snuck into Shorelines, gets a knock, gets a point of Nebula, and right now he is in a 1 versus 1 with Phoenix here. They're all stuck outside the zone. Autobotz is looking to try and clean them up, but Ninja Boy, does he do it? No, he gets spotted out by Ralphie and he goes down. That is it for K9.
But seems like Arjun, he's made some major blows there because did take out Jonathan, and suddenly Hero Extreme Godlike down to their misery over here because Admino, he's got to do so much of that heavy lifting. Sim trying to get those revives ASAP as Vegito comes chiming in, but Pong had a different angle. But Chandan, he got different thoughts on his mind as Vegito wanted to crash the party. Eventually got Sim down, but Jonathan quick with those trades as Admino on the higher ground. Arthur popping off with that grenade there, that sticky bomb really not getting damage done, but Arthur gets picked off from the sidelines. It is Blitz who are dishing out massive amounts of damage over here, I see.
This is just insane. Hero Extreme Godlike, they have to thank Autobotz for that save because Arjun may have started things off a little bit big here to trying to hurt Godlike, but the one that got the knock on Arjun was actually coming in from Autobotz, so that is a huge clutch. And while this is happening, Blitz Esports was looking to try and capitalize on this, and fortunately for Hero Extreme Godlike, they were protected by everybody around them. White Walkers had no choice but to come into the fight. They needed to find a way to capitalize on Arjun's play, and because of this, they got completely taken out. Unfortunate ending for White Walkers, but Hero Extreme Godlike still lives to tell the tale.
You know, all they had to do was lay down a couple of smokes like this, because now even at Bino, there's a chance that he can be brought back to life. Hero Extreme Godlike, quite aware of their surroundings, and Sim. You know, this is where Sim has been contributing for his squad, right? Getting those revives left, right, and center, trying to control the situation, trying to get their assaulters back on their foot. But there you go. Blitz, they've been such a pain in the foot for all these teams. White Walkers, Hero Extreme Godlike, everybody starting to bleed profusely as Blitz this time. Chandan, 5 finishes amassed, and this man looks nigh unstoppable, and so is this guy also.
Well, Jonathan is going to be the last man standing for Hero Extreme Godlike here, but for some reason he was able to make past the conjoined efforts of Blitz and Autobotz in that fight. And interesting enough, even though on screen we are seeing a lot of coming from Blitz, we've seen a lot coming from White Walkers and Godlike, the one that has been causing so much problem to them is Autobotz, which is about, what, 300 meters away down southeast.
Yeah.
And for some reason, they've got so much angles to shut down everyone from the southwest corner. And the only survivor from that southwest scuffle is only Jonathan. That is just insane. disruptions coming from Autobotz. Meanwhile, Circle shifts them all out. I want to see how they're going to be crossing the road right now.
You know, even Sumus had a really nice spread to work around with, but Madkings, they are absolutely balling right now the way they have been playing against Blitz Esports, well aware of their surroundings. They know they've got the higher ground, no need to press the matter as of now. They just need to inch in a little close to the circle. But Chandan, this is a very crucial move. Now, if he just ventures a little bit more deeper there, surely can find an opener. But Pro, his position absolutely paramount in this situation. Clutch Cord and Shadow. It's going to be interesting to see who breaks the deadlock between them, because now you've got Jonathan waiting on the backlines and Sumus. They're all setting up for the chicken dinner. They have not really been aggressive there. They're just trying to focus on better positions. The moment Madkings and the likes of Blitz will collide, that is where Sumus might chime in, and NINZA. This seems like a little bit of damage done, but now his position given away.
This is a very massive game coming from Madkings, just because of the fact that they were one of the last to make it in the zone. The moment they won that fight against Seoul gave them so much opportunity to just clean out everyone from the Northwest. So this is a huge game coming from them. Meanwhile, for Autobotz, they have been poking for the longest time. I'm surprised they've only got 4 finishes, just because of the fact that every knock or every disturbance they have done has been confirmed by other people. So I would say Autobotz, they've done the massive work for a lot of teams to make themselves in the top 5. But right now, closing out the game is going to be extremely difficult, just because, number 1, zone, not in their favor. Number 2, they've only got 3 players.
And then there is Jonathan. Hero Xtreme, Godlike. The final hope, at least in this game. 6 finishes already, and I'm talking about momentum. Wind swinging in his favor. Everything going according to plan. Autobots are aware of whereabouts of Jonathan, but really not addressing that issue yet. They still have a feeling that tells them that it is maybe time to take a fight against Blitz or Madkings, because for Toxic, he's aware, isn't he? Does he know or does he not?
Yeah,
he should know, right?
Right now, their biggest concern is going to be taking some sort of space here. But
Yeah,
looks like they did spot Jonathan from the sides there from Ralphie. So they may look to try and clean him up before things get out of hand. But as you can see, the nades comes through. Blitz, oh, they got the shot in. Ralphie was taken down, and now Jonathan heard those shots. And this time, Blitz is going to be looking to try and take him down as well. Smokes has been deployed. They know that they have got Jonathan stuck in a corner, and Blitz is looking to try and reap up all those points right now.
Yeah, Jonathan, we know he's got that Midas touch with those grenades. He's got 2 in the bag right now, but one flung on by Chandan. This could be interesting, but still, no damage done. Ralphie, reload, but Jonathan taking that maneuver from the certain side, quite exposed, but still, he knows at least can get 2 finishes out of this one. Knows that 2 players of Autobot still in the hiding, and Jonathan strikes once again. Toxic gets taken down, and Ralphie, now he is yearning for help. Arif comes in to his aid, but is it a little too late? Because Sarwar finds another knock there, but Jonathan trying to fight it out. Ralphie emerges victorious in this scenario, but still damage has been done. Ralphie needs to get the players back up alive as Madkings, Sumus, they're starting to take over.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here as well. Ralphie, he's done a fantastic job taking out Jonathan, but at the same time, at what expense? Blitz is the reason why they were completely shut down. And now Shayan gets spotted out, but instant trades here. And it's going to be Ralphie that takes him out. So this is going to be a 3-way showdown coming from them. But Ralphie, the last man standing, he's getting sprayed down towards his last tick and eventually gets taken out by Blitz. But because of that knock on towards Soham, Blitz Esports' aggression is going to be taking a little bit of a pit stop here for now, while Madkings may look to try and make a jump on this. But as of yet, Madkings, they have no clue. They don't really want to pursue this just because they have high ground. Okay. You know, I was expecting a little bit more aggression, but they're just afraid.
What's more baffling is that Sumus, they gave that high ground away to Madkings. Really could have done better in the situation, as now Madkings, even more confident. They know where the players of Sumus are hiding. NINZA, he's got a lot on his hands right now. Especially needs to get at least that knock onto its clutch guard. But Pro is taking so much damage there. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Blitz gonna make some quick work out of him as Madkings. They've got their hands full. Fights from 2 fronts as Chandan trying to close in. Trying to get maybe a knock onto it. Shadow as the grenade just gives his position away. And Chandan, he will take this. Hands open, embracing all that glory that comes his way. But always, he's got something to say about this. An old dog in the scene right now. But Sarwar those shots seriously not connecting. That is going to be a big bummer for Blitz Esports.
Exactly, but Blitz, they were able to tackle down Madkings alongside with Victorious Summer here, leaving Madkings with only ClutchBot surviving all by himself. Clutch got 6 finishes in the bag, solo survivor from Madkings. They were pinned from 2 teams. And as of yet, he's lost all control of high ground because Blitz is on the side. And right now, there's only so little space that ClutchGod can do. He needs to make for a push here, but the zone, he actually ticked him so low. He tried to make for a mad dash, and Always was the one that takes him out. And now we're down towards the final 3 players, 2 versus 1 in the hands of Blitz. And Soham was spotted out by Always. He needs to get the knock. He needs to get the equalizer right now.
He certainly has to. Always. He's got 4 to his name, but Blitz right in front of him. You've got Soham and especially Sarwar just to make things oh so difficult. It is a 1-on-2 situation. 1 grenade, just try and isolate somebody that could make things on lives easier. But Soham giving his position away, but still Always deciding to go after Sarwar. Eventually finds none as Sarwar. He's gonna have that final laugh and gets the chicken dinner for Blitz Esports, a team that had been focusing on the Circle center. And Necro again has been talking about how important Circle has been this time around. First third-parting the likes of Autobotz, Godlike, White Walkers, all of them over there, and eventually taking control of that situation. I mean, well fought, well-earned chicken dinner for Blitz.
To be honest, Blitz is one of those teams that usually wakes up pretty late inside of the competition, but this time we're seeing Blitz off the rip, start things off in a great manner. This might just be a start for the bright future for Blitz Esports. What do you think?
You know, the competition has been turned the heck out right now here. Just because previously it was all top 12 that's going to be qualifying here right now, only the top 8 is going to be qualifying directly in towards the grand final. So that means you need some serious, and I mean serious points every single game if you want to stand a chance of making the top 8.
Before we were speaking of having the average points of 6 to 7 points per game, but now since only the top 8 are moving up, I believe you need 8 or 9 points per game to at least be there in the top 8 directly. And yeah, looking at the final few moments as well, for Madkings, yes, it was quite a solid game. Victorious Sumus as well, not a lot of elimination points, but they do have a decent bit of placement points, so they have achieved the average. And speaking of Blitz Esports, as I mentioned, this is one of those teams that usually wakes up pretty late inside of a competition. We're finally seeing Blitz kick things off in a good manner.
What a time to come alive. But I really feel, gentlemen, that this could have been Madkings' game, really, with the amount of numbers they had. They had everything going on in their favor, just to a point where they got a little overwhelmed, a little excited, and went in for those finishes. But Blitz, I think, kudos to Chandan and How Sarwar. Both these players really played their hearts out. 10 finishes just to these 2 players only.
It was really unfortunate for Madkings. Like you said as well, I kind of agree. Madkings could have taken advantage of it as well.
Yeah.
But when Blitz was at his weakest moment, Madkings was setting their entire focus on the defense of Victorious Summers, and because of that, allowed Blitz full reset, walk up to the high ground, and then sneak behind Madkings, and then both Madkings were taken out by Victorious Summers and Blitz at the same time. That was just so unfortunate.
I'm just loving that we're seeing a lot of these aggressive games, and that's off to a fantastic start. But for now, let's move on to a quick break.
All right, folks, once again, welcome back. You're watching BGMI Showdown. Of course, we're getting all excited considering the fact that, 2 games already done and dusted, semi-finals, and what a time for Blitz to come alive.
Exactly. I mean, a surprising comeback after the fiascos of Game 1. And of course, Miramar, what was that circle, man? I mean, from the start till the end of the game, it had a guessing where the end game was going to be. And towards the end, I mean, Blitz, yes, holding on to the man advantage, were able to do quite well for themselves, but they aren't the only ones who kind of made a comeback. Madkings, that was an impressive bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, for Madkings, this is a big one, especially how they've started off. Clutch Squad getting 6 finishes to his name, being the MVP in this one. I loved how he picked a fight against the likes of Team Soul. And this is where I would like your expertise, I see. That seriously could have been avoided, right, from Team Soul there?
No, I think this was a huge play coming from Madkings, just because of the fact that Seoul did the right thing. We have a good compound, and their position was great. They were like in a quarter of the zone to try and gatekeep people, but they just wasn't expecting a pick from Clutch God. So the moment they get the initial knock from Madkings immediately went for a 4-man rush. That was the opener that Madkings that completely shut down Seoul. So there was nothing really much Seoul could have done, just because number 1, they were spread out. Number 2, even if they tried to defend, there was teams that was shooting from outside.
Yeah, now when you take a look at the standings also, 22 points amassed for Blitz. Now that is what you call a really good start.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what is not a good start, Johnny, as we look at these teams over here. K9, Team Soul securing 2 out of it, 8-Bit having 1 point. And let's not forget, right, we've always considered 8-Bit and their playing ground to be Miramar. What's going on, Johnny?
I mean, I have no idea. A few months ago, things kind of switched where Somraj and the boys were doing well on Sanhok and Erangel, but Miramar, it turns out, I mean, as it has turned out, is their worst map now. Overall rankings, Godlike, we have to talk about them. Consistency displayed in the first 2 games they played. Erangel, the win was, well, quite welcomed, and Miramar, they follow up with yet another double-digit game.
Yeah, Hero Xtreme Godlike is the only team thus far in BMSD based on every single stages that somehow qualifies based on finish points and not position points.
All right, gentlemen, of course. Now we've taken a look at even AX. They're struggling, and at the 16th spot, completely. We would expect something better from the champions, but FSC Sports, again, those 6 points not looking great either. But now let's come back to the map coming next. It's going to be Sanhok. We're going to be chartering into the rainforest, and I've heard we've at least got 2 drop collisions, one happening in Bootcamp and another in Paradise.
Yeah, I mean, Paradise has always been a big point of contestation at the start of Sanhok every single time. Bootcamp, I am going to be like, I'm still quite skeptical about Bootcamp drop clashes because we've seen teams avoid that in the last
so it's interesting to see Bootcamp, especially in this group in particular here. Phoenix and White Walker does alternate for Bootcamp, and sometimes if Vasista is in play, Phoenix might look to try and contest Vasista for Ruins as well. So I don't know what's the deal that White Walker and also Phoenix has, because in the previous game, for some reason, they have dodged each other. White Walkers come to Bootcamp, Phoenix let go. But for some reason, when White Walkers in the game as well, Phoenix goes to Bootcamp and White Walkers dodges. So I have no idea why and how they're making those kind of discussions.
Exactly, because it's very weird. You would expect teams to actually avoid drop clashes in Paradise Resort. It's a much close contested, close-knit space. You do not have a lot of room to set up fights. Bootcamp on the other side, if you drop on the flanks triple warehouses, you can still keep an eye on the opponents.
Why is nobody talking about Hero Xtreme Godlike? I had a quick word with Aurum, and he was of the opinion that they might head back to Bootcamp once again. So, having another team into the mix makes things a lot more spicy. But Godlike, they have been off to a really explosive start, especially Simp with those revivals in that moment. I think I'm loving what we can see from Godlike in this one.
Like, I think this time, the newly improved Godlike in the current BMSD is the most unique one, because if you were to compare their performance in BGIS and their performance in BMPS, they have the most versatile drop spots as of yet here in BMSD. And for some reason, after a lot of mistakes and a lot of heated discussions, they look strong now.
And we also have to talk about Paradise, Nebula and Soul going up against each other. That's going to be fun, especially around Bainan. But I think it's time, folks, that we charter through the rainforest and find out who will be the victor of this game. Gentlemen, take it away.
I mean, I guess here we go. Sanhok underway as the tropical islands reveal itself on our screens. And I see, I mean, we were talking a lot about Paradise. We were talking a lot about Bootcamp. We were talking about Ruins as well. And as you mentioned, Vasista Esports, you know who's going to be happiest in Vasista Esports? Hector, because Revenant X Park isn't here anymore. Hey. That's the team they lost the drop clash to, but we'll talk about them once they play their Sanhok. In this game so far, we do see the cluster move towards Paradise Resort. There's Genesis, there's Autobotz, Godlike. It seems like light to fixes before this game. They're not going to bootcamp.
They've been playing on the east side of Quarry for quite some time now, especially in BMSD. So I'm really surprised that we haven't seen those kind of contention yet. But Phoenix, they do get bad bootcamp for themselves. So White Walkers is going to be pivoting on towards the north side. We are going to be seeing them all the way in Tatmok and Cow. K9 complete alpha control, but okay, Nebula and Soul's drop clash did exactly happen, and Soul is winning. They've got 2 right from the get-go.
Yeah, these were the last teams Fixes spoke about before we jumped into the action, and it seems like Nebula Esports on the verge of getting wiped out right here in the first few minutes of the game. Adi completely misses Joker entering that shack, and well, gets finished off by the man in the backlines, Knuckle. 4 finishes for Soul to kick off their journey on Sanhok.
Get out of here, Nebula. This is my town, Soul says. And interesting enough, here's a little bit of insights here between pro players. Robin did mention as well that if a drop clash usually happens among the top teams, the first drop clashes pretty much dictates whoever takes that spot. But oftentimes in BMPS, BGIS, we've seen it not happen before.
Yeah.
It's constantly being crash and crash. But I would say between both Nebula and Soul, I feel like Nebula is going to forfeit this.
Hey, but here's another one. Madkings against FS. Now, both the teams have been at a standstill because both of them dropped for these shacks, but Madkings backlines compromised, and they weren't aware of K9 Esports closing in on their positions. That's going to be the first knock from the side of Madkings as Clutch God falls and K9 Esports grab themselves their first point of this match.
It's interesting to see this group that the entire Alpha Island belongs to K9. This is so weird. But because of that, K9 does have a lot of leeway to try and third-party this. But with that being said, Madkings, they are going to be having the back seats right now. They are going to get pressured by K9 from afar. And while FS is looking to try to engulf them, but at the same time, Circle is going to shifting down south as well on towards where 8-bit is. Soul and also maybe even Cincinnati kids that is going to be having those spots for themselves. For now, for Madkings and FS, the only thing Madkings can do is just wait for FS to disengage, or they clean them up as quickly as they can because they're not in zone yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the first priority, but at this point, one big challenge Madkings face is how to get past the players of FS Esports. There's one more team present further west, which is going to be Genesis. Opportunity for them to actually gatekeep both these squads on the northern edge of the current play zone, but a standstill still underway.
Yeah. It's so sad for Madkings because just because of how Clutch got taken out.
Yeah.
It's just so unfortunate. Their exit strategy to the ocean is just completely denied because of K9.
Exactly, and that can happen again to the other players from the side of Madkings as well. They cannot forget about the fact that K9 Esports is still present towards, well, their rear, which is going to be the east, further west, my apologies, the eastern edge of that Camp Alpha Island. It's a clear line of fire from there towards the shoreline.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate. So Madkings' exit strategy is just completely shut down.
Yeah.
And they are pretty much at the mercy of FS and K9 right now. And FS, you can see Roman, he's looking for an off-angle flank to try and capitalize on this here. This is extreme greed coming from Roman, but I think it's necessary just because of the fact that if they disengage, Madkings may pounce out and take them out. So FS Esports just doesn't want to take that risk of potentially losing out all their members. That's why they're soft committing, maybe even hard committing to this fight as well.
Let's see. I mean, they will need to find that opening. Can't commit to a gun battle to find that opening. You have to use utility. And since both the teams have no utils, I think that standstill is going to stay
for quite some time.
Yeah, exactly. At least for the next 5 more minutes. I think until stage 2. Because it's Sanhok as well. You do not have to travel a lot. But that gives us time to switch perspectives. We move towards the center of the circle where the players of 8-bit were. And even though from the radar you would think that they are isolated, not a lot of threats, They are currently getting surrounded. There's Godlike moving towards them. There's Blitz, there's Soul, there's Team AX, there's Cincinnati Kids as well. So 8-bit, they have to be cautious. They have to play that King of the Hill situation to perfection. But Genesis Esports, it seems like they also want to move in towards the center early. And this might just result in them running into Blitz Esports.
No, they did not see! They did not see him! He was blinded as well. Soham hit perfectly and got completely messed up. Genesis was so focused on the west side of those regions. Did not expect Soham to just be lurking in these rocks and takes them all out. That is so unfortunate for Genesis. They were just looking in the wrong direction. That is... Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Hey man, to be honest, I also didn't see him. Genesis Esports just annihilated, lose 2 players for no reason at all. But while Genesis lost 2, Madkings lost 1 more. Pro picked off by the players of FS Esports. Luckily for them, they found a grenade lying somewhere, which gave them the opening. Now a 2 versus 4. FS, they know they have the upper hand, but it seems like they're backing away.
Yeah, the damage has been done. They've cleaned out enough numbers to a point that now Madkings has no way to actually cut off their exit strategy. So good call coming from FS to disengage. It took them a while. Roman was the ones that went for an off-angle flank, looted up a couple of buildings, brought in a couple of nades. I would say a little bit of an unfair fight considering how starved Madkings were.
Yeah.
But while this is happening as well, FS, I would say K9 is exiting from Alpha and is looking to try and traverse past them as well. So Madkings pretty much might be done and dusted for this game.
I mean, if they get spotted out, I 100% agree with you. There's no way they survive that onslaught. Victoria Sumus, we see them getting close to the players of Cincinnati Kids. Both the teams present just a little bit north of Bantai, but as we were talking about Madkings. So K9 Esports, all right, this is quite smart of them. They are holding back. They want to wait for those extra 2 points because I think they realize that we got 1 pick for free. These lads haven't moved out. We didn't see them leave. That means they still got to be there.
Yeah.
And it's going to be an isolated set of players, set of bodies in those shacks. Otherwise, there would still be fighting going on.
Oh, no. Madkings, they've lost another player to the zone. Unfortunately, that wasn't a knock for K9, but K9 really committing to this fight here. But seems like the zone shift is going to be shifting on towards the west side of Quarry. So that means it's not too far off for the teams coming from north. But the triple compounds in the middle, in the intersection, is going to be priority to try and gatekeep teams here. Phoenix is going to be calling dips on that. Whereas the rest of the world, they haven't exactly found their spots yet. Bootcamp, surprisingly empty though. Even the mountain terrain south of Bootcamp is just completely empty. So this is kind of surprising for me.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just surprising for you. I think it's going to be surprising for everyone. FS Esports, they get close to Bootcamp, but they aren't going to get shot at. On the other side, though, Victoria Summers, they are getting shot at as they pick things up against Cincinnati Kids. Genesis, having lost Viper and Hunters, 2 of their best players, just all because of complacency now are forced to go into hiding. They are in a decent spot, but just a few seconds ago, we saw the players of Soul just ADSing in their direction. Leads me to believe position has been compromised, information given away.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Genesis as well.
Yeah.
Like, they were the team that actually qualified directly from the upper brackets into the semifinals. And it seems like they weren't prepared with this kind of aggression here because all 3 games hasn't been going well for Genesis. Very, very unfortunate start of day 1 for the semifinals for them. Meanwhile, Victoria Summers, they have been fighting neck and tooth in these games. And right now, they're caught in a deadlock with Cincinnati Kids outside the zone. And as of yet, they need to rotate away. Skips, the star player from Cincinnati Kids, has been taken out of this equation. It seems like they are able to safely rotate away by crashing into his Charlie, which Victoria Summers does have taps on them. Meanwhile, Juicy caught all by himself out alone. And Cheyenne is looking for those nades though. Oh no, he doesn't even need the nade. He's gonna get taken out. That's a freebie there for Cheyenne.
Yeah, that was a freebie indeed. Juicy, I think, wasn't really able to spot Cheyenne until it was too late. His attention completely tunnel vision in the other direction, but that leaves Cincinnati Kids with just the last 2 survivors, Zeref and Some. On the other side of things, Madkings Apollo falls to the blue zone itself, and that is going to be the end of the Madkings era from this game. become the second team to be eliminated after Nebula Esports. But Cincinnati Kids, I see, they are out of options. This team can't do anything from here.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck as well. But
Yeah.
Victor Summers has forced them into the position, and Victor Summers says, hey, we're late to the zone. They are going to retreat from that. Meanwhile, Heroship Godlike, they finally passed Quarry, and they might be having a little bit of run-in with Blitz here. You can see Punk is a little bit hesitant to commit to this fight, but Soham, he gets spotted out. And guess what? It's going to be TrueRippers that from afar that shoots him out. Where was that shot from? Where did TrueRippers find them?
From a distance,
What?
man. I think they're going to be confused as well. Like, where did this team show up from?
Okay, it's from across the road, but still, that's a, what, almost 300-meter
Yeah,
shot.
yeah,
That's far.
This is a long-distance spray. And I guess, I mean, TrueRippers are part of a cluster as well, so they got to be cautious as to who they're shooting at. But Soul on the other end, Team AX, players knocked out, just lying in front, and you can tell that Knuckle, his fingers are itching right now. He just wants to charge in. He wants to get those finishes for himself. And from the back lines, a few shots are going to force him into cover. Opportunity that was there taken away, and AX, they capitalize. Arden with a spray from under the shack does find the trade, but so do the players of Seoul from the top of the hill. Legit and Joker in tandem. They do make sure that the IGL for Team AX is not going to be there anymore.
It's a little bit unfortunate as well. Aryan getting picked off despite being inside the compound. Knuckle definitely did a number on towards Aryan. But at the same time, they've lost their lives. But fortunate for Seoul, they weren't hard committing the fight just because of that play from Knuckle. They were able to scout out intel that K9 was shooting from afar. So there was no reason to hard commit to this fight. But for Aryan, well, they're pretty much stuck in this compound. No way out. They're surrounded by not just one, but at least two teams looking in their direction right now. And K9 is just making sure that they do not get out alive there. Meanwhile, major fight happening in the center of the zone. In this case, White Walkers is going to be gatekeeping FS in the north side, actually. I'm sorry. North side entry point, White Walkers is going to be defending, and FS needs to push through.
Well, they need to push through, but the question is, will they be allowed to do so? White Walker is in incredible form, and of course, Arthur catching Levi off guard. Vegito finishes him off. And it seems like FS weren't really aware as to where Arthur was, and punish after punish as FS Esports are left bleeding in the middle of nowhere. Arjun is going to try to find this third man, put him down on his knees. So many opportunities given, so many shots whiffed, and now the pre-fire around the corner. The jump shot fails, and Sarwith somehow manages to find a trade. They can still recover the players of FS. Two men are still standing. Vegito gets knocked out in the back lines. And FS, they're down to the last man. Gods, he gets taken out. Sarvith has no utility to make things work over here. It has to be a pure aim duel between him and Arthur. And Sarvith, he charges forward. Arthur just juking left and right around the rock. The shotgun goes off, and it is going to be White Walkers who will continue to walk the path to victory in Sanhok.
Fantastic defense coming from Arthur.
Yeah.
Arjun as well with the defense to kind of split things up on FS. And White Walkers, they are the winners and the conquerors on the North. Ladies and gentlemen, the North has fallen and the White Walkers are rising and they are coming into the zone. But at the same time, while they are going to be making their way in, Victorious Summers, they actually get picked off by Aryan. How? Wait, what? Team Aryan, like, okay, K9 dodged the entire fight. Nobody was looking on them. And Henry was just gatekeeping in the compounds. Mysteriously find Mafia traversing out in the open with absolutely no idea what's happening. Gets picked off apart. And Aryan now gets potentially a point. But Away says they might look to try and defend this. But the circle actually shifts in towards Quarry. And that is going to be a tricky situation for them to get out of.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very difficult for them to keep moving forward. And as you mentioned, that revive, or the decision to go for a revive, I'm against it, because this, Infinix Esports, line of fire for where Mafia is. And Victorious Summers, they would have walked into a trap. They let Mafia just bleed out. Team AX get that point in the back. Infinix Esports, though, let's talk about them for a second. Northwestern edge under control, but just barely outside the play zone itself. On the other side of things, as we saw the shift of the circle, I see Godlike. It seems like we are actually going to see them have a brilliant day one for a change.
Yeah, maybe. Just maybe. But as of now, the biggest threat here is how are they going to be able to defend those warehouses? Because in the previous stages, we've seen Nebula do it. They made it to top 4, but there was not a lot of high volume finishes. So that's going to be something that I'm very concerned at. How will Godlike take this approach where Nebula failed to do so in that game in the upper brackets? Or in this case, the lower brackets, I would say. But for now, TrueRippers, they have been laying low. They have been neighbors down towards the sides of Quarry. This time they have to gatekeep White Walkers as the North has fallen. The zombies are coming. And as of yet, what's the call here? Seems like do they want to go towards Quarry because Autobotz is inside Quarry. They haven't exactly gotten the intel yet as well.
Look at Victorious Summers though. They just try to zip their way towards some cover. Another man lost. Sayan barely standing. There's no way he gets that revive. Loses his IGL right in front of his eyes. But White Walkers, as you mentioned, I see the zombies show up. They're going after TrueRippers. But TrueRippers still surviving. White Walkers, their run on Sanhok comes to an end with just 4 eliminations to their name. I mean, with how they were playing, I don't think they're going to be too happy with that.
Well, stuck in between the land of the dead and the land of the living, the TrueRippers will reap them apart. And unfortunately for White Walkers, that will be the end of the journey in this game. And as of yet, Aryan, which seems to be almost the end of them, somehow Henry is able to get out of the zone and survive to the end for the team and mix it in the zone as they solo warrior for them. Meanwhile, Phoenix, they had control of the building, and they are going to try and clean up the west side. This is going to be a major fight. So Goblin finds the opening knock, goes for the prone, looks for a second. Ash did not spot him. He's looking for the second here from Goblin. No connection, misses a couple of free fires, and eventually Gil is taken down, and Joker goes for the refrag, but he also goes down, and Phoenix bleeds out the zone. They take each other out, and both Phoenix and Soul is out of this game.
It's a double knockout for both Phoenix and Soul, as you mentioned, but Soul, I believe, have benefited quite a lot more than Infinix Esports. 9 eliminations secured from this game, and I think they're going to be happy with the aggressive stand that they brought into their performances. But man, oh man, what a fight! And especially from Phantom, from the side of Infinix Esports, the man had the audacity to peek a pre-fire, tank the damage, and still gets that knock. That aim is just insane.
Yeah, it just feels bad for Goblin though. Like, he was able to see one of Ash on the right side, but instead just can't commit to the left side as well. So very, very unfortunate here for Soul, but the damage has been done. Both of them get taken out. But again, I would say Soul definitely, like you said, the victors. 9 finishes in the bag. But for now, let's take a look at the remaining 9 teams that is still alive. 8-Bit have been laying low from the south side for the longest time. They've got themselves a long-distance pick here with 2 finishes, but they have to push through in the zone. And right now, do they push the compound in front of them is going to be the question, because Shayan is there. And again, it's going to be an easy take here for 8-Bit. And while they're pushing in, K9 is trailing behind them, looking to try and third-party them in case they mess up.
Hey man, they're taking the long way home. And K9 Esports, they got to be cautious as well. That fight against 8-Bit is not going to be an easy one, especially as you mentioned. They already find good cover to work with. On the other side, we were looking at the map, I see. How lucky do you have to be in the shoes of Genesis Esports? I mean, imagine this. You lose your 2 players, 2 frontliners the moment the game begins, within the first 5 minutes. And yet, those last 2 remaining players, Yash and Gravity, somehow find the one shack that has been a part of all 5 zones till now.
Yeah, I agree. Meanwhile, Autobotz, they took a little bit of late exit out of Quarry, and this time TrueRippers were able to intercept them while they're rotating from the north. And this is going to be a major fight for Autobotz to try and get control as they double down on this commitment. TrueRippers, the zone is going to be forcing them out as well. Autobotz, they're waiting for the moment to strike, but the nades, tandem nades from TrueRippers does not connect. And now it's going to be Autobotz to try and fight back. They use those Molotovs, zone them control to find a little bit of time, but the nades from Ralphie finds the opener, and now TrueRippers, they cannot commit to this fight now.
The amount of utility missed by TrueRippers is going to come back to haunt them. Autobots, they're going to make them pay. Look at this man, he's moving up. Lobster charges forward, gets knocked out, but from the flank, Autobots, they still want to commit to this fight. It's a 1 versus 2 situation. Toxic finds 1. TrueRippers, they're down to the last man, and Jelly, he somehow does manage to make sure that TrueRippers still have a fighting chance in this game, but the nades from Blitz Esports, a pixel of HP, and finally the finishing blow is dealt. TrueRippers, they get kicked out, back to the lobby. Blitz Esports, what an amazing third-party play. They get 7 eliminations off of that, but they aren't done. Sort of sprays down Slug, who is just hiding out into the open. Blitz Esports, this could be their chicken dinner as well. This is an amazing position to play from.
Perfect timings for Blitz. They've got entire northeast of the zone in control and lockdown. It seems to be a repeat here from the previous Miramar map, but look at this. K9, they're just scrambling here. And as of yet, even Hero Extreme Godlike, they're getting sick of them. They are looking for those commitments, and they are able to find a crack in the defense. Picks off Sarvar, picks off Chandan, and Godlike, they're coming in from the warehouses. They want to take away what Blitz has been controlling the entirety of the game. And guess what? Sorev, last man standing. Miscoms coming in, and Godlike was able to capitalize on this.
And they are going to keep putting pressure on the players of Blitz. As you mentioned, I see they want what Blitz have. Sort of. His position is immaculate. It is a miraculous play that can be made. Well, multiple of those that can be made from this angle, but sort of now. He spotted out the 3 men charging towards him. Now he wants to take this fight. Only 1 knock on the board. And as Simfall sort of follows up, that's the elimination for Blitz from this match. We are down to the top 4. And Godlike, well, chances for a chicken dinner through the roof. All 4 players alive, 5 finishes on the board, half cover to work with as well.
My goodness, with this performance from Hero Extreme Godlike, ladies and gentlemen, we might just see them in the grand finals this time. But at the same time, we do see 8-bit getting taken out as well by K9. They saw Hero Extreme Godlike getting a little bit angsty here to try and get out of those compounds, and they were sprayed down. And unfortunately for Hero Extreme Godlike, they do need to get out of it as well because the zone actually forces them out. And we are finally down to the final 3 teams, and that's going to be K9 and also Genesis. And currently, it is a 2 versus 4 situation. With Enmino knocked out, makes that a 3v2v2 now. And right now, in the next phase of zone, it's nobody in control yet. And Genesis does have dibs inside the zone right now.
No man's land. Godlike, they have to charge up the hill. K9, they just have to move along the roadside, and Genesis, I think that's the best spot. Already 1 man from the side of Godlike. Simp gets picked up by K9 Esports, so now we're down to an even 2 versus 2 versus 2. Gravity, he has 1 nade to work with. Spots out Ninja Boy in the distance. Josh with the knock. Gravity with the finish confirmed. And with that, I think K9 Esports, their chances for a chicken dinner completely fade away. Genesis Esports, from being on the verge of getting eliminated early inside of the game within the first 5 minutes to being in the top 3, and not just that, this chicken dinner, I feel it coming. I see this is going towards the players of Genesis Esports. Pixel of HP on to Jonathan. He needs to win this battle. A shot on his body, but what just happens? The jinx is true. Jonathan, he gets both of them, and in the end, it is K9 out of nowhere stealing the win. And Beast, look at how happy he is, along with his teammates Slug, and Omega finally gets an opportunity to congratulate his teammates. What a steal!
What a steal it was here, because that seemed to be a moment for Genesis to clutch things big time. But Jonathan, he has done an impossible clutch again. That was a very, very important win there for Jonathan to get some points. But again, consistency for Hero Extreme Godlike has been off the charts in these past 3 games.
I have a question though. When did he knock out Yash?
I have no idea. Everything happened so fast. But you know what? It's certainly going to lift their spirits up once again. Considering Hero Extreme Godlike, I feel like they're finally done with all their matches for the day. But what a way to end the day. But Johnny, this chicken dinner by K9 sounds familiar. We've seen this similar situation a couple of days ago, and they got a chicken in that one as well. You can relate.
I mean, yeah, of course I can. I mean, they have been in a relaxed mindset. As I mentioned, start of the day, a rare sight to see the boys of K9 Esports warming up, get all serious. And you know what is stopping my brain from, getting my brain to fog up pretty much? You know, Necro is going to take all the credit for this.
I mean, he will. You know, he's a man always looking for all those spotlights. But, you know, spotlight this time, I see, has been on the players of Blitz Esports. And boy, oh boy, are they delivering.
Yeah, I think Blitz did a fantastic job here so far. Like, this is a team that no one kind of anticipated them to do so well. They came in from the lower brackets and then just swim their way into quarterfinals and then pull their way to semifinals. And now in day one, they've just been very, very dominant in terms of aggression here. But props towards K9 because as of yet in this final 3 zone, the 2 teams that have made a little bit of comeback here in game 3 is both K9 and also Genesis, because both these 2 teams had a very, very rough start despite qualifying from the upper brackets in towards the semifinals directly. First 2 games complete fraud for both K9 and Genesis, and they were the table toppers that qualified directly here as well. So very surprising, but I would say you can't count them out yet.
You're talking about rough starts. Let's talk about Nebula Esports for once in this game. What do you have to talk about there?
I mean, you called it before us, right? That was we spoke about it when the fight happened, that this was the last thing that Fixes said. What about Soul and Nebula? But I guess now the question is, does Nebula leave Painan?
I don't think they are. I think they're going to come back for round 2, round 3.
I think they would, because Robin did say this well. Usually, if drop clashes happen among the pro players, first clash decides it. Whoever loses, get the heck out.
See, but that's the thing, right? Adi, for some reason, I think you might know what's been going on. He's been going after all the pro teams. He does not care if he loses the fight. He has a point to prove.
Yeah, I think it's the continuation of the revenge arc. Just in the recently held MS, we saw, right? Soul was almost on the cusps of winning it, and Nebula just comes in, smacking them on their faces and everything followed. But for Team Soul, I think 9 finishes, they're going to take it.
Oh, of course. I mean, they're going to be quite happy with that.
Yeah, I guess so. But at the same time, I'm curious to see what some of these players actually think, because we are finally getting a taste of those interviews of the semi-finals on how the players have been feeling so far in these games, because we are going to be jumping into an interview on stage, on the main stage right now, to see what's happening.
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स। और अभी के लिए मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं औरम, हु इज द कोच ऑफ गॉडलाइक। औरम, स्वागत है आपका। मैं आपसे ये समझना चाहता हूँ कि BMSD 2025 का पहला चिकन निकालने में 29 मैचेस का गैप लग गया, ये सेमीफाइनल्स में पहली मैच में कैसे आ गया भाई?
हम लोग फोर्ट बिल्ड कर रहे थे ब्रिक बाय ब्रिक, तो वो जो आपने देखा तो दैट वाज द ब्रिक्स दैट वी वर कीपिंग। अभी लगा लो कि आधा बन चुका है, आधे से थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही बन चुका है, तो अब आपको दिखना चाहिए आगे और पॉजिटिव। बट आई मीन रियलिस्टिकली अगर आप पूछो तो इट्स टू अर्ली टू जज, बिकॉज 3 ही गेम्स हुए हैं, 16 गेम्स हैं हमारे पास, तो इतना जल्दी आई थिंक सेलिब्रेट नहीं करना चाहिए हमें, क्योंकि ये हम पहले भी कर चुके हैं और हमें उसके मुताबिक नतीजा मिल चुका है। तो आई थिंक अभी इट्स टाइम टू कीप अप द मोमेंटम एंड यहाँ से हम इसी को कैरी फॉरवर्ड करें।
बट औरम, बात तो बनती है क्योंकि अभी तक BMSD में बहुत सारे मैचेस खेल लिए, अलग अलग स्टेजेस पे खेल लिए, लेकिन एक भी बार ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि गॉडलाइक के 3 मैचेस कंसिस्टेंटली अच्छे गए हैं। साथ ही साथ इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर्स का गेम हमें पहले ज़्यादा देखने को मिल रहा था, अब टीम गेम ज़्यादा देखने को मिल रहा है। ये जो 4 दिन का गैप था बीच में, क्या ऐसी बातचीत हुई कि ये पूरा 180 डिग्री शिफ्ट देखने को मिल रहा है?
डिस्कशंस किए हैं, बट लाइक पहले हमने ज़्यादा किए थे, बट वो आपको इफेक्टिवली उतना होते हुए दिख नहीं रहा था, क्योंकि हमारा थोड़ा प्रैक्टिस का टाइम कम था। हमने वो बढ़ाया है इन 4 दिनों में। इन 4 दिनों में क्या है, इससे थोड़ा पहले ही आप 5-6 दिन समझ लो, तो हमने प्रैक्टिस का टाइम बढ़ाया है हमने, और दूसरी लॉबीज़ में भी ट्राई किया, थोड़े से अपना सिनर्जीज़ पे काम किया, थोड़ा कम्युनिकेशन, अपनी जो दिक्कत हो रही थी उसको हमने फिक्स करने का ट्राई किया, और जो भी थोड़े बहुत इश्यूज़ थे उसको रिजॉल्व किया, बस और कुछ नहीं।
और अब आज के आपके मैचेस तो खत्म हो चुके हैं, 3 मैचेस में 45 पॉइंट्स अभी गॉडलाइक के पास हैं। अगले 3 दिन के लिए क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है? क्या कुछ बदलाव गेम स्टाइल में हमें देखने को मिलेगा, क्योंकि एक स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन ऑलरेडी आ गया आपके पास?
पॉइंट का पूछो तो मैं पर्सनली बोलूँगा 100 पॉइंटर हम टच करने का ट्राई करेंगे, बट इनको प्लेयर्स को मैं कभी वो चीज़ नहीं बोलता हूँ, बिकॉज हमारा एक ही मोटो रहता है, ईच गेम एट अ टाइम। हम उस गेम में से बेस्ट आउटपुट पॉसिबल जो है वो निकालें, ना हम पॉइंट्स की बात करें, ना हम ये बात करें कि हमें चिकन चाहिए, हमें ऐसा कुछ भी, मतलब ऐसी चीज़ जिससे गेम में हेल्प नहीं होने वाली, मैं उसके बारे में बात नहीं करता, ना उनको करने देता हूँ। तो आई थिंक वो चीज़ हम दिमाग में रखें कि हमें जो गेम भी मिल रहा है हम उसमें से बेस्ट पॉसिबल जो ऑप्टिमम रहता है वो हम निकालें।
चलिए औरम, थैंक यू सो मच एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर योर रिमेनिंग मैचेस जो कल से शुरू होने वाले। थैंक यू
सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच।
जी, तो ये है औरम, और इनका साफ साफ कहना है कि धीरे धीरे जो टीम है वो ट्रैक पे आती हुई नजर आ रही है। फाउंडेशन जो बिल्ड करने की कोशिश थी वो तो हो चुकी है, अब देखना आगे है कि जब बचे हुए मैचेस गॉडलाइक अगले 3 दिन खेलने के लिए आएगी तो वहां पे किस प्रकार का प्रदर्शन रहेगा। पर अभी के लिए जो हमारा अगला ग्रुप है उसका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए जो पूरा अब तैयारी है वो हो चुकी है, तो बिना किसी देरी के चलेंगे मैचेस की तरफ, पर उससे पहले एक छोटा सा ब्रेक।
Hello,
Yeah.
everyone, and welcome back to BMSD 2025. You guys are currently watching the semi-finals and the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is two handsome gentlemen. We have Super Johnny and Fixes to take you through the commentary of the next group. Ladies and gentlemen, we saw amazing matches coming from Group A and B, arguably Group and Destruction, and of course Group B. And now we're going to be having a little bit of mix here. This is going to be Group B and C, switching things up here for game number 4. Group B continuing all the remaining matches. And so far, Xtreme Godlike has pretty much set the benchmark. Now, with this new group change coming in, what are we going to be expecting coming from Group C?
You've got the likes of ORANGUTAN coming in, Xtreme also playing their matches. So two big heavy hitters coming to play, and we know it's Sanok next.
Yeah.
And this is again another thing I wanted to point out. When OG was not playing, Hero Xtreme Godlike dropped around Bhan. This time OG is playing, and that is their drop location. So maybe Hero Xtreme Godlike might resort towards bootcamp.
Okay, fair enough. Now let's bring back in towards the previous game here. The MVP from that match is going to be Jelly, and then followed by Legit. We've got Joker, we've got Sarva, we've got K9. And interesting enough, the one that kind of snatched things away here wasn't in play here. Slug was the one that actually got the final blow to steal the chicken dinner. But again, they were not part of the top 5. Only one player was. In this case, they do get themselves 17 points, followed by Hero Xtreme Godlike with 13 points. We got Blitz, massive game again, 8 finishes in the back. But of course, the one with the most amount of finishes in that game is Soul with 9 finishes in total.
Yeah, I mean, that early aggression, especially taking out the players from Nebula Esports, paid off quite well. But, I mean, I have to say, Godlike and Blitz, now this is going to be a fight for the top spot that I would love to watch. It's one of the most experienced teams in the lobby versus going up against a new set of faces.
And, you know, in this game, even the likes of Madkings lost a little bit of steam considering how good their first 2 games went. So, of course, I mean, a recovery should be expected from their side because when the overall standings come, it's all been a godlike show so far with Blitz Esports. It feels so bad that all that spotlight has been taken away from them because it is, again, Hero Xtreme Godlike at the tippity top. But Blitz Esports, I think they have really impressed me.
Yeah, I agree. And even then as well, Autobotz has taken a little bit tumble in number 4 here. But what's really surprising is that K9, with that final 3rd game, gave them a direct shot in towards the top 3 here, despite 2 very, very awkward games coming from K9. First game, getting taken out by Autobotz very, very early on. And then second game, getting shut down and then forced to play in the outside the zone, which gave them not enough placement points. So I would say K9, with that win, gives them a little bit of a chance to try and contest for the top 8.
Pretty much. I think it was a recovery for that early exit on Miramar because Erangel, game number 1, I think was okay. They finished with, what, 5 or 6 points, right, Fixes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 5 or 6 points, that was fine, but Miramar was a nightmare, then Sanok helps them recover. But 9 to 16, I think surprising to see Cincinnati kids with an extremely slow start. Nebula Esports as well, not really in a good spot. Same goes for FS. White Walkers. Now, we saw those 10 eliminations on White Walkers. They are taking those fights, but the conversion is not looking good at all.
I agree. But now, for the first time on screen here, we are going to be catching a glimpse on towards the tournament MVP contenders right now. And Legit is currently on the number 1 spot here. And he is followed by WizGod on 2nd place. We've got Sarwar from Blitz. We've got Goblin for number 4. And Ralphie from Autobotz from number 5.
I have a question, and I think Fixes would be able to answer this.
Okay.
Fixes, you know, back in the days when Legit used to play for a different name, there were a lot of critiques, man. Where are they? Can we talk to them for a second? Everyone who was questioning this man?
You know, we must. We certainly have to because when Legit was really making all that limelight out there, he was drawing all those eyeballs and scrutiny followed. Of course, this happens when you're a new kid on the block and suddenly you are taking down squads after squads. You've been playing so well. Fingers will be pointed. But that's the way of life, right? He's shot it down with his performance. So
it's so weird when we talk about Legit because when we talk about Legit, my reminder is always like his journey with Metal Esports for the longest time. Like he stayed there for like almost 2 years, right? And every single time he's performed, it's always when they qualify for a LAN. And Legit is in a situation now, like the moment they left Metal couldn't qualify. Sorry to say, they're out. But now, considering that BMSD is, quote unquote, I would say a full LAN. Things has been working out for him here. So I would say when we talk about LAN Demon, maybe, just maybe, Legit is on par to Aquanauts.
I think he might have surpassed Equinox.
Yeah,
If you talk
I think
about
so, yeah.
Equinox, I don't remember him being so consistent through and throughout, because there was just that 1 year where Equinox had been playing so well. But we've been talking about the schedule. Of course, it's going to be Sanok this time. We've got B and C, so teams from Group A, their matches are done. They can just play around, chill, enjoy, watch the matches, or maybe prepare for tomorrow. But when you're talking about legit, we also have to talk about Pro coming in for Madkings.
Yes.
Thunder also being there, all of them from the same teams. They've been delivering, I see.
I agree. And of course, Madkings, they have been a little bit of a shaky start here, but their journey is not over yet because they will be playing another 3 more matches. And on screen is going to be the groups coming from Group B, which we have been seeing for the past 3 games. But now, let us introduce teams coming from Group C. We have God's Reign, Mysterious 4, Vasista Esports, Meta NINZA, Likitha Esports, Los Hermanos, OG, and also First Curiosity. Now, these are 3 names in the bottom side here. I would say Los Hermanos, OG, and First Curiosity, a team that came in from the upper brackets. And I would say OG, there has been a lot of expectation, but for Los Hermanos and First Curiosity, now, do you think this is going to make a change here?
I mean, depends. Are we going to see Gamla Boy play again? Because that was the big switch that happened for First Curiosity.
Right.
Surprisingly, they made it work, though. I mean, Anuj 2OP is on fire. The other players from the side of First Curiosity are also quite doing well. But you know what? From this Group C, my eyes will be on Likitha Esports and Smoker in particular. Just like Adi, this is also another man who's on a path of vengeance to prove a point to all of the so-called Tier 1 teams that why do you guys look down on us? We are doing so well.
It's weird considering that before Likitha Esports, they were SOA. And
Yes.
the moment they joined the banner of Likitha Esports, could not qualify for BMPS Grand Finals. And then now they're back with the same roster again. And I have a lot of expectations for these guys because they are the team that has been somewhat in the middle of the pack for the majority of their journey. But right now, do you think they are preparing BMSD?
I think so, because I'm glad you mentioned their run in the Pro Series, because Pro Series was a nightmare for a lot of the recognizable names. Yeah, the top teams. But Likitha Esports, I have to say, is one of those names that has actually improved quite a lot since Pro Series till now. We all knew for teams like God's Reign, for teams like K9 Esports, for teams like Revenant X-Park, teams with a lot of experience, it was always going to be easy to adapt, to figure out what the changes to the meta are, and to sort of change their gameplay according to the game changes. For a team like Likitha Esports, that does not have all of that experience of being in these intense situations and just maintaining that calm and composure. They had to completely remodel their playstyle, and it took them months to make it happen. But hey, finally they're doing well.
I feel like they've taken failure as a fuel because they have been going through those phases where they've been falling down. But yes, Vasista Esports, another team that has been having some interesting things going around, especially with Sahil OP dealing with a personal loss, but still them coming back and grinding it out, making their way through. They've got a very nice story cooking up.
Well, I'm curious to see what they have to say as well, because we're going to be jumping into a small content here with you guys to keep a little bit of insights on how Vasista is doing in this journey in BMSD.
हाय गाइस, सो मेरा नाम स्कैरी जॉर्ड है एंड मैं वशिष्ठा का एक असॉल्टर हूँ.
Hi, I'm Jasleen. I play for Team Vasista Esports as a assaulter.
Hi, my name is Vivek Yadav. My in-game name is VE Pro. I play for Vasista as assaulter.
Hi guys, Sahil this side from Vasista Esports and I play as assaulter.
हेलो गाइस, मेरा नाम है हेक्टर. मैं हूँ टीम वशिष्ठा से एज आई चिल.
इरेंगल.
मैं Erangel.
मेरा नाम
Erangel.
Erangel.
बेस्ट असॉल्ट राइफल M416.
M4.
M4.
M416.
Molly or nade?
Nade.
Molly.
Grenade.
Nade.
S12K.
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 Probably S12K.
S12K.
LAN.
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 लाइक मैं ही हूँ.
Me.
Sahil.
Pro.
Me.
Scary Zord.
Sahil.
Scary.
Scary. मतलब सीरियस सिचुएशंस में भी जोक मार देता है.
मेरे को ही बोलते हैं.
Scary Zord.
Also scary.
Scary.
Scary Zord. उसको खाना ही ज़्यादा था, मोस्टली पसंद होता है. जब भी देखो खाते ही मिलेगा आपको हमेशा वो.
मैं ही. Yes.
Who's always late? Me and Sahil. नहीं, जब भी हम लोग का कॉल टाइम रहता है हम उससे हमेशा लेट ही हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि हम लोग एंड मोमेंट पे उठते हैं एकदम। जैसे कॉल टाइम अगर 11:20 है तो हम 11:10 पे उठ रहे हैं, नहाने जा रहे हैं, एकदम जल्दी जल्दी सब करके नीचे आते हैं फिर।
हेक्टर ऑलवेज, मैनेजमेंट ने कॉल करा था, बोले थे आपको 5 मिनट में आना है। हेक्टर बोलता है कि मैं लिफ्ट में हूँ, वो नहाने गया फिर मेरे सामने उठ के।
हेक्टर
IGL हेक्टर।
मी, जब कॉल टाइम होता है उस टाइम पे रेडी होने जाता हूँ।
स्केरी जॉर्ड। अच्छा ओके ट्रेस गॉड।
एडमिनो
FS गॉडेक्स।
एडमिनो।
क्लच मशीन जोनाथन।
एस पावर।
एडमिनो।
क्लच मशीन एडमिनो।
एस पावर।
लाइक हमें तो किसी का है नहीं डर, सो आने तो आ जाए, अब और क्या।
नहीं देना इसका आंसर।
Most feared team in this event right now, us.
Apart from you.
Apart from us, Autobotz.
सोल।
आई गेस ओजी।
TX आई थिंक अच्छा खेल रहे हो।
I would go for Soul.
ओजी।
कट हो जाएगा।
That's a nice little thriller here of Jaslyn. You know, fumbling a little bit here, but at the same time, seems like the vibes are still really good here coming from Vasista, and I'm really like that they're still in sync. When it comes to who's late, who's the foodie, who's the one that is lazy.
Just Scary Jord. So simple. For everything, just put it on Scary Jord and you're going to win it. But one thing that I took from what the conversation was, everybody's rooting for OG somehow to represent India globally. And that I feel like adds so much extra weight on them, because Orangutan, let's be honest, they've always been one of the top tier teams, but they have never been one of those teams that you would say point fingers at, yes, this is the team. And I feel like this is a team that can actually do it, but we know when the pressure is so high, everybody is eyeing out on you, they have fun.
The two teams that I kind of had my eyes on during BMPS was OG and TrueRippers, right? And you guys, like Johnny brought up a very, very good point, which was, BMPS, all the notable teams kind of fumbled. And then, Aryan snatched the chicken dinner, and or in this case, the trophy, and then represented India for GC. So I would say, as of yet, things are getting a little bit different here, but for now, it looks like we have a little bit of a substitution here coming in from FS.
Yeah, Lavish instead of Sarvit. I was kind of, still thinking why Sarvit instead of Lavish, who was having a decent run, and of course Sarvit being one of the latest entrants into FS.
He's sitting right there though.
Yeah, but now he's coming. He was not playing the first 3 games, so interesting changes coming in from FS. But again, FS and Aryan. Now I want to talk to Necro. Where is he? Because he was telling they still came in from upper. They were still doing so great, and it's still first 3 games. But we haven't seen that oomph factor coming out of FS and AX both.
Hey man, FS Old Non-X was a team that was just somebody you gotta be afraid about. Like they are always getting points, some serious points, like just out of nowhere. And now, like when people are aware, I still don't know how they're getting points.
I think FS versus AX, going back to what Fixers was saying first, it's just revenge, man. It is what happened at BMPS a few months ago. Roman still hasn't forgotten. He is going to go after them till that team exists.
Oh boy, some teams get things a little bit personal here, but we did catch a glimpse of Genesis. Seems like they are a little bit shaken here. Even though they made it top 3, I would say that was a very, very nice recovery. We do see a little bit of moments coming from Los Hermanos as well. And what is K9 doing? Okay, boy, guys, this is a
bromance.
Very, very okay.
Beast feels bad over there. He's like, I won the chicken dinner. I was the one who secured the win. Why is he getting a kiss? I mean, for Slug, that is.
I do not know. I cannot comment on things that I do not understand.
It's just romance going on. But, talking about Team AX and FS, that longing rivalry from BMPS, I mean, I have a different take on this. I feel like you go after somebody when you do not have any leaks in your own roster. So for FS Esports, at this point, before settling scores with Team AX, I feel like they need to fix themselves first, because right now, how they've been playing, they haven't really shown their true potential. But this team, I feel like they've got a golden touch, especially Destro, man. Like, you look at them, the most erratic team inside of the lobby. They get circles, they throw it off. There are circles where nothing is going their way. Somehow they get a chicken dinner.
The notes are out. The professor, he's studying up on everyone there.
I
we
see
can
black
see the
pages.
Yeah.
Now
there are the notes. That's all the study that he has done. on the teams, everyone around them.
Can we have some
We got to
camera
steal that.
panning or zooming through?
I was just saying we just like straight up yoinked that book.
They've got a luxury of an international coach, Triple L coming in, who's also coached D plus Kia in the past. So, again, for always, we can see, right, so much has happened for Victor Sumus. You see how they've been taking those zones, they've been controlling. The biggest issue, however, has been their 4v4 fights, which is, again, a concern that has been showing up. But Pro, again, a latest entrant into Madkings roster, and boy, oh boy, he's changed a lot of things around, I see.
Yeah, I agree. And even for Madkings as well, it's so rare for me to see Apollo not smiling here. It means that something is up for Madkings. Things are not looking good for them as well. But the teams, they are preparing themselves for this next upcoming battle as well. I'm curious to see how things are going to be changing. And like you said as well, notebooks needs to be brought up because this is a complete group changes.
Yeah.
So that means different drop spots, different teams, different play styles altogether.
Plus, it's Victoria Somas as well. They have to do well. They have to build momentum. Today is the day when they have all 6 matches. And of course, with this Sanhok, they can again keep their hope of finishing day 1 at the top of the leaderboard alive. So can Autobotz. Lobster, he's all locked and loaded. And so are we, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 4 of the day, Group B versus Group C. Sanhok, here we go.
Time to get back into the rainforest once again. A new set of group has just chimed in, and we're still anticipating heavy turbulence around the likes of Bootcamp and even Paradise Resort. A lot of teams dropping down. Does not matter where the flight path trajectory is at, but it is where all these teams will have no trouble whatsoever dropping down. Again, Group B and Group C making an entry, so eyes will be on the likes of God's Reign, Mysterious Four, Vasista Esports, Meta Ninjas, Likitha Esports, Los Hermanos, Orangutan, and First Curiosity. Their first game of the semi-finals. Let's see how it goes.
Well, it is gonna go well for a few, and well, sour for more than that in this particular match. Look at that. Genesis, that's a 4-man split drop coming through. And the players of K9 right on the tails of Gravity and Yash. Is this going to be another unfortunate start for the players of Genesis?
Okay. I mean, could be. Because when you look at Genesis, the previous game, they did manage to squeeze in a couple of points back. But now, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next. But Autobotz around Mongnai. You've got GDIA still around Paradise Resort. First Curiosity taking control of Bootcamp, given the fact that we do not have Phoenix, we do not have your Xtreme Godlike, anybody. But it's a circle. So far, Johnny has been dictating the tempo of the matches. And this time, again, a certain circle at that. Meta Ninjas must be pretty pleased.
Yeah, Meta Ninja, Victoria Somas as well, who are playing all the way from Sami. But look at this, Vasista Esports right off the bat. It seems like we were talking about Team AX. And they are off to... Oh, all right, they did not get a knock. Vasista... they did not see that man completely. He was still there. Devotee still hiding. He hasn't even put on a bandage because he's afraid the moment he triggers that heal, the sound cues are going to go in the ears of Vasista Esports. And Vasista Esports fixes. This is quite awkward, to be honest.
I think he's been spotted. He just does not have any meds on him because look at him. He's taken quite some hefty amount of damage there. So I'm pretty sure Vasista should be aware of where Devotee are. It's all about them not having enough information to double down. I think that's the only explanation that I can draw from the circumstance right now. But for Team AX, you can see the scarcity of loot clearly evident. And Team X, they have no monkey business in this one. But for K9, they've got Genesis right in front of them. And we know these men do not know how to stop.
Yeah, for sure. And this time again, Genesis, they have to be careful. But history has not been kind to K9 Esports for the shoreline in particular. This has been their game plan every single time we see K9 fighting from this shoreline. And this is what I wanted to say. Every single time they have fought like this, every single time they try to fight from the shoreline instead of the western side, the safer option towards ruins, they keep losing players. Slug barely avoids getting taken out over there. And Ninja Boy, he actually ends up finding the opening. Yash knocked out.
yeah, that is exactly what Genesis needed at this point, and K9 want to capitalize on it as First Curiosity also chime in. They're going to get the better out of the players of Genesis as Hunters. He's been down, he's fallen, and Genesis alarm bells already tolling for them as Streams. He gets the first pick as Arthur gets a knock on towards Scarlet. And for now, Ninja Boy deciding to push in. Gravity ever so prepared as K9. They get hurt back, and now Genesis Esports survive with just Gravity and Viper. What can they conjure?
I mean, anything that they can conjure up is going to be better than what K9 Esports have presented. As I said, Fixes, it's the same fight from the exact same positions, from the exact same players, and I think the only sequence that has changed in K9 losing players from the shoreline is that ideally it's Omega that's going to be the one of the first few players to fall. This time he's the last man surviving for the team. But First Curiosity, they're going to be grateful for the 2 points they have in the bag.
All right.
Omega, I'm pretty sure he's just fuming right now.
I mean, that's what happens, right? When you're coming off a chicken dinner, you've got confidence surging through, and this is the thing with K9, right? They're such loose cannons. Now, if you ask me which team can really surpass iQOO Soul's record for the highest finishes, it is K9. But that consistency factor, clearly not there, right? You just get a chicken dinner, and the next game, you want to build something out of it. And given the fact that you're playing all the matches throughout the day, and that marks the end for Beast. So it has to be Omega who's got to carry on with the survival work. As even First Curiosity also need to understand that, yeah, they've got control over the boot camp. They've taken control over the southern hills around boot camp. But they also need to venture a little bit deep down south. As for Vasista Esports, Hector, he seems to have been eliminated. So I'm really interested to see what really went on over there.
Yeah.
Aryan got the better out of him.
They did. Vasista Esports. As we were talking about it, right? I don't think Devotee was spotted out. I think they shot him while he was mid-glide. Maybe that's why he lost the HP. And yeah, Vasista Esports, they just kept circling around and around for long enough that the remaining players from Team AX actually ended up with complete loot, push, found one man, one pick, 1 point. And sometimes that's game changer.
Even in the previous game, they were kind of trying to build up. And it's a good thing, right? They're playing back-to-back Sandhawks, so you know they've got their hands warmed up, and that's also a factor for teams from Group C who are making their entry inside the semi-finals. We've got Orangutan again. A lot of hopes. They really have us all riled up on the edge of our seats. And Viscott, what a revelation he has been. Credit finally being given after a long, long time. One of the youngest players. He's been there in the scenes right from the very beginning. His journey right from where he was at with Marcus Gaming all the way towards OG. And what a loyal member he has been, right? He's turned down some really big offers, him and AK. And now look at him. He was at the top of the tournament MVP. Now just shy of that one finish because Legit took him over. But again, Legit has played 3 extra games. And for Viscott to find himself a individual footing when you have the likes of AKOP and Atanki in your team and you've been doing majority of the hard work, I think Viscott deserves every bit of it.
Oh, for sure he does. Everyone in that lineup actually does. They've been through a lot of thick and thins, but Los Hermanos, I want to see how they get out of this, to be honest. I mean, kind of an awkward position for them to be in. But look at Genesis. We spoke about them at the start of the game. We're talking about them now still. As First Curiosity, they're still looking to see if they can find those last 2 men. But they have to be cautious on the radar. You see the players of FS, and in fact, FS actually kicked things off, picking off 1 man from the side of First Curiosity. That's Anuj to OP, the man who falls. But 3 players still standing. And FS, if they get to the hill south of bootcamp, they will have a massive high ground advantage to work with for that fight. But while all of that is happening outside the play zone, the circle actually shifts towards the southern island. And Victorious Sumus made a NINZA. Along with them, Los Hermanos. One of these 3 teams stands a big probability of winning this game.
You know, Johnny, now we've been taking a look at the circle and the center. Victorious Sumus, I feel like this has to be their game. Even the game of Miramar felt like could have been theirs. They relinquished their position. But for now, Likitha Esports up against Vasista Esports. Hector already down pretty early into the game. And now Likitha Esports well aware of what's happening. With Scary Jord knocked down, Silo needing to trigger that revive, and Pro OP, he needs to hold the doors, he needs to hold the gates. As Smoker, he is hell-bent on going in for the push as the port does come in, initially triggering all those knocks. Pro OP being taken down, but there you have it, Scary Jord. He responds back in due fashion as Starboy, still figuring his ways around the house, maybe a jump through the window, but no, Scary Jord is dishing out massive amount of damage, and Starboy finally does get that elimination, but at the cost of what?
I mean, he lost 2 players, but 2 points gained as well. As you mentioned, it's a sub-zero sum game for Likitha Esports. How do they react? How do they still survive to the late game stages? One leeway they have in their favor is there is no one absolutely towards their west, a little bit pressure towards the east in the form of white workers, but they are isolated, so they can still play for survival. Same can't be said for First Curiosity, still being chased by FS. And while all this commotion is happening, Fixes, there's something very interesting going on towards the Camp Alpha Island. Omega, who's the last player for K9 Esports, he's there. And he's about to be joined by Mysterious 4 for some reason.
I mean, is heal battle even a thing? Because what on earth is he doing there? Maybe getting a couple of loots to survive. He must know that at some point or the other, they might cross roads. And for Omega, it's going to be such an arduous task at that. But for now, Genesis Esports seems like they've got a little bit of a hunch. GDR right in front of them, avoiding those early battles. And we know, right, their conditions kind of increase tenfolds if they somehow get all their players inside the circle. And this is one of those zones which is kind of shifted away from GDR. And you know, as much as I would hate to say it, you know, these are exactly the favorable circumstances GDR thrive under.
Well, and they've done quite well for themselves to just keep the momentum going. But this position from Viper, it can catch the players of God's Reign completely off guard. They have to be cautious about this, but Gravity, they hear the footsteps, see the players of FS Esports as well. He's seen one man crossover, Insidious, no one to check Gravity.
Okay. Just let him pass. And now First Curiosity. Actually trying to be curious, but at this point they are oblivious. They have no clue that they have been kept close watch on, and Dreams pretty much out in the open. Gravity still exercising trigger discipline. Is it because he's scared that the moment this fight ensues, they might get third-party, Johnny?
I mean, there is a possibility of that happening, but FS, I think that they are just waiting. You see them on the radar, they're moving in. God's Reign as they try to climb the hill.
Circle shifts.
A lot of shots on the players of God's Reign, and as you mentioned, the circle again towards the south. But these 3 squads, or actually let's just make it 4 to make it easier. Genesis is still there with 2 men, and they can change the tides of this fight. You see this formation. They are going to have to move as a wave, all 4 of them together. And we all know when a wave like that falls, someone is going to drown.
Yeah, and I think it's a buffet being laid out for FS Esports because, no, I mean, it is really against them. I think it's an easy escape for GDR, given the fact that they want to make it inside the zone. But a lot of gatekeepers, actually. You've got Team Aryan, Victoria Sumus. But if you have to talk about who's got the best position right now, Likitha Esports. But loved how Madkings really rotated through. But FS Esports seems like they found some good openings. Even Viper spotted out. First Curiosity taking a lot of damage out there. And even for Genesis, they're really in their last phases. As Viper, he's going to try and get himself back up to full health. As Lovish trying to again flush him out. FS Esports, do they realize that the alarm bells are tolling? They need to end this fight and get inside the circle?
I think they should as quickly as possible, but that big distraction in front of them in the form of Viper is making a lot of noise. The blue zone damage, it's going to be enough to take him out. But the players of FS, they find the knock and an easy finish. That Viper is going to get hunted down. Gravity is the last man surviving for the side of FS. He's going to try and see if he can catch at least one of these men off guard. He sees Roman escape, Godex as well. The spray committed, but Gravity securing the finish is what he wants. He needs that point. The nade, if it makes contact, fixes it. It's actually going to knock out Godex as well. And that is exactly what Gravity would want, ideally. But gets the finish for Roman. And now the pressure on FS, the third party from God's Reign.
Yeah, this was incoming, right? We saw this incoming from miles afar, but for FS, with Lavish even on his knees, clearly you could see the circle really betraying all these teams. Pretty much everybody thought it's going to be somewhere around Painan, maybe towards where Meta Ninjas are, a little southeast towards Painan, but Levi still has his eyes fixated on Gravity, and he's been such a constant thorn for the players of Blitz Esports. Just that one player has been creating so much trouble, but then again, let's not also forget that Neo is still being left over here. He still has to get inside the zone, and he's keeping a close watch as the zone shifts further away. And look at this, Orangutan, Madkings, out of nowhere, this game could literally be theirs.
Well, I mean, they are going to be grateful for that, but FS, they're going to be grateful for Genesis Esports staying behind. 4 finishes on the board for FS. Godex, he's going to be lost to the blue, and Levi has to play for survival. God's Reign on the other front. Only Delta knocked out. Should be an easy recovery as well. I think they can pick him up and just escape.
It's a fourth stage.
He's been left back.
Yeah.
No vehicles for God's Reign, I guess.
Exactly, and it's a fourth stage, and they're prioritizing taking control of the circle first, which I feel is the right call. Of course, Delta bowing out, and now things aren't looking great for them. But for FSC also, just the last player, Levi, galloping through these forests, and I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams might have an idea. A little bit of that dust cleaned off, and now maybe the pathway might open up. But for GDR, still, I mean, a doable game. And now, this is what we've been talking about, right? This is a battle for the chicken dinner. Orangutan and Madkings. This has to be a bout to witness.
Yeah, I mean, it is about to get intense, but look at that finish feed. Autobotz taking on Meta NINZA. Had a lot of hope from Meta NINZA when the game began. They were in the prime spot of the circle, but...
What?
Before we even tune into the fight, Autobotz, they are done with Meta NINZA. That was way too quick.
Yeah, I mean, what happened? All I could see was Ralphie getting all those 3 finishes, but Levi seems like he's not done yet. And this time going after the entirety of God's Reign. It is down to Neo, really bleeding at this point, but this grenade could be quite devastating. But still, somehow Levi decides to not bow down. Instead, just that one stun grenade to work with. And at this point, maybe the callouts are not there. Maybe he's got the wrong info. They're behind that rock, and he considers them to be behind that vehicle. But no, Justin being dealt with. Neo somehow patching up in the last nick of time, and now he has to play the smart game, which he does, as Neo gets the better out of Levi. As FS, they take an exit from the server.
6 finishes on the board for FS. No placement points from this game, though. But look at Victorious Sumus. Even they were the rulers of the Southwest, but now under threat, as NINZA is going to be the first man to hit the floor.
It's a PK.
Yeah, I mean, quite unfortunate, but that gives the opportunity to AX to move in, but the third party from Mysterious 4, and what felt like AX getting an opening where they could have wiped out Victorious Sumus, they end up on the wrong end of the stick. Ove is too aggressive, and he suffers the same fate at the hands of Mysterious 4. Mistake after mistake from both the teams. And while Victorious Summers, they did manage to bring NINZA back into the match, they lose out on their IGL for no reason at all.
But look at this, Bunny is all coiled up, ready to strike, lobbing a grenade towards the players of Mysterious 4. Again, playing their first game, Omega. He carries in a lot of experience, having the opportunity to play under Oves, has learned a trick or two, and now at this given moment, Snowjot down on his knees, but Bunny the IGL, he's gonna make all the right calls. His Clutchcott still alive, still kicking. Shadow, IGL of Madkings, he's been down on his knees. Clutchcott going for that hasty revive over there as NINZA, he bites the dust as Autobot slowly but surely, they're starting to take over, and seems like that marks the end for Team Aryan, as even Aryan gets exterminated, and maybe they also have bowed out of the server, but no, seems like they've got an extra few helping hands over here. But for Madkings, now the circle has shifted away from them, and White Walkers, Johnny.
Yeah.
They have the center of the circle, but seems like Mayday for Mysterious 4, and suddenly in a blink of an eye, players are falling down left, right, and center.
It seems like any team that tries to rotate for the zone is just straight up getting eliminated. Next in line is Team AX. Probably after them, it's going to be Likitha Esports. There you go, Starboy gets finished off. It's Team AX with the finish point. But as you were talking about Madkings, while the circle has turned its favor away from Madkings, it has also been kind to Los Hermanos throughout this game. From the start, they made an early rotation along with NINZA, but while NINZA kind of fell back, Los Hermanos just pushed for the center again in stage 3, because of which they still, again, with White Walkers, have a decent fighting position. Look at that. They can take off points from Autobotz, AX, and Likitha Esports.
Look at Omega. Still alive. Smack center, has the zone, still breathing, still kicking. I'm loving every bit of this from K9, but XOXO, last man, finally gets dealt with, which will mark the end for Likitha Esports. But for Team X, they still have 2 players alive. Orangutan, it's going to be such a difficult task to try and get inside the circle, given the fact that Madkings right next to you, and they have been carrying on with the momentum. OG, not a lot of finishes accumulated so far, but surely have so much intel as Shadow. He opens up on the players of Autobotz. Those 2 players being taken down. Gets to that grenade, and Lobster seems like he's going to watch it all from the distance. But no, before he goes down, he's going to take 2 along with him. But for Los Hermanos, it's a circle that might play a spoil spot, because it's going to start closing in, and it's a 6 zone, Johnny.
Yeah, the damage is going to be quite a lot, but Los Hermanos, if they manage to make that run of their life for their lives, then they might just be in the top 3 or in the top 2 of this game. The only teams that can compete with them in terms of numbers are Madkings and White Walkers. And well, as Los Hermanos try to survive, they get picked upon by White Walkers. The pressure from AX, it's not going to be enough. Cyrax also falls right after he knocks out Vegito, but that distraction fixes has made it possible for Los Hermanos to get themselves inside the zone. And while all this is going on, there's OG still in the mix. Where is OG? Where did they show up from? What was this team doing the whole match?
Yeah, they were pretty silent. They wanted to have a slower start, but I was really surprised that White Walkers again defended their territory, and still no assault from Los Hermanos. I feel like there was a small window which they should have capitalized, but now push has come to shove. Orangutan and Madkings will have to duke it out. They're still inside the zone, but after this shift, they might not be, as a Tunky, he's gonna chunk that grenade. Does some massive amount of damage to Clutch God, but somehow he survives by the skin of his teeth, as Atanki is going to have one more go at it, this time maybe against Pro, as Orangutan deciding to press matters, and now Pro, he has to defend an entire assault coming in from OG's side, as Pro this time he's just good for not even 1 but 2 at that moment. But Aru, he wants to redeem himself, goes after Pro, but eventually fails. Even Clutch God providing that assistance, and OG again in troubled waters.
Yeah, but the nade from Atanki, was it enough? No is the answer. Clutch God going for the revive in the backlines, and Atanki, look at him. The pressure from Madkings was so immense that he could not even go for those revives. His teammates instantly getting wrapped up in a nice little packet, and Madkings very happy to receive that gift. But I guess the moment has arrived. White Walkers, they move in for those frags. They're putting pressure on Madkings now. A few individuals knocked out. They're going after OG as well. And the wait is over. The chicken dinner, we knew it was going to go towards White Walkers. They are here to secure it. Flash, he has no information as to where the last 2 survivors are. Clutch God and Apollo, they are just prone. They are hidden. Flash, does he see them? He still doesn't. There's a small little brush in front of Apollo that has managed to hide the presence. Finally, the knock secured, but no HP, no heals, no utility on Madkings, and the Kings finally get checkmated in this game of Sana.
Well, White Walkers finally securing the chicken dinner, a very, very long one they have been eyeing for. And now with 11 finishes in the bag, they are definitely a top contender for the top 8 after this semi-finals.
Yeah, certainly they are. I mean, this was coming, right? This was cooking. Especially how their journey has been throughout. There were signs where we were feeling like maybe White Walkers has got this, and then they had those small little fumbles. I think the best we saw out of them was maybe around Miramar or whatever. But at this point, you know, this chicken dinner, I think it's going to bolster up their morale. They're going to look ever so good. But another team that has been impressing me through and throughout has to be Madkings, bro. They have been so consistent. One odd game, that's fine. But when you look at the overall standings, they are looking oh so dandy.
Yeah, I mean, Madkings have done well, but for this game, I think the surprising player to be inside of the top 5 is Omega.
Surely.
And that sort of reminds me, it's not just him. Mysterious 4 were there as well. They were getting finishes even. Both these teams were super late in camp. Alpha, K9 because they lost players. Mysterious for God knows what reason, but both the teams actually ended up making into the top 8.
I would say the top contenders that are eyeing for the top 8 right now that we were expecting coming from the upper brackets, we were expecting coming from the quarterfinals as well, are doing really, really well, especially here in day 1 in semi-finals as well. Madkings, obviously a team that they started their journey in quarterfinals with a -5, but even then they were able to overcome everything and still make it into a semi-final. So it's still big win coming from them, but White Walkers is definitely the team you have to be watching out for as well, because this is a team that narrowly defended their quarterfinal journey in making into the semi-finals. Same thing they did do in the lower brackets, same thing they did in towards the later stages as well. Everything was just all like barely in the crossing mark, but for day 1, they have pretty much set the benchmark.
I mean, them, Godlike, Madkings, as Fixes said, I mean, all 3 teams have been impressive, but let's not forget we have more matches left.
Ooh, yeah. OG still made it in the top 3, so that is a contender we have to watch out as well here, considering they've only played 1 matches after this group change. But guess what? We're going to be taking a very, very short break, and right after this break, we will continue.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, it has been an exciting day 1 of the semi-finals so far, but 2 more matches remain. And we are expecting a few more names to make a bounce back before this day comes to an end for them. My name is Super Johnny, joined by Necro and Fixes alongside with me. And Necro, I mean, it was an intense set of matches. K9 Esports, they got 1 chicken dinner. I know what you're going to say next, but they also bombed Sanok.
Hey, look, it's completely fun. I believe K9 Esports still have got 2 more games to go in the future. And at the end of the day, K9 Esports, somewhere down the line, let's be honest, we've all got that trust in them that they're anyways going to do extremely good in the final few moments.
Yeah, but that trust is going to be there for the last day, not for day 1, man.
You really love playing with fire. If you put trust on K9, like that's the last team you can best have your trust upon.
We all know K9 Esports does not like to perform on the day 1, but later on, the moment the days keep on passing by, that's when K9 Esports amps up the aggression and the entire performance.
Pretty much.
But lately things have been a little different, right? They've been off to a really good start, but this time around, I mean, after a bad start, still Omega did manage to recover a couple of position points, but White Walkers, they surely have been balling alongside the likes of Madkings, especially Pro. That one, in fact, those 2 knocks on the players of OG, that is where it was set in for them. But then again, overall standings is something that I'm really excited for.
I mean, me too, because as we keep talking about K9 Esports, I think they are at, what, like 27, 28 total points, averaging about 6 to 7 points per game, 7 points per game. So they're doing quite well for themselves. I think it's okay, but we know they can do better. But looking at the overall rankings, White Walkers, that is a brilliant comeback. Now they find themselves on the podium. Madkings also maintaining a certain level of consistency in today's matches.
Madkings have been doing phenomenally well for themselves, right? As you mentioned, maintaining certain level of consistency, getting 29 points in the span of 4 games.
Yeah.
That's extremely good for a team like Madkings. We all remember the first time when we saw Madkings, even in a recent third-party tournament, they were not looking that great. But since we have seen the addition of Pro in this lineup, Madkings are on a different level.
Yeah, that man deserves a raise. I'm not even kidding about it. I mean, a lot of heavy lifting being done. That fight against Orangutan in that previous game was amazing. Nothing short of that. And talking about OG, it's quite surprising seeing them start on a slower note. They are 16th on the overall leaderboard right now, but 2 more matches, so they can bounce back. But majority of the teams on this last page are the teams from Group C. They just played their first game on Sanhok. And there was a moment in the game, I want to talk to you about this, and I want to know your thoughts afterwards, because Vasista Esports and NINZA, prime spot inside the zone, we were expecting them to do well, but out of nowhere, snap, and they're gone.
I believe the main problem over here is that the passive nature once again coming inside of the picture. We're not even surprised that Vasista Esports is one of those teams that likes to play it a little bit defensive. Speaking of NINZA, pretty much the same storyline, just copy and paste it over there. NINZA is also one of those teams that likes to avoid as many fights as possible if they're in this max center. In my opinion, if you've got the center, just try and spread yourself out, get some control, get some information, and that's maybe the way to play. And I feel like the game 1 from Godlike has to be a prime example of that.
Yeah. You know, I have a different take on this, because this time Vasista Esports, they kind of wasted a lot of time early on trying to go after the players of Team AX, and it was Victorious Sumus actually who had the center of the circle just to fluster it away. But for NINZAs, I think we all saw some Ralphie brilliance coming into play. 3 finishes of the players in a jiffy, they were wiped out. And yeah, NINZAs really need to wake the hell up.
I don't even know what happened between NINZA and Autobotz in these in that previous match, because as you mentioned, we saw them on the radar, and then all of a sudden we switched to the fight, and NINZAs are gone. But anyways, that was the previous game. Upcoming match is going to be the map of Miramar. Hopefully the team can make a comeback, but we're going to find that out in the match itself.
As the Deserty lands boot upon the screen, even the big bird's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Trailer Park towards the opposite side, which is going to be the southern side of Los Leones. If the teams do want to head on towards LSR now, that's going to be an extremely tough stretch, which means we might just see a bit of that clash.
You know, to be honest, right now, given how the flight path trajectory is, it's still fine. You know, a lot of these teams are now accustomed to, they've weathered even worse flight path trajectories, Necro. But our concerns will be on where the circle really forms, because this is something that you've been talking about. Even the first game of Wrangle, we saw the circle throwing a toss for everybody, and then even in the game of Miramar, it went way down south. I think it's time that we explore some different zones, maybe something happening around El Azhar or maybe Cruz de Valle.
Definitely, there's a big chance. But looking at the players of NINZA, this time taking an exit towards Montenuevo once again. You mentioned that NINZA needs to wake up, and NINZA themselves, they've been pretty vocal about the fact that they like to prioritize the circle and they like to avoid the fights. As long as they've not secured a good spot in the overall standings, that's how NINZAs are going to be playing. And in my opinion as well, NINZA needs to play a little bit more for the control. I do understand the moment they find the center of the zone, NINZA, they just like to settle back and maybe not even play that much proactive anymore. But in my opinion, NINZA should play proactive. They should spread themselves out, get as much intel as possible.
You know, what I really feel, Necro, and I would love your opinion on this, I feel like NINZAs really are holding themselves back. Because even when you take a look at the statistics, right, Beard Baba, he's amassed a lot of finishes. Reaper, lately we had seen, just before a couple of months ago, in another third-party LAN, he really stepped the ante up. So, and even when you've got the likes of Dragon in your team, who can also rack up a lot of finishes, and yet them deciding to go for a rather defensive style of play, I feel like they should maybe try a couple of tweaks here and there. You've got 16 matches, maybe experiment in a couple.
I do believe the fact that it's a little bit too late to tweak things in, but definitely, as you mentioned, right, since no one's getting eliminated from this stage, you're anyways heading on towards the survival stage, and if you do want to play with a bit of that risk, you can definitely try and twist things up. that can definitely help you refine the playstyle a little bit more and maybe figure out what exactly works better for you. You mentioned this. Poco, Beard, Baba, Dragon, even the IGL himself, and Reaper recently has been stepping up by a mile. And if they do decide to go aggressive, of course they're going to find a lot of success. It's not even a question. But NINZA, for some reason, Dragon OP, and even their coach believes that if they play around zone to zone, it's going to work out much better for them. They like to prioritize the placement points much more than the elimination points, which I'm not really a big fan of.
Yeah, Pep Guardiola football, again, might be a little boring to watch, but in fact quite effective. If you know, you know. But the circle. Now, we've been talking about this again. We've been blessed by rather southern circle. This time, however, not towards the southern extremities, right? It's still somewhere around Los Leones and Los Hermanos. Now, this team has really come into play, and I'm really rather keen to see how they step up. But White Walkers, boy, oh boy, what a journey has it been, especially for all these players. Vegito and Arjun, I think he's been drawing a lot of eyeballs lately.
I'm not even surprised by White Walkers' performance right in the past, known as Volcano Esports, and we saw at the start of 2025 what this team was capable of. Incredible stuff from this side of White Walkers, in the past known as Volcano Esports. Even inside of BGIs, this team was making waves. But right now, White Walkers, they're off to a fantastic start, and we've clearly noticed a big change in the pace from White Walkers. Usually in the stages, they like to pop off in the final few moments, but this time, since the game one, White Walkers, they've amped up the aggression, and they're getting a lot of those points on the board.
Again, kind of feels like they're feeling it, right? You get that moment, right, where everything is going your way. And for White Walkers, you know, before coming to any conclusion, I think both of us combined, we're delighted with how they've improved. But again, semi-finals, it's going to be rather a little bit of a longer stretch. You're getting 16 matches. And from here on, I really feel like White Walkers should hit the ball out of the park by day 2, by day 3, maybe secure enough points that you directly earn your ticket for the grand finals.
And I guess once again, the conversation really comes down to the fact that I do believe that the teams that played the quarterfinals do have a bit of that advantage.
Yeah,
they've already experienced the lobby of semifinals. They've already experienced how 50% of the teams are going to be playing in the semifinals. So they were already pre-prepared, and of course their hands were quite warmed up as well.
Yeah, and at a moment we had our doubts, didn't we? We felt like, yeah, still 4 days of no games. It is going to throw them off a little bit. But again, surviving that gauntlet time and time again, and they have been conditioned, they're more strengthened, and as a team, they look quite coordinated. But for now, Vasista Esports, Kerry Jot, he's got a whiff of Shadow, who's just hiding behind that tree, and now seems like Vasista Esports, they're just circling around like piranhas in the ocean, and Shadow, I feel like his times are numbered right now as Hector decides to muster up some courage, goes in. It's going to be Pro OP, however, who gets the knock, and Hector is going to be happy with finishing him off.
No cover, no cavalry from IG Los Hermanos, just gave up on the guy like that. And for Vasista Esports, that's going to be free elimination point just converted. Who doesn't love a freebie? We all do.
Yeah.
And Vasista Esports, after getting that,
But
they're
what was
definitely
Shadow
feeling
doing
pretty good. Well, that's a question only the man can answer at this point. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why IG Los Hermanos just gave up. Even they were fed up of him being there.
I still cannot contemplate what was going on in his mind. He was out in the middle of nowhere, completely alienated from his squad, and nobody was there to help. I think the only conclusive answer is maybe he was out venturing, searching for a vehicle for himself, and suddenly he realizes that, yeah, he's been circled around. And Fauna, Godstrain. I mean, the previous game, I must say a decent start, if not the best, because the way they were betrayed by the circle, they still made the most out of it.
Godstrain, once again, is one of those teams that likes to be on the defensive side of the spectrum, right? I had a conversation with Robin before the day even started, and the man was mentioning this, that he was extremely happy that now the teams are taking the aggressive stance. And to be honest, watching that, if the coach is happy, I do believe that Godstrain should have kicked things off on the aggressive note. Just getting 4 points in the game one, yeah, maybe you can say since it was just the game one for that team, it was a decent start. But if you look at the Godstrain standards, it's not the ideal standard or the ideal start that you expect from a banner like Godstrain. You want them to at least have 8 to 9 points in that game.
No, that's the thing with Godstrain. Haven't you noticed? It's always been the same tell-to-tell story about them, that they love moving in the shadows. You do not see Godstrain climbing up the ranks. You know, suddenly we question their consistency and everything involved, and then they respond back with 3 chicken dinners, which are not very flashy, but still earns them enough numbers to keep them in contention, always in competition, be it the grand finals, the semis. They just do not care. They're somewhere lurking around the 4th and the 5th. And suddenly, in the last day, they kind of put their gears up and they claim the trophy.
Yeah, they don't really get a lot of elimination points with those chicken dinners, right? Maybe just 4 to 5 elimination points. That's going to give them 14 or 15 points in total. Not a lot of flashy plays from Godstrain. And considering the fact that they've got players like Justin and Neo, you expect them to be flashy on the playing field. But that's not the case. And even Robin mentioned this. Even he wants to drive this team in an aggressive way, but that's just a dream for him.
But you know, when you look at the pen and paper statistic about Godstrain, this also looks like an all-star lineup. Honestly speaking, Justin, Delta, Destro sticking from a long time, and then the addition of Neo. Yeah, there have been questions sometimes on Neo's consistency or him really performing in lands, but lately he's been keeping up, I must say, if not the best. But Delta, if that man steps up, you know that Godstrain is a different breed, right? You know, if it is needed out of them, we've seen, right? Godstrain can go aggressive, they can still get a lot of finishes. Again, it's them opting for which way.
Let's not forget one thing. They still barely qualified over here by the skin of their teeth. And look at that hardship from the zone. A curveballing shift coming in, catching a lot of these teams off guard. OG had so many teams around them. There was a major cluster. Even Likitha Esports, Autobotz Esports were playing around that centric part. But the moment the zone moves up towards the northern side, a little bit tilted on the right, Mysterious Force now going to find themselves in the prime spot. And trust me when I say this, if Mysterious Force, they somehow end up dropping the ball, their mentality will instantly break in this game.
I'm starting to get a little worried about them, given the fact that K9 is just hovering around. But the NINZAs this time got the eyes on Los Hermanos. Early on, we saw Shadow departing, and now NINZAs feel like maybe getting a knock over there could make their lives easier, could potentially try and force a fight, but it is pretty much both these teams trying to get inside the zone, find a decent holding spot, and then maybe play it out. But Karlin is quite keen on maybe replying back, but NINZAs, Necro, I dare you, they are playing with fire over here with Mysterious Force still around the center. Things are looking really dicey for them.
NINZA once again making that risky mad dash just to place themselves in a decent spot. And this is not a decent spot. It's a spot filled with a lot of risk, and even if one nade is tossed around that fray, NINZA might just be dismantled instantly. Utility's taken away a lot of HP from Beard Baba, but it's still not enough to find the confirmation. Mysterious 4, now they're getting paranoid. They want to get rid of that foe around them, but hold on to that thought. Even Team AX, they found themselves against the players of Madkings, and just like that, within the blink of an eye, you see the players eliminated from the game. Team AX, they're definitely one of those swords that you would not want to mess with. The moment you lay your finger, you will cut it.
Yeah, I feel like you are their blessing, because every time you come on the desk, somehow Team X performs really well. Because that hasn't been the case in the previous couple of games. And now this time, 2 finishes, decent start for Team X, but a lot more to recover. But when you look at the overall standings at 12 points, given the fact that they got 2 over here, so out of the 4 games they played, getting 10 points, is it enough?
Absolutely not. In 4 games minimum, you're supposed to have around 25. Maybe you can't say that's a mediocre performance. If you're just having 10 points, that's terrible. You need to bring a lot more numbers up on the board. But hold on to that thought. Maichi Los Hermanos, that's going to be the second man down. Even Evil taken care of. What's going on with Maichi Los Hermanos? There's a major disconnect between the players, and it's Autobotz Esports who take the advantage this time. First, we saw Shadow getting picked off. Now we saw Evil getting picked off. These individual players getting taken out. It's not a good sign for the entire team.
Yeah, the only silver lining is they still had a decent turnaround in Sanhok at least. Got a decent amount of finishes this time again. One of those off games. And next up, it's going to be Wrangle. I feel like that is one of Los Hermanos' strongest suit, but the circle, again shifting, and NINZAs almost find themselves at the very center But it goes without saying that that's a very risky spot to hold.
True.
They've been drawing so much attention, especially around the ditch they were playing around. But look at this. Team AX and FS trying to pour in, and seems like FS, they want to force a fight.
FS Esports, they're quite thirsty for the points. And they definitely do want to funnel in a few for themselves. But FS Esports, unfortunately, they're on the receiving side of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Instead, they're the one to lose out on the players. Even Roman gets knocked out and confirmed once again. And why would you not? You're going up against the entirety of the firing squad, and that's K9 Esports. K9 Esports will be a tough foe to deal with, especially when you know the players have been practicing day in and day out. K9 Esports, they're here to win.
But look at this cluster around that southern area, right? You've got the likes of Genesis, Likitha Esports, Sumus also closing in, and maybe a fight against White Walkers is incoming for Sumus, and seems like they have sensed the threat and have decided to part ways, maybe go a little bit more towards that eastern side and then inject yourselves and maybe then encounter the players of K9, but for the likes of Autobotz, they're right next to the likes of Orangutan, and even Likitha Esports might close in, but they've got their own troubles to deal with as Genesis also around Likitha Esports, and maybe Smoker, he's got a slight idea of what's happening. So far, no response from either sides.
Maybe it's the calm before the storm. Both the teams still trying to get the lay of the land. Know exactly how the fight might just happen. FS Esports continuing their wrath, and this time it's against the players of Sumus, as NINZA gets caught off guard and eliminated from the game. Not exactly sure what Sumus' man was doing there, but it's such an awkward spot to be in. And speaking of FS Esports, losing those two players against K9 Esports, that's going to sting them in the future.
Yeah, it was just timing gone wrong, because we were talking about Sumus trying to enter in, NINZA, he was just holding their backlines, and suddenly even Team FS Esports were of the same ideal opinion, right? And they locked horns, but eventually it's again come down to these two youngsters, Godx and Levi. We know Levi, he's got a lot of potential, the MVP of the BMPS recently held, and so far after that event, he's been quite lackluster, but Orangutan they haven't been, but again, a fight against Likitha Esports, trades from both the sides, and Atanki, he needs to be fast, and that is exactly what he's doing.
Likitha's losing out on too many men. Man advantage in the hands of OG, and this is where OG might just turn the tides. Utility being cooked in the hands of Atanki, and if this is going to find the right mark, that's going to be for Likitha Esports. But Likitha, for them, they're losing out on too many players inside of the fight. Even Starboy gets knocked out, but luckily enough, a Rez was squeezed in. That means now Likitha is a two-man strong squad. For OG, even they need to get the fallen player back upon the feet, but still the man advantage is with them. The fight's taken down with 3v2 and XOXO. Now the man's taken down extremely low. Falls back to the safety once again. Likitha Esports. It seems like they're really keeping the players of OG on the pay. And for some reason, OG's not making that pounce. Quite hesitant in making that rush, and that's why Aru, he loses his life. Massive plunder coming through from OG. Another nade tossed out from Likitha, and maybe it's going to be just on the mark. Aru needs to be brought back up on the feet, and Likitha Esports, these two players doing a lot of damage to OG. Still, these three players from OG, they can pull things back into their hands, but there's a lot of hesitancy, and I'm not a big fan of it.
You know, they are prioritizing those revives as iQOO. This time, he strikes gold, gets that very valuable knock off XOXO, and now all that remains of Likitha Esports, it's going to be Magic in a 1v4 where everything is against him. And he's got to fight against all these odds, but this time he shall fail as iQOO, they let this man live. There was a point where he was down, should have really grenaded him, but now OG, they really avoided a threat there. They did manage to somehow squeeze in, got those 4 finishes, and now they will march their way inside the zone.
Genesis Esports, so far 0 frags on the board.
That's quite uncanny.
Yeah, it's not often that you see this team not really going off for an aggressive start. Genesis this time playing for a bit more of that control. But the area they control, it's not a good area. I highly doubt the zone's going to be shifting down south. It's probably going to move out in the open in the smack center. The odds are heavily stacked over there. And you see a team like God's Reign holding just the right spot. As of now for Genesis Esports, they just need to find a way to scrape through a few elimination points. That's going to give them the confidence booster that they need.
Yeah, given the circle somewhere just western side of Impala, God's Reign, That is their home ground, right? They know the turf. They're well versed with it, the topography. But for now, Genesis eyeing out on the players of White Walkers, Vegito, Arthur, being the man, putting their bodies on the line as K9. This time, they decide to go after the players of Team Aryan. As Aryan, he gets a nade swung over, but Omega has got a nice angle and that Molotov to somehow flush him out. But Aryan, he's refusing to bow out over there. Instead, wants to jump out, but eventually falls prey to Slug as Devotee, the final player alive, as Omega also deciding to close in. But that grenade, that is going to be quite devastating as Slug instead takes himself down, but it is fine. Ninja Boy falling off. He's going to trigger that revive as K9 again survive another fight.
Communication not fluid enough between the players of AX, and that's why K9 Esports, they take the advantage. And speaking of K9, yeah, that's literally perfection personified. The way they flushed out the man using the Molotov, and then Devotee, his position was already compromised. They played it picture perfect. And AX in that scenario just could not do anything. And now just surviving with that one-man Henry. I highly doubt he can do anything. Out in the open, a lot of teams surrounding the guy. There's also Mysterious 4 in the front. It's really going to be tough to survive. Another man getting caught off guard and taken out of the game. The next zone's going to be centering on up once again. As I mentioned, it's probably going to move out in the open, and that's what happens. For NINZA, yes, they're still surviving, but we all know the moment Mysterious Force is going to be aggressive, NINZA, there's no way they're going to stand a chance in that fight.
Yeah, somebody's going to slam in hard on the players of GDR, and that is what everybody's going to be eyeing out for. It's a game of chess right now. It's all about who makes that first move, but Henry has been dealt with. Ninja Boy just exterminates, and that marks the end for Team Aryan once again, as First Curiosity also losing out on Anuj to OP. All courtesy to Pro once again, but Madkings this time did not have the best of starts. Clutch caught Shadow, both dealt with. Now it's all down to Pro and Apollo with Insidious right in front of him. And now it's going to be interesting to see how they make their way inside the zone, as Vizgod deciding to charge in on the players of Los Hermanos. Zyrix, he's got a lot on his plate right now. Vizgod, AKOP, they're getting the numbers up, and Zyrix wanted to go for the switch.
What?
A little too late, a big blunder punished by OG.
Switches on their faces.
Yeah.
Massive blunder from the guy, and that's why Maiji Los Hermanos eliminated with just 0 finishes on the board. A big disconnect between the players, and this is not the Los Hermanos that we saw in the upper brackets. The confidence is missing, the aggression's missing. Los Hermanos, they're just getting toyed by the lobby. It's quite unfortunate, but now for Genesis Esports, they finally do find that frag. Flashes down from White Walkers. A bit of a rough start for them inside of this game, but even for Genesis Esports, they lose out another valuable player. Aryan, tossing out the utilities. With the fact that Genesis Esports is still pretty far away, it's not in their notable range. White Walkers, even they've only got 1 finish point on the block. It's going to be a tough game to be converted from a team like White Walkers. So let's see how they play this one out.
And what's even more flabbergasting is the fact that, look at this, 13 teams still alive. Now it's the fifth stage coming to an end. At this point, Viper maybe he's got a slight whiff on where the players of White Walkers are. But Genesis, they're playing on the edges of the circle, and what really concerns me is Autobotz being right next to them. But there is an opening. You can see Ralphie being taken down. Yash trying to march inside the circle, trying to capitalize on this opportunity. Some tiny little ridges to play around, but this is a very risky holding spot. There you go.
This is filled with a lot of risk in Genesis Esports. Somewhere down line, they knew they're taking a lot of risk.
Yeah. That little pause, that's where they knew. It is done for them.
Yeah. Still going for that revival, so luckily enough, Yash will be back up on his feet. But in my opinion, just go prone, my friend. The moment he's back up, instantly shots were taken. There's no way this man's going to be alive. A little pixel still visible, and Yash eventually is alive, but not anymore. Even NINZA reaping the benefits, and it's Reaper who gets that elimination point confirmed.
I really feel like Genesis should have pushed in on the players of Autobotz there. They should have engaged in that fight. They had no business trying to take that central control for themselves. They knew he was surrounded by foes, and Sile OP, he delivers. Hunters once again being picked off. And yeah, Genesis again through such rough times as the circle. This time, again, Lil Concentric and GDR, Meta-Ninzas, Mysterious 4 and Meta-Ninzas. They're still alive, they're still kicking. And Reaper, he's got an absurd flank angle to play with.
Vasista Esports, now it's time to send it. They're done playing that defensive game, but now it's time to make that pounce. But FS Esports, they welcome Vasista with open arms. FC as well getting eliminated from the game at the same time, but generally speaking, Vasista Esports, how do they manage to turn things around? Interesting.
I think it's maybe somebody from Scary John or Hector that provided that cover fire at the right nick of time.
I think so. The vehicle ended up running over one of the players.
I mean, everything happened so quick. Maybe that's going to be the case over there. But whatever it is mysterious for me eyeing out for the players of Meta NINZAs. GDR, they've got such a strong compound. It's so easily defendable, right? Nobody can just push down in on you. But again, it's doable. Somebody needs to thread the needle. Somebody at least needs to cut off one angle. And that is where you need to time it perfectly as Reaper. This time, that flank angle really coming in handy, right? Vasista Esports were not anticipating his position over there. And suddenly, their trouble kind of increases tenfolds because now they have to get inside the zone. And now even OG decides to slam in on that exact same spot. And we know what happens next.
It's literally a cursed spot.
Oh, no.
Everyone's got the free lines of sight on that spot, and even OG is now getting absolutely ripped apart. No way, they stand a chance in that meat grinder.
You know, they should have actually, that position is nice, but that spot, they should have been on the other side because their backlines were completely clear. But again, mistakes being made. But Vasista Esports going after Meta NINZAs this time. But Hector somehow surviving that trial by fire, keeps himself alive. And again, Reaper with that collapse, I mean, he was singled out from his squad and that was coming, right?
Vasista Esports, they've got a lot to prove in this game. And not just in this game, even in this tournament. A lot of fingers have been raised against this banner, but they finally need to rise back up from the ashes. This does seem like a decent game. 6 finishes on the block. And look at Meta NINZA. From all the different sides, Meta NINZA is getting pounced on. Utilities coming through from all the different angles, and Meta NINZA, they need to stand their ground. As K9 Esports, they make the pounce, and within a few seconds, Meta NINZA, they've been wrapped up in a sheet and sent back home.
This is lovely stuff from K9. Look at this, 10 finishes already confirmed, and they certainly are vying out for more. Completely ridden with all that momentum and adrenaline coursing through their veins as Mysterious 4. They will capitalize on this opportunity. Slightly wounded, and that is where they hunt them down. Bunny finds that finish onto its slug, and now even Snowjord finds himself traded off. Another player taking him down, but Mysterious 4, they're racking up a lot of finishes. All the knock players, they're getting those finishes confirmed.
Can be one of those stable games that Mysterious 4 is known for. Right now under heavy fire. The surrounding lines filled with a lot of foes, and Bunny, who wants to get the man at top of the vehicle, but it's getting tough. Now finally exits out of that car, sticking that revival through the next, so it's going to be extremely important. And OG, they're favored by it, which means God's Reign soon will be forced out of their comfort zones, and that's where the real chaos will happen. OG, they've got 3 men standing. And at this point in time for Vasista Esports, with just a 2-man squad outside of the circle, it's getting real tough.
Yeah, and even GDR have been betrayed at this point because they have been firing so much bullets, they've been creating so much commotion that they've drawn a lot of attention. Now, if the circle shifts away from them next, that's going to be a big question mark on how they convert this game. But Arthur, in the middle of nowhere, that's going to be an easy-peasy finish for Neo. But Viscott,
oh my God,
he starts getting activated, right? A knock onto it's Justin, and who knows what happens next. But Viscott surely wasn't anticipating Silope.
That elimination on towards White Walkers is literally instrumental for God's Reign, because now they can go ahead and contest that position, which means God's Reign will now have much more control inside of the game. That was insane from Neo. Threading that needle, finding that one crucial knock. That's going to give God's Reign an upper edge in the final few moments. And right now, that's what God's Reign is doing. Spreading themselves out in the final few moments. Have a little bit more of that control. Also get a bit of that up close and personal look against the players of OG. Mysterious 4 finding those frags against the players of Vasista Esports as the frag was stolen. And for OG, Viscott is the casualty. They need to get the revival back upon the fallen comrade. And Vasista Esports, they know they're done for. No possible way to survive this wrath.
Yeah, even for Viscott, he knew his days were numbered in the moment when he got knocked because Aru and AK could not have really gone for that revive there. GDR have already encircled them, and now AKOP still wants to fight back. A knock onto its Delta, but it's not going to amount to much because that smoke, that is going to be quite pivotal, really. Helping God's Reign get their numbers back up once again. Atanki, Viscott out of commission, AKOP and Aru, they've got a lot on their shoulders right now.
They of course do. OG not really having the man number to go up against the entirety of God's Reign. And OG just tossing in blind utilities in the hopes of finding at least that one knock. But Delta, that was a crucial knock. He's already found the right end of the streak. And now he's going to make that pounce as well. God's Reign slowly and steadily pushing in inch by inch. And OG, all they can do is just sit and watch. Aru under heavy fire. The man's position's compromised. But look at Omega, he just blew himself up. And now for Aru, there's no possible way the man's going to stand a chance. Out in the open, in between of two of the teams, even Mysterious 4's taking those shots. But for Mysterious 4, even God's Reign a possible threat. They need to watch out from them. Aru is still behind that little piece of cover. He's still somehow just barely hanging on a thread. Gets a fresh magazine as well, and now that pixel visible. Aru's taking too much damage even from the side of Mysterious 4, and that's going to be an elimination point converted by Hero. The final standoff between God's Reign and Mysterious 4, as Mysterious 4, they start things off with a bit of that disadvantage.
Yeah, they do, and this time GDR, they have absolutely taken over the lobby. Having all their players alive, nothing much to really worry about them. Neo is in scintillating good form as Delta. He's also starting to feel himself. Bunny, he's under heavy fire as all those utilities being bombarded at his way. He's surviving those Molotovs, he's surviving those grenades, he's doing a lot. Should give enough time, at least for Snowjer and Hero, to somehow sort of make a move there. But Mysterious 4, I mean, they're not making a lot of movements, but finally they decide to regroup, recuperate a little bit, but did not have a lot of time as Hero left a little bit behind. But Delta knows exactly where he is.
Finally, the performance that we wanted from God's Reign. It's Hero on the screen. They're being blessed with an opportunity to secure this game, but hopefully they're not going to throw it away this time. We've seen God's Reign drop a lot of balls, but this is not the one you would want to drop. Mysterious 4, 3 players still standing, but those 3 players, they've got a lot of control.
Yeah.
A massive 2-1 split going on, and Mysterious 4 relying heavily on Hero. He needs to be the day saver. Blue's on the move, it's going to force Hero out of his comfort zone, and that's where God's Reign will go for the strike as well. But the same thing can also be said for God's Reign. Mysterious 4 just waiting for the right opportunity, and the opportunity is right now. Hero moving out in the open, and God's Reign as well, pushing up slowly and steadily. The utilities tossed out from Mysterious 4. It does find a bit of that chip damage, but it's not enough. Blue taking a toll, and now God's Reign making that move as Snowjar gets knocked out. Bunny as well, chipped up extremely low. Hero in the back lines, the man's barely surviving, and the same thing can be said for Bunny as well. And God's Reign, they can feel it coursing through their veins as it's going to be their game.
And this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Yeah, they might have a little bit of a weird start, but eventually, somehow they get a chicken dinner. And from 2 games, 1 already converted for them. And what a time for Neo to also come alive. You know, a lot of finishes amassed. Delta is feeling himself. The entire team, I think they're absolutely surging through that electricity that's been coursing through their veins. But yes, Mysterious 4, I think again, another commendable performance.
I mean, it was a commendable performance and they have been consistent throughout the day. But God's Reign, as you guys mentioned, a brilliant bounce back for them. A quick reset after the fiasco of Sanhok, but still, they need to do well on the last angle as well. But let's talk a little bit about Mysterious 4, because the previous game, we saw them get hyper-aggressive. They were looking to go for those finishes. Unfortunately, because of that, when the time came for them to push for the circle, they were just taken out mid-rotation. This time around, things were very different from Mysterious 4.
I really like the intent, especially for Mysterious 4 being one of the lesser-known teams, finally getting all that playtime experience, and now you could see that confidence, finally that confidence, that intent is there. They want to engage in fights, they're dabbling around, they're also playing for position. So this is a team that's looking quite solid for me.
And also we cannot really ignore the fact that K9 Esports was pretty aggressive in that game, right?
Yes.
Getting so many elimination points for themselves, taking fights after fights, securing a lot of those big names as well in their back. K9 Esports was making it look easy, but we also need to talk a little bit more about NINZA and the position they got. I do understand you want to play from zone to zone, but not every position inside of the circle is a good position.
I mean, that should be the lesson learned from the Sanhok game before this as well, because while they were there at the center in Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3 just completely betrayed them, and NINZA, we saw that early exit on Sanhok. Miramar, also not the best outing for NINZA. I think our expectations from this team are a lot more. We did see the stats for God's Reign on our screens a few moments ago, and as you mentioned, Neo coming back to life is what we were waiting for from this team. hopefully they just keep the ball rolling and do not slow down throughout the entire journey of the semifinals.
That's the whole point for Godlike, right? For God's Reign, my bad. I just hope that they're not really going to be switching things up at the last moment.
Exactly.
We're seeing God's Reign a lot more in an aggressive form, a lot more in a confident form, but I don't want to see God's Reign turn down that aggression a little bit more.
Hey man, hopefully they keep this going because there's just one more match left for the day. It's going to be a wrangle, but that is going to happen after this break.
Welcome back after that short break, and now just one game remains to conclude the day. Guys, so far, the day has been quite action-packed, right? Speaking of the previous game as well, God's Reign finally making that bounce back in the overall standings, and now this is the God's Reign standard that we all wanted to see.
You know, I was having a little bit of chat here with Robin. I was wondering, hey, are you guys going to make any kind of changes? And he said, nope, you know, we're okay. We're going to be sticking with what we're going to be doing here. They're used to playing with the top teams, and guess what? It kind of reap their rewards here because they definitely secured a very, very convincing chicken dinner.
But hey, you know what? Let's have a look at the MVP of that previous game. Definitely has to be someone, maybe even from the side of K9 Esports, but no. Instead, it's Neo from God's Reign, racking up a lot of those finish points for himself. 5 finish points coming through, and look at that damage number. 1167, Neo was popping off. You've also got Bunny from Mysterious 4, even Slug coming through from K9.
Look at Delta. His damage numbers are off the roof as well. Certainly those finishes don't do justice, but K9, they've been all over the place. Even Ninja Boy making an entrant over there. And this is what we love about K9, to be honest.
Look
But
at that.
GDR, this 21 points in for K9 with those 14. Mysterious 4 with that 16. Oh my god, semi-finals are going to be interesting, aren't they?
I think when we talk about consistency so far, OG, you know, since their debut from Game
Top 3.
4 and also this game in particular, they have been racking up some serious points. I would say on their average points so far, they're on par to Hero Extreme Godlike. But K9's recovery after Game 4 onwards was just phenomenal because they had one of the rockiest start here in day number 1. Of course, they have to play a total of 6 matches, but in between, you can see that they have made a lot of adjustments, which resulted in them, you know, pulling up 42 points. I would say, obviously, you know, they have one more match to go. They should be at the top. Eventually, they will dwindle down, but still, I would say this is a very, very nice recovery coming from them.
Of course, K9 Esports now seems like in a much more stable standpoint, which is a fantastic thing, and this is what you expect from a banner like K9 Esports too. We've got the overall standings popping up, and after that performance, K9 Esports, they found themselves on the 2nd spot, which is an extremely good thing. But as you move on towards the 2nd page, this is where you will start to see a few concerning names too. For example, FS Esports, look at them. They've played 5 games so far, just getting 16 points.
Yeah, this is concerning, and this is the exact issue that I raised, right? What has happened to FS and Team AX, two very good performing teams in the recently held BMPS, now struggling. Yeah, of course, they might have gotten through the uppers, but again, you know, that solidity has clearly been missing from their side. But Vasista Esports, I mean, I feel like they've left a lot to be desired, and they can certainly do a lot better.
You know, I don't really care about Vasista right now because they've only played 2 matches. The biggest concerning name in this lobby is actually going to be Team AX here. They've played 5 matches and they're still in the last
Talk to him.
Of the overall.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Aryan, but after 5 matches to be in the bottom, that is a very concerning factor. What happened, Mr. Necro?
I was extremely hopeful from this banner. At the start of the day, I mentioned Team AX might just be one of those teams that can prove all of us wrong, and they might just make an astonishing entry in the top 5. But
So
now
long
look at them,
story
they're
short,
not
you
even
just
there.
casters cursed Aryan on you.
There's definitely a possibility, but I don't think so. I do believe that AX is one
went
of those
2 ways.
teams, probably with one of the most experience out there. They should not be on that spot. But let's hope that maybe in the last game itself, we'll see that major bounce back from AX.
I mean, we hope so, because to be honest, really, you were also rooting for K9. They're doing amazing, but who knows?
Yeah.
AX might recover in this one.
Well, that's the thing, right? They weren't doing that great in the first 2 games here. But what's doing great right now is going to be Mysterious 4. Like, they have been very, very consistent so far. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they get a chicken dinner to try and maybe even things out with Hero Xtreme Godlike.
To be honest, for Mysterious 4, they've always been all about the consistency, and once again, that's proven them right. But for now, it's time for us to head on towards the final game of the day, so here we go.
It is time, gentlemen, that the greener pastures turn red. It is the match of Erangel, the final game of the evening. It's going to be Group B and C this time around. That's the flight path trajectory, folks, crossing all the way from Yasnaya Polyana towards Hospital. This time, however, slightly skewed towards the northern side. So a couple of teams that had troubles getting down to their drop locations. I'm talking about K9 in the first game. This time, however, it would be a rather smoother sail.
Yeah, I would say so as well. But at the same time here, speaking of a very, very rough start here, it's got to be God's Reign here. They are going to be the furthest away from the flight path. Military base is going to be something that they are looking for as well. They've got the chicken in the previous game, but this time they have to overcome a lot of things. Hopefully they don't get picked off as the early game here. Are they going to go for the secondary drop?
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen God's Reign go for a secondary drop, like ever.
No, I've seen exactly in this particular flight path trajectory, they kind of tend to drop down just around that junction spot. And lately, we've also seen them venturing as far as Zaki in the recently held tournament. So
Okay, seems like they are heading that direction.
Yeah. This is something that they've been doing from quite some time. But we've also seen that God's Reign, even from dropping down there have been certain tendencies where they kind of tend to go all the way down south. I think everything really pans out on how the circle forms, and seems like I don't see any reason for them to really move away. But for Madkings, this could be a nice game, I see.
Wait a minute. Seems like God's Reign, they have pivoted as well. They might consider not heading towards Zarki because Autobotz is also looking to try and stretch out their wings a little bit. We know for a fact that North George is their home territory. They have been playing there for quite some time. And the circle actually plays on towards potentially Gatka as well. So Everest definitely in play. Madkings looking to try and conquer the mountains for sure. But it's interesting, ever since the start of BMSD, we have not seen an Everest ending yet. We've seen a lot of Gakas ending compared to BMPS, compared to BGIS, where Everest was the hot take here.
I think we have to save that Everest ending maybe for the grand finals, because that would be quite poetic, wouldn't it? But for now, Madkings having some night vision on the players of Mysterious 4. One of them already being dealt with, but Omega, he's a nice friend to have. Of course, just carries his friend. I mean, no time to waste, and that's the way I would like it.
Hey man, that's a save. Like it or not, that is still a save. Knock or not, that denies point away from Madkings and does keep things alive from Mysterious 4. So they get the reset. It is going to be a temporary setback coming from Mysterious 4. But aside from that, as long as they're still alive and they're still inside the zone, there are still things that can be done. Unfortunately, they have to do it with one knock, which is, again, not too shabby at the start of the game here. So Mysterious 4 definitely gets the full reset. Madkings not too happy that they get their points deducted.
No, I'll tell you who's happy. Vasista Esports is very happy. They have been blessed with the circle. and their conversion rates have been slightly better. And especially around those Gatka zones, that is where they feel quite comfortable at. As GDIA, this is what we've been talking about, right? Drop down at the junction point and head all the way towards Zaki, and I think they have that leeway to do that.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of what Godstrain is doing here. Like, they're hesitating to actually go towards Zorky just because they saw a couple of parachutes heading that direction from Autobotz. But again, it's a little bit too far off here. They're taking a little bit too time, and even then, Zarki is a good spot to loot up for like maybe 2.5 men. So I'm a little bit concerned on how they're going to be playing their exit strategy and how they're going to be stocking up. But for now, let's focus on K9. They had a rough start in the start of the day with the Erangel map. Didn't exactly go well to them because of the collision with Autobots. But this time, uncontested. They are in 70. And yeah, it's just... This is weird, like how... Oh, hold that thought for now. Madkings getting overrun here. Vasista on the hunt, and ClutchGod now in a lot of trouble. He needs backup. Pronto.
He's got an entire horde pushing in on him, and that's going to be an easy task for Pro. Really did not break any sweat there. ClutchGod being dealt with, and that is nice homework done from Vasista Esports. They know that ClutchGod kind of tends to go a little aloof from his squad. And considering the fact that ClutchGod so far, I think even you would agree, they've been having a great day in the office, individually also, even for Madkings. That is going to be a little bit of a bummer for it.
Yeah, unfortunately for Madkings, this is rough on them as well. They had to concede high ground on Everest as well for that commitment. Unfortunately, could not buy enough time from ClutchGod, so that is going to be his downfall in this game. We'll see you tomorrow, ClutchGod. Meanwhile, ORANGUTAN, this is a team that has a great start in the second half, but unfortunately needs that massive chicken dinner game if they want to tie things up with Xtreme Godlike, who's currently the leader of the overall leaderboard with only 3 matches. And that is a huge lead, I would say, for Xtreme Godlike.
Yeah, I mean, Godlike were quite exceptional, but OG aren't really far behind. I mean, a lot of people might feel like they'd been a little lackluster, but even in their worst of the games, they still managed a top 3 position, right? 2 games, top 3. And Insana could not get a lot of finishes, courtesy to Pro, of course, denying them that luxury there. But the previous game of Miramar was quite nice for OG, and especially even had a nice amount of finishes also to their names. But White Walkers, pretty sure they've been writing all those headlines, how they've been playing, especially Archun. His journey in this tournament has been nothing short of a Cinderella story.
Yeah, hopefully things are going to be for the better here, because White Walkers, their trend and their storylines has always been narrowly qualifying for the next phase. And it's the same so far coming in from the quarterfinals. This time, for the first time in a long time, White Walkers has got a decent lead. But can they hold on to qualify to the grand finals is going to be a separate matter. Meanwhile, we have to talk about Victorious Summers now. This is a team that had a lot of homework. You know, we have a veteran known as a Always for a long time. He's been playing and competing for the longest time.
Yeah.
But the question here is, has he been able to qualify towards the grand finals? Is going to be the question for 2025 at least.
Yeah, he's got a lot running, right? A lot of emotions, especially with him being one of the veterans and those last moment changes. NINZA really coming into the lineup. Yeah, him going through his own set of troubles. But today, what I feel so far, Victorious Sumus, they failed in those 4v4s, right? They've been getting those zones. It's those fights that they really need to amp it up.
It's so unfortunate for them, considering that they had their best run was when they were with Team Forever. And they qualified into the semifinals, but just could not make the cut to the grand finals. It's just so very unfortunate. But on screen now, we do see Genesis Esports. Scouts a couple of rotations coming from FS, who is the furthest away from the zone. And Hunters decide, you know what? Let's not fight this, because we're still outside the zone. If we are caught out in this fight and do not benefit out of this, they are going to be picked off. So first Curiosity, it's going to be scooting by, but finally they take shots in. A couple of connections, but no knocks so far. So Genesis going for a couple of taps there, but they will back off. But hold that thought. Seems like Hunter says, I'm going to give chase to this here. Interesting.
All right. I mean, even for Genesis, they really left a lot to be desired today, considering the firepower inside this lineup. You've got Viper, latest addition, Hunters. He's been performing really well. Yash, he's a very underrated player, and Gravity. He's been tested, and he has proven to be quite excellent. But sometimes there have been questionable decisions. But for Genesis, yeah, no trouble whatsoever. But for now, K9, again, for the hunt, they've got Likitha Esports. The big question is, when do they hit the door?
That's going to be the very good one as well. K9 Esports does have a very, very good track record in Erangel as well. They do have the most amount of points in the past in the map of Erangel with high finish volumes and also high points. Unfortunately, this time hasn't been great for them in game one in particular. Hopefully there is going to be a little bit of redemption here. I was expecting a little bit more aggression, but it seems like they are taking a little bit of a stop there to see how the circle is going to be forming. It is going to be forming around South George. Madkings already in position, and every single team needs to be scrambling for this as well. This is going to be an urban warfare, and it's been a while since we've seen a circle like this.
Yeah, this circle is quite uncommon. I must say it's even categorized as a rare circle because...
extremely rare, I would say.
Yeah, because we have never seen Circle 10 twisting towards that western side. And this is where Mysterious War, they've taken some nice control over there, but they've got a fight coming there. Ali, even Autobotz, they've had a really great day so far. Little bit of inconsistency, but it's still A-okay considering how their run has been, right? This is one of those teams, always tends to make those comeback in those latter days, but this time, had a decent day in the first one.
Yeah, this is home turf right now for both Madkings and also Autobotz. They should be able to secure the best spots possible for the zone. Meanwhile, First Curiosity and Genesis Esports still having a little bit of run in here. They've just made it past the zone, inside the zone, but they still have to step it on as well as they need to progress into the next phase. And they're still very far off. Very minimal intel. The only intel they have is each other. And even then, First Curiosity was knocked off as the confirmation comes through for Genesis. This fight is just delaying both their entry point. Winner is going to be Genesis for now. But was it worth it? It's going to be the question here. Oh my goodness, they're still on the hunt, Genesis. My goodness.
Yeah, that's pretty much in their DNA, in it. Given the fact that Genesis always on the prowl, looking for some of those openings. And, you know, this is, again, those situations they find comfort under. Feels warm, doesn't it, for Hunters. Again, trying to take a jab at the players of First Curiosity. This time, Dreams answering back, but Gravity, what a knock that is. And Dreams absolutely flustered that one as Gravity does want to get that finish off. But Yash taking down Dreams, that elimination confirmed as Genesis. They've gotten 2 already on the board and still eyeing for more.
Well, hold that thought for now, because now a major fight is about to happen as well. OG goes in for the push against Victorious Summers. 1-for-1 trade. Shayan and Atenki down. Aru providing assistance, but Mafia needs to defend from the inside. Nades are coming in. NINZA gets a knock onto his Wizguard, puts a stop there, but another trade comes through. Now it is going to be a 2 versus 2. But while this fight is also happening as well, we are going to be expecting a third party coming from the sides here. NINZA still hesitating what to do because the third party comes in. It's going to be Los Hermanos and OG. They defend. AKOP shuts them down, and now another push comes through and they crumble, and OG, they get completely shut down in this game.
Yeah, isolated from each other, weren't really prepared for the fight, but trouble's not over yet for Victorious Sumus. This time around, still somehow have survived the onslaught of Orangutan, but this time, round number 2 against Los Hermanos. Evil deciding to pounce in. NINZA well prepared for that ambush, and now he's gonna try and get in a little bit more. Has to claw his way in. As even for Victorious Sumus, they're trying to give some space, trying to force out the players of Los Hermanos into making some mistakes. Inside that little compound, they've got smokes all around, trying to find some little bit of a breather there as Zyrix tries to form a different angle, still far from entering inside the compound as Mafia has another jab.
Oh no.
Brought down pretty low. This grenade could be quite detrimental, but no. Instead, NINZA, eyes will be on him. What is he cooking?
He's got a huge flank as well. I think he might spot this out. He's got the pixel. He saw the feet. He's got to stand up. He finally picks, and now he takes him out. Los Hermanos goes down. Victorious Summers defends this fight. What a blunder coming from Los Hermanos. They won the initial push, but Kalan with the nade knocking his own teammate resulted in Victorious Summers getting the space, getting the manpower to fight back. Victorious Summers defense against 2 pushes. They win big time in this round.
Against 2 big teams. Now that's the thing, right? That's the headliner over there. Especially when we were just discussing about how Victorious Sumus have been struggling in their 4v4. They respond back. And what a response was that, especially up for the cards. But for K9, again, their way or the highway. as they explode and somehow self-sabotage themselves in the situation. Now Omega, just the final player surviving. We've seen him get into his survival instincts sort of kicking in the game of Sanhok. He did a lot, but can he do that again? That's a big question mark.
Yeah, well, fortunately for our K9, the waters are still in play. They can look for a nosedive to try and play for placement points. But
again,
as of yet, Team AX, they definitely have a little bit of opportunity here to gatekeep the teams down south. Vasista is on the insides. They do keep track of them, but Victorious Summers now, they have to rotate in. The next obstacle here is going to be Team AX. They've heard a couple of commotions, but still debating if they want to go in for the hard push here. Open areas throughout the entire place. They need to find an opener. And Team AX, they've got 2 places locked down. And Victorious Summer still unsure what to do with the situation. Shreyan take a little bit of a side check here. He's trying to scout things out, and I'm pretty sure he was able to scout out Mafia on the sides there, especially the vehicles just roaming around those compounds. So VS says, you know what? That's not the right direction to go with. Nades coming through from the left side as well. You can see the hesitation as well. Is this 1 team or 2 team coming from Victorious Summers? But meanwhile, this is going to be happening as well. Let's take a look at how the circle shifts. It is going to shift onto its hospital. Team FS going to be inside hospital, and the majority of South George still in play.
Yeah, I kind of am a little unpleased with how the circle has taken this shift. I was really anticipating to go further towards the west, but this is one of those circles that we have seen in this tournament so far. Something that teams have been well accustomed to play around. As for Team X, still vying for that first early elimination. And in stage 4, they've gotten nothing yet. But they do know where the players of Victorious Summers are. They have to, however, get inside the circle. And given the fact that Victorious Summers, they also have to get inside the zone. Given the fact that Vasista Esports, they're keeping a close watch, it's going to be an interesting affair.
Hold that thought for now. This long-range fight between Madkings and Autobotz is breaking down because Autobotz, 2 players got picked off. Shadow OG tried to go for the push, and instead he got knocked here by Ralphie. And as of now, the confirmation comes through as well, denying the push from Madkings. They're scrambling here. Madkings now immediately loses numbers as Autobotz tried to go for the reset as well. Toxic was caught out in the open, getting a little bit greedy here to try and take space. And now Madkings now forced to defend this. A rush comes through from the north, and that is going to be Godstrain that drives past them. No connection so far. Madkings finally takes a shot, but everything has been dodged here. But the shot still continuing on from Madkings. Godstrain forced to take a hard hit stop to reset this. And Apollo finally finds a connection. That's going to be Pro taking down Delta.
Yeah, it was such a bold move, and at the same time, I kind of felt like a moment that, yeah, a knock is coming. Somebody has to take somebody down. And of course, Pro, he's done his bidding. And Godstrain, for a moment, it felt really absurd that they were going in unpunished. They went through that Western Georgie bridge, they crossed over, and for a moment, they were feeling quite relaxed. Thank goodness that Madkings really sensed that situation. And now, Godstrain, look at them. Already down to 3 men, and they have been cut off from Neo, who was the MVP in the previous game.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Like, if Shadow OG wasn't picked up from Madkings, I'm pretty sure Godstrain could not have an easy entry, considering that Madkings was still focusing on Autobotz. So, great timings coming from Godstrain, gets them a little bit of position, but they're not exactly safe in zone yet. Meanwhile, White Walker's still inside hospital. Vegito pretty much stuck out in the open. He's all by himself. Forced to play a little bit of hot stock here. And White Walkers once again has to play the solo warrior strat for some sort of position points. But as of yet, he's being scouted out. He's being taken out. And that's going to be Likitha Esports that shuts down White Walkers' run here day 1 in the semifinals.
Yeah, it's still fine. We're still all impressed with how White Walkers played. Just one bad game does not dictate the entire day. It's a different story whatsoever. But Madkings, in fact, Apollo this time catching Neo. Once again, he was trying to somehow recuperate and regroup with his teammates, but Likitha Esports, they were in a really dicey position. This was inevitable.
I feel bad for XOXO. Like, he was undercover, and then Smoker decides to drive off the vehicle. He was exposed, and he got knocked for absolutely no reason. Feels bad for Likitha Esports. Hopefully, he is going to be able to pick him up. For now, Circle, where is it going to be shifting here? It's been a while since we've seen a Hospital Circle. Seems like it's not going to be there, but it is going to be him bearing onto us where Genesis is, the compound east of George Bull, and it is going to be the warehouses in play as well. So that means everybody's going to be on no man's land. It is going to be a hard push onto his Genesis. And every single team is going to be scrambling here. That's going to be the end boss that they have to figure out. But for now, every single team needs to clear off their biggest obstacles, which is whatever is in front of them and is still alive.
Yeah, I mean, now things are looking so bad for Godstrain. A couple of moments ago, they had everybody alive, everybody was thriving, flourishing, quite happy of how they performed in the previous games. But for now, NINZA is in a little bit of a situation, but somehow have managed to get on the better side of it. In fact, taking down Victorious Sumus, even FS. They had some work to do there. Behad Baba being taken down should not be a problem in triggering the revive. But what I really feel I see also is the fact that Vasista Esports, they could also be cooking something, because there you go, right?
No.
Godstrain dealt with, and Vasista Esports has the entirety of that southern side to their control.
Yeah, they try to go for a hard swing down south, so it is going to be on lockdown there on the south side. Meanwhile, Polo tried to make a mad dash. He was all by himself, was picked off by Hero from Mysterious 4. Great lockdown here from the west side, but this time they are not going to be able to gatekeep anybody else here, because they are going to be the ones that get gatekept now as they need to push in towards the zone. And the biggest obstacle here is going to be NINZA, because they got the reset through. And as of yet, Mysterious 4 is about to make the move here. Will NINZA be prepared for this push is going to be the question. It seems like Mysterious 4 is going to try and dodge this fight and try and rotate towards South George instead. And they are running into his Autobots instead. And now Toxic, he's going to be on the run. He needs some sort of backup. He was caught off and he's going to go down. The rest of the teams were prepared for this. But at the same time, Hero was knocked. Bunny pretty much tagged out pretty low. And Arib, he got knocked from where? What a shot from Mysterious 4.
Oh, again, this is Pandemonium striking in the heart of the Western Georgie city, as now we've got Mysterious 4. Hero down on his knees, certainly crying for some help. But right now, Mysterious 4, the players seem to have their hands full as Lobster.
Wow.
He threads the needle, finds a beautiful knock onto its Omega, and he is greedy for more. Charlie's got 6 grenades to work around with, and a couple tossed in that direction should really be helpful.
Exactly, he's going to try and do it as well. He's going to try and secure a reap first before going for those fights. Nades finally comes through, but I don't think there's going to be a little bit of connection here. It's a little bit too far off. It is inside the house, so there is no clip available. Mysterious 4 gets the full reset through, smoking up to try and push through. Autobots still a little bit late on the reset, and Hero continues to try and take space. And in between those rotations as well, they are getting shot from afar. But now, let's talk about another big fiasco inside Hospital. FS versus AX coming through. Levi tried to go for the hero play, gets shut down by Devotee.
A redemption story for FS Esports of what happened to them during the BMPS. Trying to settle scores once again, but Vasista Esports, they had no business, but they do not mind gate crashing this party as NINZA also chime in. FS in a world of trouble as Lovesh cut off from his squad. He's knocked down. Roman quickly trying to get that revive as Team Aryan. They also get a little bit of a breather there, but Pro OP, he finds an opener on Dragon, and NINZA's once again absolutely stunned with what's happening.
3 teams stuck in Hospital, and they're all completely locked down by Vasista Esports, who's inside the zone looking through this. And right now, these 3 teams are in a deadlock. They have to either finish up the fights inside and quickly rotate the zone, or risk getting completely shut down by Vasista Esports. But like it or not, they're all trapped in the Hospital right now. This is a nightmare for all these 3 teams. NINZA still somehow holds on. Gets a couple shots into his Lovish, but the knocks are coming through. But look at this. Vasista Esports, they're greeting it out. They won every single point inside Hospital.
They literally have turned this hospital into a mortuary the way they have been playing. No ID, no entry, say the players of Vasista Esports. But NINZA, they know they're surrounded. They've got foes all over them. But Godix still deciding to fight back. This time secures a knock onto its Beard Baba, being the final survivor. Cannot do much as Pro OP. This is what we have been talking about, right? Look at Scary Jot, the spread that he has. NINZA, they've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
My goodness, Vasista Esports, they've got some insane off angles here. And look at this, Poco. He tried to go for the retreat. Scary Jot was able to wrap around, get the knock through. And just like that, NINZA will or in this case, might not be able to get the reset here, but seems like they are going to try and deny those points here. As Vasista says, the circle is moving in. It's time to regroup and focus on the bigger objective, because as of yet, Pro OP was knocked. So that gives Meta NINZA a little bit of space here to push through, but they need to move now. Dragon OP still stocking up loots here, so that means they're not out of the danger zone yet. And Reaper says, it's okay, I'm gonna make my way through. And just like that, Vasista Esports, they let Meta NINZA through.
Yeah, because Pro got taken down, and that is where the floodgates opened up for Meta NINZAs. And the abundance of smokes, of course, in that compound. There were a lot of them lying around, but Hector cannot afford to miss a spray like that. Beard Baba quickly capitalizes, instantly takes Hector down, and suddenly Vasista Esports, they are looking so vulnerable. Beard Baba trying to close in, Scary Chord, he's got that flank angle, Sile OP. At this point, he's trying to keep Meta NINZAs at bay. Those nades being tossed around. Scary Chord trying to somehow avoid them as per OP. He's got that higher ground, takes Beard Baba down, but Dragon and Reaper, they will quickly close in, and that marks the end for Vasista Esports. Couple of those unforced errors, and Meta NINZAs, finally, they are back.
What a push from Meta NINZA. What seemed to be an impossible survival task. Meta NINZA survives with 4 players, wins the fight in hospital, wins the fight against Vasista, and now they have made it inside zone. Mysterious Fall finally looks to third party, but it's too late. Meta NINZA has gotten the equalizer to push through inside the zone. We're down towards the final 6 teams, but Meta NINZA finally showing signs of how they almost, and I mean almost, represented India for the GCs in BMPS. And this is the Meta NINZA we have been missing out the entire BMSD, and finally we get to see a glimpse of that Meta NINZA in the grand finals of BMPS.
Touched some nerves, didn't you there? Meta NINZAs, this is what we had all been missing, right? And this is what I had been talking about, right? That self-doubt. I know this is a frag-heavy team. They've got some amazing players. They've got that young blood, that aggression also. It's all about them beating their demons in the head, and look at that. That's going to boost them up, but as things stand, Magic, a little aloof, all isolated, all alienated for his team. The last player alive, and he has to fight it out. All he gets is one, but look at this. Doors have opened for Omega. He knows Meta NINZA, they're wounded.
Oh my goodness, Meta NINZA, they found the last straggler here. May have a little bit of defense, but Mysterious Fall, look at this. They're hesitating to go for the push. They're not grouped up. It's only Omega. Hero still stuck inside North George because of Autobotz. They go in for the split, but Omega, he's exposed himself. Reaper going to be on the hunt. Can he connect those shots? Tries to close up again for the STLK. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Does he win it? Yes, they do. And that's going to be the rundown as Meta NINZA gets another point in the bag. 11 finishes in total. 5 teams remaining. But it's not over yet, because why? The circle still forces Meta NINZA to be on the push. And right now, the biggest obstacle is going to be Autobotz and Genesis, who's got a decent amount of cover. But even then, Genesis has been sitting inside the zone since the beginning of the time. So that means they are at their strongest.
Well, Omega does it once again. Survival instincts did kick in this time, and somehow has managed to enter inside the top 5. But Autobotz really have been feeling themselves circle around their vicinity, and Meta NINZAs really capitalizing on the fact that Omega relinquished that higher ground over there. But now Lobster quite unaware of where Omega is, but finally I think he's heard it. That clip of that grenade, Lobster knows exactly there's one lonely guy hiding inside the little shack.
I'm surprised Lobster's nade did not connect on Omega. But it seems like Omega is going to try to lob a couple ones in, but Rip now goes in, gets the confirmation. That is it for K9. Final 4 teams. Biggest obstacle is going to be Genesis, who's got zone control. And Autobotz is hoping to force Meta NINZA in towards them so they can actually cross the road. But at the same time, they want to wrap up some points here. Seems like they are going to try and deny this as Poco is going to be tagged out by Lobster. But as of yet, still no connections yet. And Genesis still holding on towards those warehouses, but unfortunately for Genesis, it's only 2 players alive. So that means it is going to be a tough defense coming from Genesis. But Hero now, he's about to bleed out to zone as well. He tried to peek out to try and tag team ones with Meta NINZA. Unfortunately, risk being eliminated from the zone.
Now, this is where, you know, at this point, Genesis would be hoping that Meta NINZAs and Autobotz really fight it out. And whoever survives, you're going to go after them. But Viper is getting a little too eager. That grenade flung over. Little undershoot there. But this time, could dish some damage over there. Little bit of that bounce. No, not a lot of damage done, but Meta Ninjas still trying to fight, still trying to survive. And look at all those resources really kicking in. But Autobotz suddenly decide to go for the push. And Lobster, why not? Who else other than him does manage to secure that knock? Still alive, still kicking. Does get Reaper down as well. But Yash suddenly out of nowhere gets a knock onto its Arib. And Lobster, he falls as well as Ralphie. He's going to close it out. And suddenly Meta Ninjas on the cusp of getting eliminated.
Oh my goodness, they took each other out. And just like that, Meta Ninja, they go out. Dragon OP dropped his nade, kamikaze the entire team, and now it comes down to a 1 versus 2. Ralphie caught out in the open, and Genesis looking to secure the chicken dinner. They weren't expecting this. Autobots thought they could wrap things up before they go in for the push, and now it comes down to a 1 versus 2. Nades are flying through, but Genesis still a little bit afraid to push out. Ralphie, are you gonna make the play of the day is gonna be the question here. He's got position, and the zone is still somewhat favoring onto his Genesis as well. And Ralphie needs the opener.
No, it's not. I see.
And he needs to come towards the end game of the zone for Ralphie to try and capitalize this. But as of yet, zone going to force Ralphie to be running out and open. And all Viper needs is to wait. As you can see, they spotted him out. And that is it for Ralphie as Genesis secures the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and that is exactly what Genesis needed. And considering the fact that they lost out on 2 of their players pretty early on and still somehow holding down, letting all these teams fight it out against them. And of course, we need to understand the fact that they've played beyond their style of play. They are a team that loves to be quite aggressive, but this time playing as the situation demanded, being a little safe, earned themselves a nice chicken dinner.
You can see Autobots here. A little bit of discussions are being made, but they are still very, very happy with the results here. They got a little bit greedy. They wanted the 4 points from Meta Ninja before focusing on that, but eventually they got picked off. Again, I was very surprised they did not push Genesis.
To be honest, for Autobotz Esports, this was a game they were searching for such a long time, right? And yeah, getting back towards Meta Ninja's whole standpoint, we're finally seeing Meta Ninja be a little bit more proactive and taking those fights head on. And this was the main concern for Meta Ninja, not just in this stage, even in the previous stage. Meta Ninja started getting points when they started taking those fights, when they started prioritizing a better positioning. And once again, right now, that's what they're doing.
And this is what we were really talking about, you and I, Necro, because I feel like they were really doubting themselves. But finally, I think they would be much more confident. But taking a look at that final blow, I mean, this is where we could understand potentially why Autobots really wanted to push in on Meta Ninja, because they had no idea of where the players of Genesis Esports were really hiding. There were a lot of warehouses to play around, so they knew exactly where Meta Ninjas were, and they knew that this grenade, it is going to strike gold, and that is exactly what happened. But for Meta Ninjas, I see, let's be honest, this was a fantastic game.
Yeah, it is definitely a fantastic game as well. The final moments was a little bit of awkward start here. Yes, they were getting pummeled, but Dragon OP lobbing a name accidentally just kamikazing. I think that was a slip-up. That's number 1. 2, at the same time, look on the bright side. That was points denial that could have went into his Genesis as well as Autobots.
But hey, speaking of Genesis Esports, we've got the stats on the screen. 3 finishes from Viper, 3 from Hunters, and even 3 coming through from Yash. And Gravity just getting 2. To be honest, for Genesis Esports, this was a well-rounded game. And for Genesis Esports now, this game is also going to be the one to find that stable standpoint in the overall standings. We had a conversation about this team as well, that the performance, we're not really seeing the aggression on deck. And yes, still the aggression is not there, but at least they're having games like this, then that's going to compensate for it.
Yeah, I think this is fine for Genesis. It's all about ending the day on a good note, which is kind of acceptable. And yeah, fine. I think we need to understand the fact that Viper's addition inside the roster, a lot of people said, yeah, he's already played under Gravity. It's just Zap who's the odd one out. But yeah, I think there's still some turbulence around there. I feel like the players haven't really molded in yet, but eventually they will. 16 matches, I mean, already quite a lot of them done. I think they'll come back.
I would say this chicken dinner was very, very crucial for Genesis, considering that number 1, they had a very, very rough start right from the beginning, and things hasn't been looking well for Genesis. So this is some points that gives them going to kind of fix things on what they should be doing tomorrow itself.
Exactly. Now I can also say they're going to have a positive momentum starting things off tomorrow, but I guess the conversation has to be around the teams that were not able to perform throughout the day, and I'm speaking of Team AX. This day has been extremely rough. They played 6 games, but out of 6 games, we're not seeing the performance that we wanted to see from the boys. Before the day even started, I had a conversation with the boys, and they were quite confident, but that's not reflecting inside of the game yet.
seems like they want to play on the edge because, let's be honest, nobody's going home from here, right?
Yeah.
They get to fight it out in the survivor stage as well. And I mean, that's not the route I would like to take because
Yeah.
we
Of
have seen a lot of upsets. And for Team AX, I mean, a recent official champion coming in and suddenly being kicked out, denied the opportunity to represent our nation once again. I think at this point, Team AX really need to start pulling their socks up.
Without a doubt, it's not even a question. Being on the last page in the overall standings and the only team to play the 6 games, that's definitely going to sting them in the future run as well. But having a look at the highlights, the action really kicked off between Victor Sumus and their foes. And speaking of Victor Sumus, it's not a team that likes to go aggressive this early on, but they had no other choice. And mind you, Los Hermanos, this is another one of those names that's not doing too hot.
Yeah, this was a very interesting fight as well because Victoria Summers was on the cusp of being eliminated from OG, held their defense because of the fact that Los Hermanos came in third party and messed up OG really bad, which resulted in them getting wiped out as well. And there was a little bit of slip up coming from Galan as well, which resulted on Victoria Summers able to just defend against 2 pushes, which is great and all. But I also want to see on how things actually happen as well. We saw Genesis actually wiping out a team with a massive nade. So that was a great defense despite being 2 players holding onto those warehouses for the longest of time.
This really felt like a Royal Rumble going on over here.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of had already said it out, right? There's no way Meta NINZAs are getting out of that place alive.
Shouldn't be able
But
to
this
survive.
man, right? The moment Pro got knocked down over there, Meta NINZAs, they started dreaming, right? They realized that, oh, finally, yeah, we can commit for that push, and sheer excellence delivered by the players. The way they responded back. But Pro, look at him, so exposed out in the open, and you had 3 players just blitzing through, easily spotted out. But
Yeah.
Vasista Esports, nonetheless, still a good day.
I would say from their expression from Vasista, they were not happy because that should have been an easy
Of course.
takedown coming from Vasista because
Makes a lot of
it was
sense.
just one slip up that they made, which was completely ignoring the fact that Meta NINZA is going to be pushing out. Like, yes, they've lost Pro OP. All they needed to do was just hold down the fort and make sure that Meta NINZA doesn't get out of hospital. But instead, they doubled down on just picking up Pro OP, which resulted in Meta NINZA taking the high ground and then shutting them down.
That's the exact point I was about to bring up as well. Why did Meta NINZA was allowed to get out of hospital in the first place? That should not have been the case. I mean, Vasista Esports had all the right to just choke them inside of hospital and force them to stay over there at the end of the day as well. We've got the overall standings popping up on the screen. K9 Esports on top with 48 points, but also mind this, they've played 6 games so far. For Godlike, today's day has been phenomenal. 45 points in the span of just 3 games. That is immaculate stuff.
Yeah, I would say on average-wise, they are the team to be beating right now here because, again, the tables will be turning tomorrow as well. So things are going to be a little bit different here when tomorrow comes. But all things considered here, I would say Blitz Esports also had a very, very surprise entry into the top 6. With 3 games, they've got themselves 33 points as well, which is huge, I would say.
Yeah, of course. For Blitz Esports, we know it's pretty much like the final few moments where Blitz Esports starts to perform, right? And right now, it's just the start. So probably in the upcoming days, we'll see Blitz once again blitzing through the overall standings. The second page as well popping up on the screen. Meta NINZA, after that previous game, at least a bit of that recoveries there in the overall board with 18 points on the tally. You've also got FS Esports with just 21 points in 6 games. That's not the ideal start for FS Esports. You expect a lot more from that banner.
You know, look at the volatility inside of the overall standings, right? One good game and anybody could just shoot up in the mid-order. So given the fact most of them have just played 3 matches, I think could be anybody's day tomorrow. But yeah, Cincinnati Kids, Nebula Esports, all of them really need to step up their game. Same goes with First Curiosity as well. But Ralphie, oh my God, look at this list actually. You know, it's completely filled with new suspects.
Yeah, seems like tournament MVP has been dethroned for now. Legit was holding the #1 spot, but after today's games, Ralphie has slipped into the #1 spot. Wiz got on #2, Viper on 3rd, Legit on the 4th place, and Lobster on #5.
The only reason why the man is on top currently, it's because his team also played 6 games.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the moment even Legit's team plays 6 games, I'm pretty sure the man's once again going to be on top. So I don't think a lot has changed in the MVP ranking here. Things are pretty much stable. That's what I personally think. But back towards the conversation of AX, right? 6 games done. They've only got around 13 and 14 points. Now, generally speaking, in the upcoming days, if AX does not buckle up, we might just see them move on towards the survival stage. But you mentioned this, right? A lot of these teams do want to play extra games, and maybe that's what the strategy is.
Okay, see, that's the thing right now, right? Like, if this was like top 12 that qualifies for the next phase, maybe AX would have a little bit of a chance here. But based on this performance in the top 8, the only way AX qualifies means that every single game onwards needs to be a top 3 with high finishes.
And exactly, you know why qualifying towards the grand finals is extremely important and why being in the top 8 is extremely important, because we know what's happening in the future. It's the India International Cup that's happening in the future, and it will be happening towards the Yashubhumi Convention Center in Delhi. So I would recommend you guys to tune in over there as well from 31st October to 2nd of November. The tournament's going to be lasting.
Yeah, it's a full circle in it, right? Especially for Team AX, considering the laurels that they secured there, that perfect Cinderella run, meeting its perfect ending, all of it. And for Team AX to make their way once again inside of Yashubhumi, try and prove their mettle, I think it's going to be lovely to witness.
It's going to be a long run, right?
Yeah.
Like, as of now, it's going to be a long run. Like, the only way AX starts to do well is going to be tomorrow. Them, every single game needs to be very consistent top 3. Teams at the top fumble, then they have a chance.
To be honest, I'm not gonna lie, I'm so excited for the International Cup, guys, because imagine, right, India, Korea, Japan, teams coming through together to prove who's the best, and of course, even the shot for the Global Championship is on the line. Things cannot get any better, but at the same time, we've got a quick interview lined up at the end of the day with one of the players, so let's move on over that interview, and let's see what the man's got to say.
थैंक यू सो मच एनालिस्ट। और मेरे साथ अभी मौजूद है ओरंगुटन के AKOP, द स्टार फ्रैगर, द स्टार असॉल्टर, नॉट ओनली ऑफ ओरंगुटन बट एंटायर इंडिया में वन ऑफ द बेस्ट फॉर श्योर। AKOP आज का दिन उतना ज़्यादा बेहतर नहीं गया, 3 मैचेस में सिर्फ 19 पॉइंट्स। छुट्टियाँ ज़्यादा मना ली क्या?
छुट्टी ज़्यादा नहीं बनाई, बस छुट्टी के बीच में एक प्रॉब्लम हो गई थी। लाइक मैं अपना 100% नहीं दे पाया बिकॉज ऑफ माई ईयर इन्फेक्शन। होपफुली वो जल्दी ठीक हो जाए और मैं अपनी टीम का एक लाइबिलिटी ना बनूँ। प्लस आज के मैचेस की क्या बात करें, एवरेज बहुत कम है हमारा। 3 मैच के हिसाब से एटलीस्ट 7-8 का एवरेज होना चाहिए, जो कि 6 का है। बाकी बहुत सारी मिस्टेक्स हुए ऑब्वियसली, इसलिए आज जाके हम लोग उस पर वर्क करेंगे और कल 3 मैच है उसमें कम बैक दे देंगे।
बट AKOP अगर आप एक तरीके से देखें तो 3 मैच में 19 पॉइंट्स कुछ खराब तो नहीं है, बट ओरंगुटन से इतनी ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशंस रहती है कि ये टीम तो हर बार ही बढ़िया खेल के जाएगी। आपको लगता है कि ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से ज़्यादा कभी कभी थोड़ा प्रेशर भी बन जाता है?
मतलब ऐसा जब किसी को लगता है कि ओरंगुटन से सबकी वो रहती है, होप्स रहती है, तो उस चीज़ को पॉजिटिव साइड लेके हम लोग उस पर ग्राइंड करके, लाइक ओजी हम लोग पर्सनली जाने जाते हैं कमबैक्स को लेके, तो कल कमबैक करके वापस से अपने फ्लो में आ जाएंगे और फिर फाइनल में मिलते हैं।
बिल्कुल मुलाकात फाइनल में फॉर श्योर हमारी होगी, ऐसा लग भी रहा है अभी टीम के मोमेंटम को देख के। बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस AKOP ऐसा लगता है कि टीम के अंदर एक कंपटीशन चल रहा है, क्योंकि आपकी बात करें और विस्गॉड की बात करिए, दोनों ही खिलाड़ी हैं जो बहुत ही ज़्यादा बढ़िया फायर पावर कैरी करते हैं, टीम को मुश्किल स्थिति से निकालते हैं। तो इस जोड़ी के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए हमें।
गेम के बाहर जो स्टैट्स बोलता है वो गेम के अंदर कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं होता है। लाइक जिसको जो टाइम पे जैसा मारना है वो वैसा मारता है। बस अगर मैं आगे खेल रहा हूँ तो वो मुझे सपोर्ट करता है, जब वो आगे खेलता है मैं मुझे सपोर्ट करता हूँ। एज अ टीम खेलते हैं, बात का स्टैट तो अपने आप बदलते रहता है, उस पर इतना ध्यान नहीं है, बट उस चीज़ को लेकर हम लोग टीज एक दूसरे को जरूर करते हैं।
चलिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर द रिमेनिंग मैचेस। तो ये है AKOP और इनका साफ साफ ये कहना है कि कल के दिन पे वो जो कमबैक है वो फॉर श्योर आने वाला है, लेकिन कमबैक की गुहार तो मल्टीपल टीम्स यहां से लगाने वाली है। कुछ टीम्स है जिनका आज का दिन बेहतर गया, वो फाउंडेशन सेमीफाइनल्स की स्ट्रांग रही, पर क्या कुछ टीम्स थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चन लेकर के खेलते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं कि यहां से क्वालिफाई नहीं हुए तो भी सर्वाइवल स्टेज है। अब ये सारे ही जो प्लस माइनस कैलकुलेशन है ये हम कल के दिन पे कंटिन्यू करेंगे। आज के दिन के लिए बस इतना ही। सेमीफाइनल्स डे 1 वो रहा कंपटीशन से भरा हुआ, लेकिन देखना यह कि डे 2 वो क्या कुछ कमबैक्स लेकर के आने वाला है। मिलेंगे आपसे कल, तब तक के लिए अपना और अपनों का खूब सारा ख्याल रखिए। टाटा बाय बाय एंड टेक केयर।
back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Force collar got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin. Out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back. Roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar got pink skin, roll out. like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm Esther. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody bester. Send a big man west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, by the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't run no sumo, boy, I want to go. My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm Esther. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the Esther. Key up being left, ain't nobody bester. Send a big man west with a tester. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, by the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no sumo, boy, I want to go. My flow goes silly like Jester. Drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin. Out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got thick skin. Roll out.
Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all of my name in the yes store. Kia being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on festa. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing this time. Ahead of my time, by the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no sumo, boy, I want the goal. My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a Key up, been left, ain't nobody pressed off. Send a big man, that's what a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fest off. Not too many lines, like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing his time. Ahead of my time, but the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, blue boy, I want the gold. I'm feeling like just up.
back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out. Drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, horse collar got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out.
My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the S-Star. Kia being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fest off. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man, glowing this time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, free boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester. B tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all in my name in the S-Star. Kia being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fest off. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man, blowing this time. Ahead of my time, where the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, free boy, I want the gold. My flow goes silly like Jester.
Drop back, roll out. Forged colors got pink skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse color, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse color, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse color, got pink skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse color, got pink skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, force color got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, drop back, roll out, force color got pink skin. Out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out, forged color got pink skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. skin. Roll out, drop back. Roll out, roll out, drop back. Roll out, sports colors got pink skin. Roll out, right shin, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse colors got pink skin. Roll out, right shin, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse colors got pink skin. Roll out, right shin, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse colors got pink skin. Roll out, right shin, drop back. Defend on the gridiron, got another head, no horse colors got pink skin. Roll out.
Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. I'ma keep all of my name in the yes star. Key up being left, ain't nobody best off. Send a big man back with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on fester. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing its time. Ahead of my time, by the way I go. If you don't know about KW, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver blue boy, I want the gold. My flow don't silly like Jester. Beat tell me that I'm ill cause I'm messed up. Underdog, 016 Leicester. Bro's got a job on for man like Leicester. Fiesta. Kia being left ain't nobody best off. Send a big man west with a test off. Rotten, I'm sick, don't watch, I'm on Vespa. Built too many lines like too many times. Key to key, G, I got too many rhymes. Got the sick flow, man's blowing its time. Ahead of my time, but the way I go. If you don't know about KWE, then I suggest that you get to know. I don't want no silver, boy, I want the gold. I'm feeling like just up.
Roll out, drop back, roll out. Force collar got pig skin, roll out. Roll out. Roll out. Drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin. Roll out, drop back, roll out. Drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pig skin, roll out. Drop back, roll out. Roll out. Drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pig skin. Roll out. Roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pig skin, roll out, drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pig skin, roll out. Drop back, roll out, roll out, drop back, roll out. Horse collar got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin, roll out, rush in, drop back, defend on the gridiron, got leather head, no horse collar, got pig skin, roll out.